Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Returned with Quirks. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Going back in time to reclaim your past body is probably as pleasant as it sounds, which is to say, it isn't pleasant at all. Izuku thinks it must feel remarkably similar to being hit full force by a tsunami. He's left dizzy and out of breath, his ears roaring and his blood thrumming. The world spinning head over heels as Izuku tries his best to not throw up and to remember how to breathe. He comes back to himself on the floor, body trembling with aftershocks, panting between clenched teeth as his stomach rolls. Izuku's ears are buzzing, his fingers and toes are numb. He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know when he is. What's wrong with Deku? A young voice asks, high-pitched and mocking. Maybe his primitive physiology is finally killing him, someone else says. There's a reason most quirkless people have died off by now, you know. Something harshly jabs at Izuku's back. He realizes, somewhat distantly, that it's the toes of a person's shoe. Don't touch him, the first voice hisses. What? Someone laughs. You still think that uselessness is contagious? No, the girl says, it's a bad omen to touch a quirkless person. Don't you know? My mom told me. Whatever, a boy scoffs before another shoe kicks at Izuku's curled form. Doesn't matter. Let's go before we're late to class. Izuku keeps his eyes squeezed shut, listening as their footsteps fade away. He lays there and relearns how to breathe. And when he thinks he can open his eyes without throwing up, he does. He's greeted by off-white walls and yellow-stained tiled floors. Aldra, Izuku says as the bell rings overhead, making his vision waver and his head pound. He closes his eyes for a moment, letting his forehead thunk to the floor. That's good. If Izuku is at his junior high, that means he must have gone far enough back. Now to just figure out exactly how far that is. Izuku presses himself up, catching sight of his yellow backpack crumpled beside him, where he must have dropped it. He gives it a nostalgic once-over before he throws it on, feeling a little off balance. Hey, time for some recon. It doesn't matter that it's the middle of a school day or that Izuku is technically skipping classes. He needs to start planning, and to do that he needs information. Izuku heads for the roof. He remembers Aldra's lack of security and the way the rooftop door was always unlocked. It'll be easier to leave from there than to try walking out the front doors. Izuku remembers a time when he was actually young enough to go to this school, how he would sneak up to the rooftop to hide from bullies so he could eat his lunch in peace. He remembers being caught once, how the janitor had seen Izuku going to the rooftop after hours, and instead of stopping him, instead of asking why a 13-year-old boy would be going up to a rooftop by himself, he turned away from Izuku and left without saying a word. Izuku absolutely hates this place. Halfway up the stairs, Izuku throws caution to the wind and starts sprinting up the steps, his footsteps bouncing up the stairwell and echoing off the walls. His heart is racing in his chest, he feels out of breath and spellbound with the repercussions of what he's just done, of what they've just accomplished. By the time he reaches the roof access door, Izuku is feeling almost frantic, his skin buzzing and his ears ringing. The door slams open under his jittery hands, cracking the cement wall, but Izuku hardly notices. Because the next moment he's running, letting one for all race up his legs as he leaps off the rooftop of his old middle school. Izuku doesn't even have a destination in mind when he starts running. He takes in the whole and thriving city around him, the lack of decay and rubble, the color and vibrancy, the life. The way that civilians bustle around each other, bumping elbows and trading words, walking and talking, unaware of what waits for them in the shadows. Izuku's hindbrain takes over as he runs, yellow backpack jarring into his ribs, lungs burning in his chest. He winds the streets and tries not to feel overwhelmed at the sight of breathing, happy, vulnerable, living, defenseless, innocent, alive, people all around him. It isn't exactly surprising when he ends up on Dagoba Beach. For some reason, however, it does catch Izuku off guard when instead of coming up to a clear expanse of sand, ocean, and sky, all he can see is trash and garbage, A junkyard that Izuku remembers cleaning up with his own 2 hands. Izuku climbs into the rubble without hesitation, jumping over piles of trash and scaling over mountains of garbage. And then Izuku sinks down into the sand, hidden behind an overturned refrigerator and a burnt-out husk of a car. He digs through his backpack for his phone, pulling up the calendar with numb, trembling fingers. For years, Izuku has traveled back 4 years in time, which means he is 14 right now. Over a month away from the sludge villain incident and his first meeting with All Might. Almost a full year from the entrance exam into Yui. Izuku breathes in a breath that tastes more of garbage than salt water. He's trembling all over, elated and relieved, exhausted and wary, overjoyed and terrified. But under it all, so thankful to have this second chance. "I'll save you," Izuku whispers to no one, whispers to everyone. He hunches over himself, presses his knees into his folded arms, curling his hands against his chest. "It will be all right," he murmurs against the wind, "because I am here." Izuku ends up sitting on the beach until the sun is sinking below the horizon in yellow-pink rays, and the breeze coming off the waves has left him chilled and shivering. He had pulled out his hero analysis for the future number 13 hours ago and started jotting down half-formed plans and ideas. Frantic and half-hysterical as he sat there in the trash and sand. He drew up a timeline of all the major events, noting down anything he could remember. Trying to recall every blood-soaked, fear-drenched detail, so he could prevent them from happening this time around. The notebook is mostly filled now, and Izuku's right hand is cramped and aching. The League of Villains needs to be taken out before they can gain any sort of support or traction. Once they start making an army of Nomu to unleash on the heroes. Once the Doctor starts on quirk replication. Once they start kidnapping heroes and using them against their former allies, that's when there is no going back. Izuku can't let it get that far. The USJ was their first encounter. Izuku remembers it clearly, so many battles ago, but still stark in his memory, the League's debut. It was one of the only instances where Shigaraki was vulnerable enough for Izuku to reach. They got smarter after that. Shigaraki stayed in the shadows and bided his time, planning and waiting for the prime opportunity to strike. The USJ is Izuku's best option for nabbing Shigaraki. Otherwise, he'll have to throw the timeline to the wind and take some drastic measures in order to take down the League. The idea of having to wait a year before he can make a move on Shigaraki leaves Izuku feeling dizzy and sick with apprehension and despondency. But he doesn't actually know where All for One or Shigaraki are right now, and he doesn't want to disrupt the timeline too soon and throw off future events before he absolutely has to. Izuku needs to be smart about this. He needs to plan carefully, he needs to be methodical and tactful, he needs to be patient. This is their second chance. There will not be a third. In the midst of everything, the unsurmountable relief that their plan worked. The discomfort that came with being in his 14-year-old body again. The terrifying realization that he was back in time all alone, and he would have to face the League by himself. Between all of that, Izuku forgot. He forgot that his mom would be at home, waiting for him. "Izuku," she calls as he walks through the door, and Izuku feels the breath punch out of his lungs. He staggers in the doorway for a moment, has to grab the doorframe for support as his legs threaten to buckle from under him. Fingers cracking at drywall, eyes stinging and heart pounding. Izuku should have prepared himself for this, but he was distracted, and he had forgotten. His mom. His mom is here. God, he's missed his mom so much. "Izuku," she calls again, concerned this time, and that breaks Izuku out of his frozen stupor. He stumbles down the hall and into the kitchen, the smell of cooking rice and steaming vegetables thick in the air. And there she is, wrapped in her favorite apron, her hair thrown up into a bun, looking at Izuku with big worried eyes. Izuku might be a survivor of war and genocide, a seasoned hero with multiple quirks under his skin and scars over the top. But he can't help it when the tears spill over at the sight of his mama, here and alive in front of him. "Izuku," she cries, dashing forward to anxiously grab at him. Izuku intercepts her before she can begin checking him over for bumps or bruises. He wraps his arms around her and pulls her in, holding his mom tightly to his chest and pressing his face into her shoulder. "Izuku?" she asks worriedly, hands petting at his hair and back, trying to soothe him. "Sweetie? What's going on? What's wrong?" Izuku shakes his head, his chest hitching with the sobs he's suppressing. "And nothing's wrong. I just what? Just came back from the future? Just haven't seen you for nearly 2 years? Just forgot that you would be here and alive? I've just had an overwhelming day," Izuku finally chokes out. Which is true, which is so irrefutably, undeniably true, but it still tastes like a lie leaving his lips. "Oh, honey," his mom coos, and then she's squeezing him back, holding onto him with the same force he's clinging to her. Izuku chokes on a noise he didn't know he could make. I love you so much. You know that, right?" he asks because he wants her to know. He has to make sure she knows. Because he never got to make sure before. Before it was too late, before she was gone. "That I love you?" His mom makes a confused and watery sound in his ear, but her voice is strong when she replies. "Yes, I know. I know." She pulls away slightly, her hands coming up to cup both of Izuku's cheeks so she can look him in the eye. "And I love you too, Izuku." She brushes his tears away even as her own roll down her cheeks. "You've always had all my love, sweetheart." Izuku squeezes his eyes shut, aching so deeply inside of himself that he can't remember how to breathe for a moment. His mom holds him through it, running her hands through his hair and whispering little reassurances in his ear. Until Izuku pulls away just enough to move the burning vegetables off the stove before they can catch fire. When Izuku glances back to his mom, she still looks anxious and concerned, hands fluttering around like she wants to reach out to Izuku and hold him again. Izuku takes one of her hands in his own, lacing their fingers together. Even now, in his 14-year-old body, his hands are bigger than hers, his fingers longer. He wonders, in the back of his mind, what she would think of him. If she knew, if she could see him for the man, the hero he grew to be. She didn't get the chance to see him grow up the first time around. Izuku wonders if she still would have found it in herself to be proud, even with knowing he failed. Can we take a day?" he asks, chewing on his lip as he tries to rein all his broken pieces back in. "Can we just take a day tomorrow? No work. No school. Just one day, you and me?" His mom stares at him for a moment, gaze searching and coming up with even more questions. Izuku can see it, the way that she wants to ask, wants to know what's going on. But instead, because his mama has always known when to push and when to let things go, she agrees tentatively, her other hand coming up to tuck some of Izuku's stray curls behind his ear. "All right," she says, we can do that." Izuku leans in to wrap her up into another hug, wishing that he was wider, that he was taller, that he was bigger and stronger, that he was his whole entire self. "Thank you," he says, biting back all the other words he wants to say. Izuku and his mom stay in the next day. They wake up late and don't bother to change out of their pajamas. They end up curled together on the couch as they marathon All Might movies. Popcorn and takeaway cartons littering their coffee table. The day leaves Izuku feeling safe and content and warm. He sits there for a while, his mom asleep on his shoulder, the muted sounds of one of his favorite movies playing in the background, and Izuku ponders. He tries to remember the last time he felt safe in his own skin, the last time he wasn't on high alert, the last time he fell asleep without wondering what was hiding in the dark. He comes up blank. He wonders how long he can make this feeling last. 3 weeks later, in the lamplight of his childhood bedroom, Izuku makes a decision. The clock is slowly crawling toward 4 a.m., and Izuku has to be up for school in a mere 3 hours. But that feels like a far-off, distant thing in comparison to everything else Izuku is facing. He sat curled up on his bed, stacks of papers and pens littered across his bright sheets, staring up at the All Might posters hung on his walls, feeling a resigned sort of determination filling up his chest. He has a new notebook filled with plans and strategies, and contingencies if all else fails. It's written in a code that perhaps only Nizu himself could break. Though Izuku doubts anyone will raid a 14-year-old's notebook in the hopes of finding a systematic takedown of an unknown villain organization. He has plans and backup plans for his backup plans. He's been going over it all for weeks now, trying to take into account every variable. To think in every convoluted and abstract way imaginable, so he won't miss a single possibility. Izuku needs to cover all his bases, to prepare for every option, to consider every detail. Nothing can be left to chance. Except, well, there's always a chance, isn't there? A chance that this was all for nothing. A chance that Izuku will fail. A chance that Izuku will die. So, contingencies. When Izuku went back in time, he took all of his quirks with him, including, of course, One for All. Even if his current body lacks the muscle tone and stamina he built up over the years, it still remembers how to use One for All. And Izuku is working on gaining that muscle and strength back. Dagobah Beach is already showing the results of his rigorous training. The point is, Izuku already has One for All. Right now, All Might is searching for a worthy successor to pass his quirk down to. In 15 days, he is supposed to meet a quirkless boy by chance, and choose him as said successor. Izuku has to make sure that does not happen. If Izuku and Toshinori never meet under that bridge, if Izuku never gets attacked by the sludge villain, if he never saves Kaken and impresses All Might, then he does not receive One for All. Instead, All Might would meet with Sir Night-Eye like he was supposed to, all those years ago. He would be introduced to Sir Night-Eye's latest intern, a bright and courageous young hero who hopes to save 1,000,000 people one day. And most likely, Toshinori would pass One for All down to Mirio and begin training him as his new successor. This is what Izuku needs to happen. It kills him inside, thinking about giving up that relationship with All Might, with Toshinori. To never have that bond with him. To not have him there, in Izuku's corner. There, by Izuku's side, until the end. But if Izuku can live through the loss of the man once, he can do so again, no matter how much it hurts. Lemillion will make a great successor to All Might, and a wonderful symbol of peace. He was an amazing hero and friend in Izuku's time. And maybe with One for All coursing through his veins, Mirio will live long enough to save 1,000,000 people like he always dreamed of. This way, if Izuku can't make good on his promises, if Izuku fails once again, if he dies along the way, then One for All does not die with him. This way, Izuku will have left the world with a fighting chance. Izuku stares down at his scarless hands, watching the flickering light of One for All dancing along his skin. And then he looks up at the face of his once mentor smiling down at him, and Izuku makes a choice. "I'm sorry," Izuku says, feeling raw and ripped open, and so very tired. "I'm sorry," he says again, tears blurring the image of All Might into a kaleidoscope of colors. "I'll never stop being sorry." Izuku wouldn't say he settles into his new routine, more like he drifts through it in a numb sort of detachment. It's harder than he thought it would be, pretending to be a kid again. To put on a face day in and day out. It's tiring in a way that Izuku hadn't been expecting. Every moment he isn't in school, Izuku uses either to train rigorously or to agonize over his plans. He finds himself lying awake at night, staring up at the ceiling, either plagued by nightmares of his past, soon-to-be future, if he isn't careful, or with his mind racing with anxieties and possibilities. His thoughts drift during class, caught in the monotony of junior high and the escalating sleep deprivation. If his teachers cared about the quirkless kid in the back, they might have called Izuku out on his lack of participation. But now that Izuku doesn't bring his notebooks to school and his muttering habit has seemingly disappeared, they tend to leave him alone as long as Izuku stays in his lane and doesn't get in anyone else's way. The kids, on the other hand, are just as vicious as Izuku remembers. Izuku is good at blending into the shadows and disappearing into the crowd, something he was skillful at even as an actual 14-year-old. And though Izuku can avoid most physical confrontation, there are times that he is cornered, and he has to sit and take it, pretending that he can't fight back. But Izuku can take physical pain. That was something he learned back in his childhood and something that carried him through many battles. Izuku can deal with cuts and bruises. What is harder to ignore, however, are the words useless, good for nothing, null, worthless, waste of space, geneless, Deku. That's another thing Izuku hadn't been expecting. The clench of his chest and the twist in his gut that came with hearing his hero name uttered with such contempt. The way his throat closes up whenever the name is used here. always said with disgust and hatred, like a curse or a disease, something to be ashamed of. Deku hasn't been any one of those things in years. Izuku took back the name Deku and made it his own, rebranded it and gave it a new meaning. Deku was something to be proud of. Deku was a hero. Deku was hope. But here, that Deku doesn't exist. Here, Deku is nothing. Izuku doesn't know when, exactly, he began sneaking up to the roof to spend his lunch PRDS alone. But he's not even been back at Aldera for a full month yet, and it seems he's already fallen into past habits and old coping mechanisms. Izuku has fought in one of the bloodiest and cruelest wars to have ever plagued the world. He's watched helplessly as hero society crumbled before them, and as nations toppled soon after. Izuku has seen people torn apart by monsters, and he has held friends as the light bled out from their eyes. Izuku has been through horrible, unspeakable things. And yet, here Izuku is, sneaking to the rooftop of his middle school, just like he did as a kid. So he won't have to hear the mocking jeers or whispered insults of his classmates. Hiding from the name Deku, Izuku scoffs at himself, kicking his feet lightly where they hang off the ledge, his heels scuffing against the wall. He wonders what his friends would think of him, if they saw him now, sleep-deprived and anxiety-ridden, lips bitten raw and muscles aching. Wrapped up in the blacks of Aldera and a deceptively childish face. The fate of the entire world and a few discriminatory words weighing him down. Even in such a self-deprecating mood, Izuku knows his friends, and he can't imagine them being anything but supportive and understanding. Tenya would help Izuku to either take his mind off of things or try his best to lighten Izuku's load. Ochako would wrap Izuku in a hug before she went to go threaten those bothering him, never mind the fact that they are 14-year-olds. Hitoshi would tell him to quit it with the self-flagellation already, and then probably go help Ochako scare a bunch of 8th graders. And Shoto would come and just sit quietly with Izuku up here on this ledge, sharing in his company and silent support. Aren't here. And well, that's the real problem, isn't it? Izuku looks up to the blue sky, blinking bright glittering sunspots from his eyes. A cold breeze plays with his hair, blows at his clothes, urging him toward the edge. I forgot what it was like to be alone, Izuku realizes with a jolt. Too many emotions to name colliding in his chest, longing and sadness, regret and loneliness, anger and guilt. But the most striking of them all is the sharp-edged blade of grief that hits him full force in the center of his chest. Strong enough to knock the air straight from Izuku's lungs, to leave him dizzy and gasping for breath. Izuku presses one hand to his heaving chest, the other clutches at the ledge of the building, trying to keep his balance, keep his bearings. He hunches over himself, half bent over his knees and struggling for air. He starts, but chokes on the words, his vision gone blurry and spotted. I don't know. I don't know how I'm supposed to do this without you, he admits, wishing, wanting, needing someone here by his side. How am I? Izuku starts, breath shuddering out of him, voice wavering with each word. What if I'm not strong enough or quick enough or smart enough? Izuku asks. What if it happens again? What if I let it happen again? Izuku whispers, hand pressed over his quivering mouth. What if I can't do this on my own? The icy wind whips at Izuku's face, cooling the tears on his cheeks and blowing his hair into his eyes. He blinks against it, wrapping his arms around himself and trying to remember how to breathe. What if I fail again? Only a month into his new training plan, and already Dagoba Beach is starting to show Izuku's hard work. At the rate he's going, Izuku will be done cleaning it up in half the time it took him the first go-around. Of course, this time he has both muscle memory and various quirks under his skin to make the process easier. Though he is doing most of the heavy lifting quirkless, being that the whole point of this is to gain back the muscle and stamina that his body forgot. So while most things are easier this time around, other things are much, much harder. Izuku can't seem to stop glancing over his shoulder, looking for someone who is not there. He catches himself talking to thin air, waiting for an answer that will not come. His eyes flit about, searching for a head of blonde hair and a beaming smile, only to remember after a shocked moment that he is alone. Izuku grits his teeth, shaking his head at himself and blinking the past out of his eyes. In it, he hisses, jumping down from his perch on a stack of old tires. Izuku paces back and forth on the sand, running jittery hands through his tangled hair. Izuku lets out a shout, and with an angry burst of one for all he kicks at a rusted carburetor. Watching as it flies forward and skitters over the water like a skipping stone, before sinking to the bottom of the sea. Izuku huffs a breath at himself, scrubbing a hand over his face before he scoops up his backpack and makes his way toward the stairs leading down to the beach. He can't concentrate when he's like this, and yelling and throwing things isn't going to do anything but draw unwanted attention. Izuku practically collapses down onto the steps, bag thumping against his shins. He pulls out his bento box, angrily popping some onigiri into his mouth as he glares out at the ocean. He feels caught between time. Like the memories have been twisted up and jumbled inside of him, and Izuku's mind can't make sense of them. There is the part of him that is constantly reminding himself that his version of Toshinori is gone. That it's stupid to get caught looking over his shoulder for a man long dead. But then there is the other part of him that whispers that All Might is out there right now, alive and breathing and still fighting. And that same traitorous part of him keeps wondering why it is, if Toshinori is alive, that he isn't here by Izuku's side. Because he is not yours and you are not his, Izuku has to remind himself. Because he doesn't know you, and if things go right, then he may never need to know you. Izuku hisses through his teeth as he bites into the palm of his hand. His eyes stinging and his skin burning. He stares out into the waves, glittering in the rays of the lowering sun. This was his starting ground, this illegal trash heap of a beach. But it had never felt as much like a chore as it does now, and it had never, ever felt this lonely. Ever since Izuku made his decision to not meet Toshinori this time around, he's been second-guessing himself. Wondering if he's making the right choice, if he won't end up regretting it later. And the thing is, Izuku knows he will regret it, because he's already dreading it now. But at the same time, Izuku knows, he knows that it's the right thing to do. The smart thing, the only thing he can do. But he still hates it, and he hates every hour that brings him nearer to the day he will be on an intersecting path with Toshinori, and instead of meeting him halfway, Izuku will have to force himself to turn and walk away. That's not the whole of it though, because when Izuku is being honest with himself, he knows what is really bothering him. And that is that Toshinori, his Toshinori, is gone. He's gone, and there is nothing that Izuku can do about it. Even if he did throw his meticulously thought-out plan to the wind, even if Izuku went out and found Toshinori right this very second, he wouldn't know Izuku, he wouldn't remember him. All their shared history, everything that they lived through together, everything they fought for at each other's side. Izuku can't get that back, and part of him doesn't even want to. Because it was all of that, their time with one another, their shared timeline, their years spent together, that lead to All Might's death. It's a no-win scenario, and Izuku has gone through enough no-win scenarios to know that they never get easier to live through. Izuku angles his head up toward the sky, closing his eyes as he lets the sun heat up his face. Everything is not all right, he murmurs, voice getting lost to the waves and wind. Because you are not here. Kaken's palm singes the material of Izuku's school uniform, making a puff of smoke rise up and sting at his eyes. He can feel the heat of it sinking into his shoulder, leaving small blisters behind. But Izuku doesn't flinch away, not from Kaken. It's been difficult to be around Kaken these past few weeks. Hard to brush off his words and to pretend the way he treats Izuku doesn't hurt. He still remembers the grown version of his friend, the Kaken that helped push Izuku past his limits. The Kaken that grew and became the hero Izuku always knew he could be. The Kaken that held him after they lost Ochako. The Kaken that Izuku left behind when he came back to the past. He misses Kaken. But Kaken is right here. Here's a little word of advice, nerd, he says, hand still burning Izuku's shoulder. Don't even think of applying to Yui, got it? He lets go of Izuku then, walking away as the two other boys mock Izuku from the sidelines. Izuku stands there, waiting, because he knows what comes next. You know, if you really want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it, Kaken says, and Izuku closes his eyes against the words he knows by heart. Believe that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof. In the previous timeline, Izuku had tried to stand up for himself, incensed and bitter on his own behalf. But he was too scared to stand his ground, intimidated by Kaken and his hot temper and even hotter hands. This time, however, he doesn't let it go. "What if I did?" he asks, voice just above a whisper, but not wavering in the slightest. "Ha!" Kaken's voice comes from the doorway, but Izuku isn't facing him. He's staring out the classroom's windows, hands hung loosely at his sides. "What if I did jump?" Izuku asks. "What if I did kill myself?" At this, Izuku turns slightly, looking at Kaken over his smoldering shoulder. "Would you be a hero then?" "What did you just say to me?" Kaken seethes, stomping forward a couple steps, sparks popping from his palms. But Izuku is not intimidated. He is 18 years old and has faced down far greater threats than the angry adolescent version of his childhood friend. Izuku is teaching a lesson here. He is making a point, one that he hopes gets through his friend's thick skull. Izuku strolls over to the open window, the one that Kaken had thrown his notebook out of in the previous timeline. Though Izuku no longer brings his notebooks to school, too aware of the sensitive information they hold. Izuku pushes the window open wide, glancing down the 3 stories to the ground far below. Heroes are meant to make people feel safe. They're meant to help the helpless. Izuku locks eyes with Kaken. Green meeting red. To protect the ones who can't protect themselves. Izuku lifts himself up onto the sill, his legs dangling outside the window. He hears twin gasps from behind him, hears Kaken rushing forward, shoving desks and chairs out of his way as he half snarls, half chokes, "Deku dash. What kind of hero do you want to be, Kaken?" Izuku asks, and then he lets himself drop. He hears Kaken yell out from behind him, but Izuku's already falling, wind whipping at his clothes and snatching at his backpack. He uses float right before he can hit the ground, and then Izuku is running, one for all buzzing along his skin as he dashes down the street. Izuku hops over the koi pond and dodges around the gate, his heart racing and his thoughts spinning too quickly for him to grab onto. He knows he'll pay for that stunt tomorrow, that there's no way Kaken is going to let something like that go. But Izuku couldn't pass up the opportunity to knock some sense into his friend. His backpack jars into his ribs as Izuku runs, his shoes slapping against the concrete as Izuku pushes himself to go faster. The adrenaline of doing something so risky has him buzzing. Izuku almost heads straight for the beach, where he can get out some of his pent-up energy. But he doesn't want to ruin his uniform, and his mom will be. "Oh," Izuku gasps, coming to an abrupt stop so quickly he actually stumbles. "Oh no," he mumbles, staring up at the very familiar underpass. I'm not supposed to be here." He had forgotten in his haste to teach Kaken a lesson and get away from the school. It had been on his mind all week, every hour of every day. Izuku could feel the countdown like a physical weight pressing down on him. He can't believe he'd forgotten, even for a moment. Today is the day of the sludge villain attack. Today is the day Izuku meets All Might. Today is the day that changes Izuku's life forever. Today is the day that started it all. Today. Izuku swallows dryly against the lump in his throat. The adrenaline from before is fading, and Izuku is left cold and floundering without it. Stuck between what he wants to do for himself and what he needs to do for the world. He stands there for another long moment, knees locked and lungs burning, mourning. Mourning for what he used to have, mourning for what he is about to lose, mourning because he knows nothing will ever be the same again. Izuku presses a trembling fist to his mouth and lets out a strangled sob, tears stinging hotly at his eyes. "I'm sorry, Tashinori," he whispers into the echoing tunnel, and then, before he can second-guess himself again, Izuku turns away and runs. Izuku paces back and forth on the beach, as he's been doing for hours now. Long past when All Might must have been pursuing the sludge villain. Long enough that the chances of Izuku running into them have passed. Even longer still, from that one life-altering moment. His mom must be getting worried, Izuku knows distantly. It's well past dark, and Izuku's stomach is cramping with hunger pains. He should go home, apologize to his mother, and try to eat a few bites of food. Move on from this day of bad memories and excruciating choices. But the thought of heading home and having to act normal is almost as nauseating as the situation itself. Running jittery hands through his tangled hair and taking a breath, Izuku tries to pull himself together. But he can't seem to rein himself in any more than he can ignore his shot nerves or frayed emotions, and no amount of time or determination can make the grief in his heart easier to bear. Izuku pauses, his hands fisted at his sides, fingernails biting into his palms. Suddenly, it isn't sadness or desperation or even terror that he feels, it's anger. Raw, unadulterated rage. It washes over him so quickly it's all Izuku can do not to choke on it. The burning hot feeling of resentment, the thick coiling feeling of confinement, come out of hiding from somewhere deep inside of him, mixing together and building inside of Izuku until it becomes too much for him to hold inside. And then Izuku is screaming, something rageful and agonized and bleeding. It is not a cry of sorrow or fear, but something of pure, unyielding pain. Even to Izuku's own ears, it sounds like a call for vengeance, a bay for blood. The stench of garbage is far more tolerable than the bitter vitriol pouring out of his mouth. But Izuku can't find it in himself to care. Can't make himself stop. Let the world hear his rage, let it bear the weight of his pain. Because it is this world that has taken so much from Izuku. And it is this world that has placed an insurmountable weight on his shoulders. And it is this world that has demanded that he do it again, but this time, that he do so alone. Izuku screams until he is lost for breath. And then he screams some more. Destiny is a funny thing. It is not as solid as people would have you think. It is fluid and ever-changing. There is no fate, no set path, no script written in the stars. Destiny is a choice. Izuku used to think his destiny was to be All Might's successor, to become the new symbol of peace, to stand in the way of evil. And he did all those things, he fought against evil, and he followed in All Might's footsteps. And where he could not be a symbol of peace, he became a symbol of hope, instead. Izuku fulfilled those destinies, but he has a new one now. Izuku is going to save the world. Or he'll die trying. Izuku has a myriad of quirks to choose from when it comes to picking out the one he will use for his quirk registration form. The problem, however, is trying to choose which one he wants to represent to Yui. There are certain quirks Izuku, of course, cannot use in front of any of the Yui staff or students without major suspicion arising. Then there were a few other quirks that Izuku eventually crossed off his list of candidates. So that leaves him with 8 quirks to choose from. Fa Gene is a very good offensive ability, and Izuku would succeed while using it. But he's so used to pairing it up with One for All, he isn't sure he wouldn't accidentally slip up and use both at the same time. Danger Sense is a useful quirk, and one that has saved Izuku's life countless times. But he likes to keep that one in his back pocket, better for no one to know he can sense a blow before it can land. Shelter is a very powerful quirk. Being able to make force fields to protect himself and others has saved Izuku and his friends over and over again. Without it, Izuku knows he'd be dead 10 times over. But Shelter has no offensive capabilities, it is purely a defensive quirk. Smokescreen is much the same. It works well for espionage and covert missions, and for escaping enemies. But it would be hard to get into Yui with only smoke on his side. Mirage is out for the same reason. While being able to make illusions of himself has been very useful at distracting enemies, it is not an offensive quirk. Izuku's clones aren't actually physical, they cannot talk or touch anything, so not very helpful in a fight. Aoi Hanu is the complete opposite. Fire is an extremely useful ability to have in battle. But Izuku still has trouble controlling the quirk, and he would hesitate to use the ability while in the same class as Shoto. Float is another quirk Izuku has become reliant on. Being able to use aerial attacks on enemies or evacuate civilians through the air has been quite literally life-saving. Float is integral to Izuku's current fighting style. But without the strength enhancements to launch himself through the air, would Float be as useful? There is a possibility that Izuku could use another quirk in combination with Float to make it more battle-capable, but no, he shouldn't risk that, not with so many eyes on him. That leaves Izuku with one option. Black Whip. Izuku lets some of the black tendrils curl out from his arms. watching the way they move and shift as he breathes. He's been training with Black Whip for years now. He remembers after he first got it, sitting down with Fumikage and learning how to meditate, how to rein in his emotions and control them. Black Whip had been frightening at first, most of all probably because of how Izuku got it. But now, years after its first manifestation, Black Whip just feels like an old friend. Izuku picks up his pen, lets out a breath, and finishes filling out his form. When Izuku walks through the gates of Yui, he can't help it when he falters. He stares up at the wide, gleaming expanse of his old school, and tries his best not to drown under the sudden influx of memories. It's an overwhelming flood of feelings and emotions inside Izuku's brain, tangling up Izuku's thoughts and leaving him floundering and breathless. Izuku chokes on the memories for a moment, trying not to GG against them. Because, for a single heartbeat, just a fraction of a second, when Izuku looks up at Yui, all he can see is a shattered husk of a building. Looming in the sky, with black soot and red blood staining its walls. He can still taste the ash on his tongue, can smell the sulfur staining the air. Izuku blinks, and suddenly he's back in time, staring up at the remains of Yui. Their last true defense, up in flames and half-collapsed, sparks and dust drifting up into the starlit sky. The silence somehow far more deafening than a scream could have ever been. All gone. All gone. It's all gone. Out of my way, Deku, a familiar voice suddenly sneers from behind him. Izuku flinches as he's sharply yanked out of his memories. He breathes out a stuttering exhale, the tips of his fingers tingling, his head buzzing. Izuku blinks the nightmare away and pushes all of his hurts back under his skin where they belong. He needs to get his head on straight, he needs to pull himself together. "Good morning, Kaken," he replies, inclining his head in a polite nod. Kaken doesn't spare him a passing glance. "Get out of my way before I set you on fire." Izuku smirks, lips quirking up just the slightest bit. Now this he can deal with, this is familiar. "I'm sure the teachers here at Yui would love to see that," he says lowly. And then, "Good luck on the exam, Katsuki." Izuku walks away before Kaken can reply, but he catches sight of the other boy's face. The irritation and confusion that's pulling at his mouth and shadowing his eyes, the scowl that sets into the contours of his face. Irritation and confusion have pretty much been Kaken's default response to Izuku these past 11 months. Though that's probably warranted, Izuku growing a backbone and some self-confidence, seemingly overnight, had to come as a shock to everyone at Aldra, most of all Kaken. He stopped harassing Izuku quite as much after the window stunt he pulled. Though, in those moments where Kaken's temper did reach a boiling point and Izuku was within the same vicinity, Izuku was either very good at disappearing, or very good at dodging. Izuku could see it in random moments throughout this past year. The way that Kaken has been watching him, how his eyes will linger a little bit too long, how he seems to be searching for something in those stolen glances at Izuku. Kaken is smart and observant. Perhaps he's not at the same level as Izuku himself. But even at this age, Kaken's instincts and intellect are nothing to scoff at. He knows that something is wrong with Izuku, that much is certain. Izuku's just waiting for the day Kaken's curiosity finally outweighs his pride and he demands answers. Izuku feels more grounded in the present now, after his interaction with Kaken. He finds himself thankful to the other boy for snapping him out of it. If Kaken hadn't interrupted Izuku's spiraling thoughts, Izuku isn't sure he would have been able to unglue his feet from the entrance gate. Which is, well, ridiculous, really. There is no choice here, there is no other option. Izuku needs to get into Yui, he needs to join the hero course so he can defeat the League, so he can protect his friends, so he can save his family. Izuku pulls in a deep breath and rolls his shoulders back, lifting his head and standing tall. "I can do this," he mutters to himself, finding his resolve. "I have to do this." "Wow," a voice chimes in from his left. "You sure are confident. I wish I felt the same way, I'm pretty nervous." Izuku freezes, his determined smile catching on his face as butterflies burst in his stomach and flutter up to his chest. Everything in him stops as he turns to see brown hair, and rosy cheeks, and a soft smile aimed his way. The sight of Ochako almost knocks the air straight from Izuku's lungs. He tried his best to prepare himself for today, not wanting a repeat of what happened when he first saw his mom. But it's different in the actual moment, suddenly coming face to face with the younger version of one of his best friends. It physically hurts, not being allowed to lunge for Ochako and pull her in, to wrap his arms around her and hold on to her with all his might. Izuku's chest is tight, his eyes burn, he wants nothing more than to give Ochako a hug. But instead, because Ochako does not know him here. Instead, because Izuku is not a child, though he feels like one in this moment. Instead, because Izuku is a hero and he has a job to do. Instead, Izuku puts a smile on his face and says, "Don't be fooled, my confidence isn't as unwavering as I'd like it to be." Ochako gives him a bright smile, eyes crinkling and cheeks dimpling as she laughs. It's pretty nerve-wracking, isn't it? Just the building itself is intimidating. Izuku nods, pulling open the door for her before he follows close behind. Suddenly his nerves about returning to Yui feel small and distant. Though maybe that isn't all that surprising, Ochako has always been able to give Izuku a boost of courage whenever he's needed it. God, he's missed her so much. "We could walk together, if you want," he offers, almost desperately hoping she doesn't turn him away. To be here, talking to her again. To hear her voice, even if it's higher pitched. Even if she's younger, with baby fat still in her cheeks and innocence still lacing her eyes. To have her here, standing right in front of him. It leaves Izuku feeling like he's floating, like he's flying, like he's dreaming. "Sure." Ochako chirps, bouncing on the toes of her shoes. She throws Izuku a glance before she reaches between them, hand extended. "I'm Uraraka Ochako, by the way," she introduces herself. "It's nice to meet you." Izuku takes her hand, and it feels like an old memory and a new beginning all at the same time. For a moment Izuku wonders what Ochako would think, how she would react if she knew. If she knew that the last time Izuku was with her, she was bleeding out in his arms. If she knew that the last time he talked to her, she was breathless and dying and staring up at Izuku like he was their only hope. If she knew that the last time he touched her, he had pressed his fingers into her skin and taken her quirk from her. "Please, Deku Izuku? Izuku-kun, please, take it. Take my quirk. Before it's too late." What would this version of Ochako say, if she knew that Izuku held her quirk under his skin? "Midoriya Izuku." Izuku shakes her hand, introducing himself to one of his best friends as if she doesn't already live inside his heart. "It's nice to meet you, Uraraka-san." The three-pointer's head pops off with a hiss of smoke and a crackle of sparks. Izuku flips off of its head and shoots out more tendrils of black whip. They smash into the red sensors of another robot's face, and it immediately shudders to a stop and tips over. Izuku vaguely wonders how he would have done, the first time around, if he had known about the shutdown sensors. Actually, he wonders how everyone with non-combative quirks would do if they knew about the weak points. But figuring that out is just another part of the test. It feels like cheating, a little bit, to be competing against untrained teenagers when Izuku has years of practice and experience under his belt, not to mention insider information. Izuku keeps having to remind himself that he is only reclaiming his own spot in the hero course, not stealing anyone else's. Plus, well, the fate of the world and hero society are depending on Izuku right now. He can't take chances here. Izuku scales up the side of a building and surveys the area around him, searching for enemies and people in trouble. One for all thrums under his skin. Izuku can almost taste the spark of it on the back of his tongue. But Izuku doesn't dare use it while under the watchful eyes of Yui. Even if All Might wouldn't notice, Nizu and Aizawa certainly would. Just as Izuku's about to drop back down to street level, he notices two robots flanking a student. A boy in all black with familiar lilac hair and a limp in his step. Izuku doesn't hesitate, he takes off in a dead sprint, jumping across rooftops and flipping over alleyways with reckless abandon. And when Izuku is close enough, he flings himself off the edge of the building in something that might technically be a tad too daring for an untrained 15-year-old. Well, it's not every day that you get to re-meet one of your best friends. Izuku lands on the head of the three-pointer as he grabs Hitoshi with a strand of black whip, pulling him out of reach of the two-pointer. Izuku hoists Hitoshi up into the air where he won't get caught in any of the debris, and then Izuku kicks off of the robot, forcing it to crash into its friend. Izuku sets Hitoshi down on the other side of the street, shooting him a sheepish but friendly smile. "Sorry for grabbing you like that," Izuku apologizes, his eyes surveying his friend for any injuries. "Looked like you might need some help." It's the wrong thing to say. Izuku forgot for a moment that this Hitoshi is not his friend. That right now, Hitoshi doesn't know him. He forgot for a moment that at this age, Hitoshi is bitter and spiteful, angry at the world for knocking him down over and over again. He forgot for a moment that this Hitoshi is still a lonely kid with something to prove. Hitoshi pushes himself up roughly, wobbly on what Izuku thinks must be a sprained ankle. "Yeah, thanks," he spits. "Shouldn't you be getting back to racking up points? Or are you so confident that you'll get into the heroics course?" Izuku just watches Hitoshi for a moment, taking in the dark bags under his eyes and the bitten raw fingernails, his dirt-smeared chin and the newly yellowed bruise on his cheek. Izuku's chest aches. Aches for the friend he left behind and aches for the boy who is standing right in front of him. Izuku pulls his thoughts away from that spiraling path, forcing his gaze to snap away from Hitoshi's angry glare and red-rimmed eyes. Izuku digs through his pockets, his fingers quickly wrapping around the collapsible baton he brought with him. "This exam is really biased toward non-combative quirks," he says conversationally, flicking the baton out to its full length. Hitoshi watches Izuku warily. He jerks back when Izuku extends the baton toward him, gait unbalanced with his sprained ankle. He looks down at Izuku in confused suspicion, his fingers frozen just above the offered weapon. "It's unfair," Izuku goes on, "but there are always ways around that." Izuku jabs a finger toward a robot down the street. "Break half of the red sensors and they'll go down." Hitoshi's brows furrow. He looks at the robots Izuku took out earlier, soaking in that new information. And then his fingers suddenly wrap around the baton, a determined glint filling his purple eyes. Izuku and Hitoshi share a smirk, and for an instant, it feels just like old times. Izuku turns away, Black Whip already lifting him into the air. "Good luck," Izuku calls over his shoulder, and then he's launching himself back into the fight. It won't be enough, Izuku knows. There isn't enough time left for Hitoshi to get into the heroics course. But maybe he'll leave today feeling a little less disappointed. And later, when they're both in Yui, when Izuku finds him again, maybe Hitoshi won't feel as alone. By the time the zero-pointer comes out, Izuku knows he already has enough points to be allowed into the hero course. He has at least 40 combat points, and though he doesn't know how they determine rescue points, he's sure he has quite a few of those too. The ground shudders as the zero-pointer is released, and Izuku stands there, watching as it walks through buildings and sends debris falling to the street, feeling morbidly nostalgic. The other examinees shout in surprise and fear, tripping over each other as they flee the scene. Izuku catches a shock of electric blue and the rumble of engine-propelled legs out of his peripheral, and something stunned and delighted bursts in his chest. "Tenya," he whispers to himself, whipping around to see if he can catch sight of his friend in the midst of all the chaos. That's when he hears the scream. Izuku remembers Ochako crying out in the original timeline, both in shock and fear. But this time Ochako's voice cracks in the middle with tears, and Izuku can tell she's hurt. Something visceral and burning explodes in Izuku's chest, and suddenly he's moving. He can't be sure if the slight burst of One for All is visible along his skin. But that doesn't matter in this moment. His mind is screaming at him to keep Ochako safe, to protect her, to save her. Black Whip bursts from Izuku's arms, shooting out and grabbing onto two opposing buildings, and then he slingshot and G himself up into the sky. The wind whips against his face and hair, his eyes water and his face stings, and Izuku finds himself missing his mask, almost feeling naked without it. Even without the use of float or zero gravity, Izuku still soars through the air. One for All buzzing inside his veins, lighting up his whole body, screaming to be let free. Izuku hasn't felt this whole, this alive, this at home in his own skin, in almost a year. It's invigorating, it's intoxicating, it's liberating. It's everything he's missed about being a hero. The face of the zero-pointer looms overhead, and Izuku gives a wordless yell as Black Whip erupts out of him. tendrils lashing out and smashing through the sensors on the zero-pointer's face like a sword through flesh. The black tendrils shoot out the back of the zero-pointer's head, a flash of light, a burst of glass, and then a plume of smoke. Izuku watches it for a moment, suspended in the air, making sure it's going to tip backward. And then Izuku is falling, dropping out of the sky without the robot for Black Whip to hold onto. He plummets toward the ground, but unlike last time, Izuku isn't panicked and broken with the repercussions of his own power. The zero-pointer hits the ground before Izuku does, a vortex of dust and smoke rushing up with its sudden impact. Izuku throws his arms out wide as he's abruptly swallowed by the dust, adding his own smoke to the mix as a cover. Safe behind the cloud of smoke, Izuku lets float take over his body. He lands gently, feet sat back down on the pavement. "Uraraka?" he calls, already running toward her. I'm here," she calls back, coughing against the smoke and dust. I can't get out." "It's all right," Izuku says, and then he's crouching down in front of Ochako, giving her one of his smiles. "I'm here now. I'm gonna get you out." Ochako stares at Izuku with wide, teary eyes. Her mouth forms a small as she gapes up at him, looking mystified and a little shocked. But well, it's not every day that you're almost trampled by a gigantic robot. It makes sense that Ochako would feel overwhelmed. "Okay," she murmurs, that would be nice." Izuku nods, already thinking of the least painful way to get her out. He's pretty sure her leg is broken this time, with the way it's twisted under. Debris. "Hey, Uraraka," he says as he begins clearing some of the rubble away, trying to distract her. "What's your quirk?" "Am I quirk?" Ochako asks, confused, her voice strained as the weight on her leg fluctuates. "Yeah," Izuku says, feeling a little lightheaded at the sight of Ochako injured and pinned down. A part of his brain is screaming that they need to move, that they need to get out of this vulnerable position before the chance is taken away from them. Izuku keeps having to remind himself that this is just a test, that no one is hunting them down, waiting to rip them apart. But it's hard to shove down those instincts, to stop his thoughts from spiraling. "Would it be able to help us get you out?" Izuku asks because he knows it would. He can get the rubble off, but her zero gravity would help to elevate her broken leg without jostling it any further. "It's called zero gravity," Ochako says, giving a small whimper of pain when Izuku uses Black Whip to lift the last chunk of debris off. "It cancels out the gravity of anything I touch." Izuku doesn't have to feign his fascinated smile. Ochako has always been amazing. "Wow," he breathes, "that's a wonderful quirk. It'll be so useful in hero work. Can you use it on yourself?" Ochako nods, tears of pain filling up her eyes. "But it makes me nauseous." Izuku grimaces. He knows how it feels to use zero gravity on yourself. He's been training with her quirk for over a year now, and he still gets nauseous. "Can you use it on your leg? Maybe try it on your pants and shoe," Izuku instructs. "If you take the weight off it, it'll be easier for me to carry you out of here." "Okay," Ochako nods, having to stretch out at an odd angle in order to reach her shoe. "G got it." "Good job," Izuku says, and then he bends down to gently pick up his friend. "I'll be careful," he murmurs, "but it'll probably still hurt." "Sorry." Ochako grimaces as Izuku picks her up, her face bleeding of all color. Izuku wonders for a moment if she's about to throw up on him. It's not your fault," she tells him, her eyes firmly squeezed shut. "If anything, I should be thanking you. You saved me." Izuku hums distractedly, stepping over cracked pavement and random wreckage. "You don't have to thank me," he says. "You would do the same if you saw someone who needed help." Izuku glances over to Ochako, their faces only inches apart. "That's why we're going to be heroes, isn't it?" Ochako looks surprised as her eyes snap open to meet Izuku's. Her cheeks go pink even though the rest of her skin is still pale with pain and nausea. "Why? Yes," she whispers. "That's why we're going to be heroes." Izuku gives her one of his more private smiles. Not the one that he used to flash at the cameras, or the one he wore during villain attacks, but one that feels soft and real on his face, one that he hasn't felt in a very long time. Izuku takes a deep breath, savoring this moment, and then he steps out into the light. Dust and smoke trailing behind him. His acceptance letter comes a little over a week later. Izuku knows he got in, he's sure of it. But even with knowing that, he still just sort of stares at the letter for a long while. Tracing his fingers over the wax, his eyes scanning the white envelope over and over again. It feels like a lifetime ago, the first time Izuku had sat down and opened his acceptance letter. So much has changed since then. Izuku has changed so much since then. Even though he was expecting it, Izuku's stomach still flips at the sight of All Might's face appearing on screen. Yes. Hello? Is it working? He asks someone behind the camera, half of his form cropped out of the shot. Izuku chokes on a laugh that sort of sounds like a sob, staring up at the screen with something like grief, something like happiness, something like loss, clogging up his throat. Tashinori suddenly swivels back into frame. Hello. I'm here. As a projection. Tashinori exclaims, fully in All Might mode. Congratulations, Midoriya Izuku. You have made it into Yui's heroics program. You passed the written exam with flying colors, and you were able to obtain 53 combat points in the practical exam. This alone would have given you admittance into the hero course. Tashinori pauses, glancing at the camera and to Izuku. The weight of his gaze, even though this is pre-recorded, even though Tashinori isn't actually seeing him, even though this version of Tashinori doesn't even know him, makes Izuku's breath stutter and his heart clench. However, there were other factors. You see, the practical exam was not graded on combat alone. Tashinori spins around, gesturing to a screen behind him which is showing Izuku taking down robots, and then handing Hitoshi his baton. For figuring out how the robots worked, as well as successfully sneaking in a weapon 27 espionage points. Izuku is back in his chair in surprise, blinking stupidly up at the projector. He hadn't known espionage points were even a thing. He remembered Aizawa mentioning that weapons were allowed, that you could either ask for permission to use support gear beforehand, or if you were brave enough and you didn't get caught, then you could sneak some in yourself. So Izuku had decided to bring a few weapons with him, as well as some bandages and first aid items, just in case. But Izuku hadn't realized it was another aspect of the test. Izuku tunes back in as Tashinori goes on. And for unthinkingly helping others, as well as valiantly taking the zero-pointer head-on when you saw someone in trouble 74 rescue points. Tashinori beams at the camera, smile wide and eyes flashing. This puts your score at a whopping 154. A new record for Yui High. A total of 36 points more than the last record holder. He pauses here, before jabbing a thumb to his own chest. Me. Izuku's chair tips over as he springs up, his hands flying to his hair. What? He half screeches, half squeaks, completely floored. Izuku hadn't meant to do that well in the entrance exam. He made sure he'd get in, obviously, but he wasn't trying to break any sort of record, let alone any of All Might's. Welcome, Midoriya Izuku, Tashinori says, voice softer this time. It pulls Izuku out of his frantic thoughts, his eyes sliding over to stare at his mentor, at his hero. To your hero academia. The screen goes black. Izuku stands there in the dark, clutching to the front of his t-shirt, his heart pounding. He's reeling, utterly floored. He can't believe that he somehow scored more than All Might, than anyone else in Yui history. He glances around his childhood bedroom, thinks of the quirkless kid he used to be. Thinks of where he started, how hard he has worked, all that he has done, all that he has failed to do. It's only when he tastes the salt of tears in the back of his throat that Izuku realizes that he's crying. He sinks down to the floor, curls one hand around his stomach, the other coming up to press against his quivering mouth. More than anything, Izuku wants to share this moment with Tashinori. He wants to run down to the beach where they spent so much time together, where Izuku's training began. He wants to go to Tashinori, because he, out of everyone, would understand what something like this means to a quirkless boy. He wants to call All Might, to tell him everything. He wants to tell him about the future, and about One for All and all the other quirks that come with it. He wants to tell Tashinori what's ahead of them, about All for One's survival and his plans. He wants to tell him about the future and what they lost, and how Izuku plans to make it right. He doesn't want to be alone in this anymore, He wants someone to have his back, he wants someone to help him through. Izuku sits in the dark of his bedroom and cries. The night before his first day at UE, Izuku hardly sleeps. He rolls from side to side, picking at his blankets, staring out the window, alternating between nervous excitement and cancerous dread. UE is where he found his friends. UE is what put a target on their backs. UE is where Izuku began his journey as a hero. UE is the place that failed to protect them. UE is the beginning of it all, good and bad. Izuku gives up on sleep somewhere around 5 a.m. and hunkers down at his computer only to find himself watching a familiar video. "Fear not, citizens, All Might calls." Izuku whispers the words under his breath, feeling that sticky anxiety in his chest start to lessen. "Hope has arrived. Because I am here." Izuku pauses the video on All Might's beaming smile, and only then does he realize that he's smiling back. Izuku clenches his fists, one for all a pulsating thing in his veins. He swears he can feel the past holders pressing in around him, lending Izuku their combined strength. Izuku takes a breath and stands up. His mom is waiting for him when Izuku leaves his room, buzzing about the kitchen, skis and ingredients floating around her as she frantically cooks breakfast. It takes her a moment to notice Izuku, standing there watching her. But when she does, she freezes, the items in the air tumbling to the counter and ground. Izuku jolts, glancing to the broken egg on the floor and back up to his mom. "Mama?" he asks hesitantly. His mom blinks back to herself, her hands bunching up her apron. "Sorry, sweetie," she murmurs. "You just look so grown up," she says, voice watery. "Oh." Izuku sags with the realization. Because he had forgotten again that while this might be his second first day of high school, it is still his mom's first time sending him off. Izuku takes a step forward, carefully walking around the broken egg in the middle of the kitchen floor, before he pulls his mom in for a hug. He's grown in the past year, and it shows in the way his mom's head rests on his shoulder, the way he can see over her head. Though Izuku is nowhere near what he used to be. "I'm not that grown up," he assures her with a soft smile she can't see, sharing in a joke that only he can understand. His mom gives a sniffling sort of laugh before pulling away, smiling wetly at Izuku. She gently tugs on his jacket, straightening it and trying to smooth out persistent wrinkles. "I'm just," she sighs, looking directly at Izuku. "I'm really proud of you, Izuku," she says, and Izuku feels something warm and aching bloom in his chest. "Thanks, Mom," he says, the last of his jitters petering out in the face of his mom's beaming smile. Izuku arrives at UE early enough that the school is still empty and quiet. He drifts through the halls, lets his feet take him where he needs to be, even as Izuku's mind floats somewhere between past and present. He remembers vividly running down these very same halls. Blood matting his hair to his head and dripping between his fingers. He can almost taste the smoke in the air, feel the way his heart had pounded so hard he could feel the pulse of it under his tongue. He remembers the screech of the Nomu, the click of their claws as they raced, four-legged and carnivorous, along the floors and walls and ceiling. Eyes gleaming in the dark, teeth shimmering in the light of stars and flames. Izuku remembers, vividly, what it is like to be hunted down in these very same halls. White smeared over in red splatters and black scorch marks. The screams of students and civilians echoing and blood-curdling, until there were no screams at all. Izuku's breath hitches, catching painfully in his chest. He stops in the middle of the hallway, shoes squeaking against the freshly polished floor. His fingers feel numb, his limbs bloated with unreleased energy. His heart is pounding in his ears, so loud it almost drowns out the sound of his own labored breathing. Izuku spins on his heel and ducks into the nearest bathroom, trying to blink shadowed figures out of the corners of his eyes. He stumbles over to the sink, clutching to the ceramic hard enough that it cracks underneath his fingertips. Izuku forces himself to let go, to breathe, to get it together. He lets out a gust of air as he glances up at himself in the mirror. He hardly recognizes the person staring back at him. Wild green hair sticking up at unruly angles, unscarred pale face, baby fat still lining his two young cheeks, freckles splashed along the bridge of his nose and below his sleep-deprived eyes. Izuku hasn't been this person, this child, in years. He feels so distant from the person he used to be, someone who still believed that heroes were infallible, unstoppable, invincible. Someone who saw the best in people and the world, who thought everyone deserved a second chance. A boy who truly believed he could make a difference, that he could save people. Izuku blinks at his past self in the mirror and wishes he could find that same resolve, that same determination, that same sense of hope he'd felt before. All those thoughts seem so out of his reach now. Izuku shakes his head to himself and leans down to splash some cold water onto his face, trying to scrub the past 5 years from his skin. And when that doesn't work, scrubbing away any sign of his breakdown instead. Izuku makes his way to 1A without any further interruptions, sliding into the classroom and shutting the door behind him. Even with his delay in the bathroom, Izuku is still the first to have arrived. Which might be for the best, seeing as he isn't taking his first day back in UE as well as he should be. It's hard to remember that he is a seasoned pro while standing here, amongst 20 desks in a familiar classroom. Izuku feels caught somewhere in the middle. He doesn't feel 15, not really, but he doesn't feel 19 either. It's hard not to feel like a kid while wearing this uniform. But it's hard not to feel like a soldier while inside these walls. Izuku runs his hands over a row of desks as he makes his way to his seat, taking off his backpack and lowering himself to his own desk in a dazed sort of stupor. It's hitting him harder than he thought it would, being back here. He needs to pull himself together before any of his classmates show up, or God forbid, Aizawa-sensei. It's not long after Izuku has sat down that the door slides open and Momo walks in. She pauses when she catches sight of Izuku, feet stuttering. "Oh," she says, clearly having thought she'd be the first to arrive. They are both absurdly early after all. She catches herself, smoothing out her surprised expression and walking up to Izuku, hand extended. "Hello," she greets. "I'm Yaoyorozu Momo. I must apologize, I hadn't expected any of my classmates to have arrived so early." Izuku gives Momo's hand a quick squeeze, forcing himself not to linger. He smiles at her and it feels real on his face. "No need to apologize," he tells her. "I would not have expected anyone else either. But I wanted to get here early. First day nerves, you know?" Gives a tentative smile, one of her closed-mouthed and genuine ones. She nods, giving the room a quick glance. "It is, a bit intimidating, isn't it?" Izuku looks at Momo, the way she's clutching her books to her chest, back stiff and armored straight, uniform freshly ironed and perfect in every way. Everything about her put together and composed. Looking at her, Izuku only sees a scared and overwhelmed kid. "Terrifying is the word I'd use," he says, and Momo's head whips around to gape at him. Izuku gives her a soft smile, one that he used to use when he was pulling civilians and children out of harm's way. "We made it, we're finally here. In the UE Hero course. And Izuku takes a moment, looks around at the rows of desks and the lockers lining the wall. "And it's amazing and incredible, but it's also terrifying." He glances back up to see Momo staring straight at him. Her fingers have gone slack around her textbooks, some of the tension in her shoulders having lessened. She gives a small nod before she mumbles, "Yes, that is exactly it." A moment of silence stretches between them, and then Momo is clearing her throat, saying, "And, you are?" Izuku blinks in bewildered surprise, before it hits him. Because of course Momo would need a proper introduction, because while Izuku knows her fears and insecurities and even some of her secrets, this version of Momo does not remember him, doesn't know him. Feeling stupid, Izuku gives a slight bow of his head. "Oh yes. My name's Midoriya Izuku. It's very nice to meet you, Yaoyorozu-san." It's going to be so odd, having to reintroduce himself to his classmates again. To have to start from square one, to have to earn their trust, and slowly become their friend again. But as Momo goes to sit down and Denki and Fumikage filter into the class, Izuku thinks to himself how lucky he truly is to get to re-meet his friends again. No one else will get to experience such a gift, to have the same friendships in 2 different lifetimes. It's about 10 minutes until the start of class, and Izuku is doing his best not to outright stare at any of his former and current classmates. It's hard not to when he has waited so long to see them again. It's so odd seeing them all like this, young and carefree, excited for their first day at Yui. So unaware of the burdens they'll later hold, of all the pain and suffering that waits for them. Izuku shakes his head at himself, gritting his teeth. No, he won't let it happen again. He'll protect them. So his classmates can keep what's left of their childhoods, and grow into adulthood, into the heroes they were always destined to be. Izuku is so preoccupied with his thoughts that he doesn't notice Kyoka approaching him until she's already standing right at his desk. Izuku jolts in surprise, giving her a practiced smile. Good morning, he says, feeling a bit caught off guard. Out of all of his friends, Izuku wouldn't have thought Kyoka would be the one to approach him like this. Her expression is pinched and slightly awkward as she replies, "Good morning. I think you're in my seat." Izuku pauses, taking stock for a moment. He's definitely in his seat, chair 12, in front of Shoto and behind Juzo. But when Izuku glances up, he finds Mizo in front of him, large and strong even at this age. A glance behind him shows Hanta, and a quick scan of the rest of the classroom only solidifies Izuku's raising anxiety. There is a mixture of Class A and Class B students around him. He hadn't noticed before, trying to keep his head down so he wouldn't openly stare at his lost friends. But now that he has finally looked up, he finds himself choking on air. Izuku's eyes skip around, searching for his classmates. And some are correct, like Momo, Kyoka, and Koji. But others are wrong. Mina, Hanta, and Ijiro are not supposed to be in Class 1A. Ogadono. Izuku stands up abruptly, feeling a little winded at the realization. It's a small detail in the grand scheme of things. But it isn't one that Izuku had anticipated, and it leaves him feeling dizzy. He always assumed that Aizawa-sensei and Ken-sensei had a say in who would be in each of their classes, or at least, that Nizu arranged the classes himself. But he supposes their assigned classrooms must have been randomly given. Because as Izuku glances around, somewhat panicked, he finds that half the faces are wrong, and others are missing. Oh God, what if him getting so many points in the practical exam somehow screwed up their chances and some of his classmates didn't make it into the hero course at all? But no, even if these aren't all his same classmates from 1A, they do all seem to be the same hero students from Izuku's timeline. He recognizes everyone, even if the two classes got shuffled up. Izuku still knows these people. He still trusts them, even if he never got the chance to know Hagakure or Ojiro all that well in the previous timeline. Even if he only met Aoyama and Suda in passing or in battle, he still knows them. It will be all right. Oh God, please let Ochako be in his class. Are you okay? Kyoka asks, face twisted in concern, and Izuku suddenly realizes that he's standing in the middle of the classroom scanning his classmates with unconcealed panic. Kyoka can probably hear Izuku's breath rattling out of his lungs. Weiss, he says too loud. Izuku tries to will himself to calm down. Yes, I'm fine. I'm sorry about taking your seat. That was my assigned place in my old class. I guess I just sat there out of habit. Kyoka nods as she slides into the seat Izuku had just been occupying. Izuku is quick to pull his backpack and notebook out of her way. It's fine, she says with a shrug. She slips off her messenger bag, hooking it on the seat behind her. I'm Jiro, by the way. Izuku distractedly starts pulling out his class schedule from his bag, frantically looking for his new seat assignment. Izuku replies, and then realizes they are not on a first-name basis. Midoriya Izuku, he corrects himself. He's going to need to stop referring to his friends by their given names, even in his head. Or else Izuku is eventually going to slip up. And he can't think of a good excuse for accidentally calling someone by their given name when he's only known them for a day. Got your seat number? She asks Izuku after a moment, watching as Izuku fumbles with his papers, scanning them quickly. Yeah, he says, nodding his head toward the front. I'm 18 this time around. This time around? Kyokajiro asks, raising an eyebrow. Izuku waves off the question, heads for his new seat, tries not to let his hands shake too much as he settles his papers back down. Nice to meet you, Jiro-san, he says, sorry for the seat theft. Nah, you're cool, Midoriya. Deku. Izuku spins around to find a very irate Bakugo Katsuki heading straight for him. Looks like Kaken is in his class this time around. Izuku is somehow both wary and relieved to find this out. Even if half of his classmates are in Class 1B, at least this time, he'll have Kaken by his side straight from the start. Though, Kaken does not look happy to see Izuku. Which Izuku isn't all that surprised about, seeing as he's been avoiding the other boys since they both got their acceptance letters into UE 3 weeks ago. Izuku even skipped out on the meeting with the principal at Aldra. He really didn't want to be there when the news about Izuku getting first place was given to Kaken. He was mad enough the first time around, when Izuku had just barely scraped by. Izuku didn't want to imagine how Kaken must have reacted when he found out that Izuku placed higher than him. You shitty nerd. Kaken slams Izuku into the wall behind him, not hard enough to hurt, but certainly hard enough to let Izuku know not to try anything. You think you could avoid me forever? That I wouldn't find out. Izuku grabs onto Kaken's wrist, the one tangled in Izuku's blazer. He holds on, not trying to pry Kaken off, but not letting him press Izuku against the wall any harder. I didn't need to avoid you forever, Izuku starts, drawing out the word, pretending this isn't the most grounded he's felt all morning. Just until we were both on UE grounds. What's that supposed to mean? Kaken sneers, pressing up against Izuku, using his superior height to bear down on him. Well, joke's on him, because Izuku knows that he ends up taller than Kaken. Izuku whispers the next part, so only Kaken will hear, well, and Kyoka and Mizo he supposes, but there's no helping that. Yui takes acts of bullying and quirk discrimination very seriously. They're training the next generation of heroes, after all. They can't be lenient with such things. So the only time I have to worry about you now, Kaken, is when we're off of school grounds, or in hero training. Which I insist you give your all in. Izuku leans up, smiles, challenging. Because I'm going to do my best to become the hero I know I can be. Izuku pushes Kaken off of himself, slides away from the wall and slips past the other boy. You did it, Katsuki. We did it, Izuku tells him. We're here, we're finally at you. The school where true heroes are made. Now, are you going to keep trying to pin me down under your shoe, or are you going to do your best to catch up to me? Kaken's eyes are blazing, he bares his teeth at Izuku, sparks popping in his enclosed fists. Why would someone like me need to catch up to a Deku like you? I left you in the dust back when we were just kids. Izuku raises an eyebrow, unperturbed. Did you? He hums under his breath, turning away from his childhood friend. I wouldn't be so sure, Kaken. I might just surprise you. At that moment, danger sense jolts through Izuku's skull, the sound of tiny explosions popping as Kaken lunges for the back of Izuku's head with a shout of rage. But Izuku twists around and captures Kaken's hand in his own before he can light Izuku's hair on fire, the two of them coming to an abrupt standstill in the middle of the classroom. They stare at each other for a long, tense moment, red eyes blazing, green eyes anticipating. What is going on here? A very familiar voice demands from the doorway. Izuku drops Kaken's hand and takes a step back, watching as Kaken does the same, still seething. Izuku turns away from him and stares right at his old teacher. Something in his chest clamps down and twists hard enough to leave Izuku breathless. It's such a strong visceral feeling that for a moment, Izuku wonders if Kyoka can somehow hear it. Apologies, sir, Izuku says, standing up straighter under Aizawa's unimpressed gaze. Just a bit of a misunderstanding. Aizawa-sensei's eyes track from Izuku over to Kaken, slow and calculating. Izuku can see the exact moment that Aizawa-sensei decides that he's too tired to deal with them right now. Don't make a habit of having misunderstandings in my classroom, he says, glaring at the two of them. I don't tolerate melodrama, and I definitely don't tolerate quirk usage outside of training. The last part is aimed at Kaken, who scoffs under his breath. Aizawa-sensei pauses, scanning over the rest of the class. Hello, I'm Aizawa Shota, he introduces himself as he walks into the room. He doesn't have his sleeping bag this time around. Izuku wonders if he left it behind when he heard Kaken and Izuku arguing. I will be your homeroom teacher this year. He stops in front of them all, and Izuku gets such a sweeping sense of déjà vu that he wavers on his feet. All right, Put these on and meet me outside, Aizawa-sensei says, pulling a set of gym clothes seemingly out of nowhere. It's time we get started, he turns, heads for the door. Welcome to Yui's hero course. And with that, he's gone, and Izuku has to hide his wavering smile behind the palm of his hand as his classmates break out into confused and excited whispers. Izuku goes and grabs his gym uniform, feeling floaty and a little bit like he's running headlong into a battle. Here we go again, he murmurs to himself. And so, for the second time, Izuku's high school career begins. Izuku is the first one to change and get out of the locker rooms. The rest of the boys had been chatting amicably and introducing themselves to one another, taking their time in putting their gym uniforms on. Izuku knows he should have taken a moment to reintroduce himself to his classmates. But while Izuku knows that there is no need to rush, the habit of being quick is too ingrained for him to ignore. Aizawa-sensei is, of course, already out on the field. Izuku shares a brief nod with his teacher and then pulls his gaze away. It seems like that's what Izuku has been putting all of his energy into this morning. He hadn't realized how hard this would be, to be amongst his old classmates, to stare them in the eye and pretend he doesn't know their names. To stand next to them, seeing them so animated and alive and happy, and to ignore the memories of dust and cinders, of blood and screaming. Save them. Save them. He has to save them. Izuku takes in a breath large enough to fill up his whole entire chest, and lets his eyes wander toward the beaming blue sky. The sunspots obscuring his vision are nearly enough to burn away the ash floating at the corners of Izuku's eyes. Save them. Save them. Save them. It takes him a moment to feel the eyes on him. But then Izuku is looking back down, toward Aizawa, who has his tired gaze locked on Izuku, seeming curious. Izuku bites back a smirk. He always knew that Aizawa-sensei would be one of the biggest players on the board. That Izuku would have to watch out for him from the start. Aizawa-sensei is incredibly observant and calculatingly smart. But it will take more than some probing looks and some cursory poking around for Aizawa to find what he's looking for. Sorry, Aizawa-sensei, Izuku mentally apologizes to the man. But I've already accounted for you. It's you, a voice from behind him startles Izuku. But then he's twisting around and seeing a very welcome face. Ochako, he calls beaming, and then immediately winces at his mistake. He pushes forward, hoping Ochako won't notice his slip. How's your leg? He asks. Ochako lifts up her right leg, twisting it back and forth in the air as if to prove that it is no longer broken. Recovery girl fixed it, she says, smiling at Izuku. Thanks again for saving me. I'm not sure what would have happened if you weren't there. Izuku's chest feels warm. He tries to make sure none of the lovesick nostalgia shows on his face. You don't have to thank me, he says, and the words come out maybe a tad too soft. Ochako steps up next to Izuku, knocking her shoulder into his. I was hoping we'd be classmates, she says, glancing out at the track and field. It's always nice to have a familiar face nearby. Izuku blinks at her, suddenly feeling choked. He forces his eyes away, to stop scanning her, looking for the differences, looking for the similarities. Yeah, he says, swallowing hard. Yeah, it is. Once everyone has arrived and Aizawa-sensei has explained that they are doing a quirk assessment test, he suddenly addresses Izuku. Midoriya, he says. You are the current record holder for most points earned in the entrance exam. At that, Izuku's classmates break out into murmurs around him, and Kaken growls lowly under his breath. Aizawa ignores them all, tired eyes still locked on Izuku. What was your furthest softball throw in junior high? Izuku tries to think back, to years and years ago, when he was young and quirkless and untrained. Somewhere around 45 meters, he hedges, guessing more than anything. Right? Aizawa-sensei nods, gesturing to the circle behind him. Now try it with your quirk. Anything goes as long as you stay in the circle. Izuku breaks away from his classmates, taking the ball from Aizawa's hand. He'd forgotten about this part. The first time around, Aizawa-sensei hadn't even finished his sentence before Minoma Nido had stepped up, grabbing the ball and launching it with the fire he had copied from Shoto's right side. That had not gone over particularly well. Izuku shakes his head to himself, knocking those thoughts out of his head. He needs to stay focused on the here and now, make sure he stays grounded in the moment. It's too easy to get lost in his head or his memories. Are you going to throw the ball, or are you going to stand there all day? Izuku inclines his head toward his teacher. Taking a breath as he lets Black Whip curl around the softball, energy tingling up his arms and around his waist. Izuku closes his eyes for a moment, thinks about how this went the first time around, when he had so much power and no control over it. When he was terrified and sure he was going to be expelled. When he was a kid in a quirkless body, suddenly bestowed with a quirk more powerful than he could ever imagine. When he was new and floundering and had no idea who or what he was. When he hadn't known what all of it meant for him, for the world. Izuku's eyes snap open and then he pulls Black Whip back and flings it forward, a burst of one for all lacing through him and coursing into the tendrils. There isn't a gust of wind or a boom of sound like there might have been if Izuku used his strength. But the energy still tingles in the air, making Izuku's hair stand up and his skin buzz. He watches the ball soar through the sky until he can't see it any longer, and then Izuku turns back toward his classmates. They're all staring at him in awe and bewilderment, eyes wide and grinning. Ochako smiles beamingly when she catches Izuku's eye, giving him a big thumbs up that immediately makes Izuku's eyes sting. A low pang of danger sense alerts Izuku to Kaken's glower aimed on him. Kaken takes a step forward, glaring daggers at Izuku. But Izuku just stares back, shakes his head once, and then inclines his head toward Aizawa-sensei. Don't, Izuku tries to impart with just his eyes. He walks out of the circle, letting small tendrils of Black Whip trail behind him as a warning that he hopes Kaken heeds for once in his life. And as Izuku steps back into line with his classmates, it seems that Kaken's common sense wins out over his stubborn rage this time. Izuku watches Kaken from the corner of his eye, and when Kaken finally settles down, Izuku does too. Aizawa-sensei hasn't missed the interaction, his eyes are calculating and dark, but thankfully he moves on from it without comment. You all need to know what you're truly capable of, Aizawa-sensei says. Holding up his phone for them all to read, 1013. You can't possibly become a pro hero without knowing the full capacity of your own quirk. Today is the starting line, where we'll see what you can really do. The rest of the class perks up, talking about how fun using their quirks will be. Izuku winces as he hears Hanta and Mina excitedly talking. And though Aizawa's threat of expulsion is harsh for a class of first years on their first day of school, Izuku gets it. He understands it in a way he wishes he never could. The reason that Aizawa-sensei was so hard on them even from the start. Because this hero work, this life. It may look glamorous and exciting, but to be a true hero, to be someone who saves people, who puts their life on the line for others. It's harsh and real and terrifying and beautiful. It will change who you are and how you view the world. It will take all the things you thought you knew about yourself and how society works, and it will upend it all. It will leave you questioning everything, questioning yourself. Being a hero isn't a game, it isn't all flashing lights and adoring fans. It's bleeding out in the rain. It's holding on to hope because it's all you have left. It's trying to save everyone but yourself. It's dying over and over again, even though you are somehow, always, the only one left who's still breathing. So Izuku understands why Aizawa taught them the way he did, and he is more grateful for it than he can express. Because if it weren't for Aizawa-sensei's teachings, Izuku doesn't think he'd be here today. No, he knows he wouldn't be here today. And that means something. The world is full of unfairness, Aizawa-sensei tells them, and Izuku didn't understand the full extent of what he meant before, but he does now. It's a hero's job to try to combat that unfairness. If you want to be a pro, you're gonna have to push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years, Yui will throw one terrible hardship after another at you. So go beyond, plus ultra style. Show me it's no mistake that you are here. So, when Aizawa-sensei catches Izuku's eye, while his classmates panic around him, Izuku stares right back, fire in his veins and determination in his. Izuku holds Aizawa's gaze and nods. Black Whip isn't as versatile as One for All, but Izuku has always been creative, and he knows how to use it. He has years of training and experience that the rest of his class doesn't have, and it shows in all his scores in comparison to his classmates. Part of Izuku feels like he's cheating, that maybe he should hold himself back or not give these tests his all. But that feels more dishonest somehow. For Izuku to not give his best, while his classmates are giving their all in these tests. So Izuku, in a huge contrast to the first timeline, ends up in first place instead of last. Last goes to one Mineta Minoru, who stares up at the scoreboard with tears in his eyes and a twisted expression on his face. "You can't do this," he turns to Aizawa, and Izuku cringes. Well, if Aizawa-sensei was going to be lenient with Mineta the same way he had been with Izuku the first go-around, he sure isn't now. "You can't kick me out." Mineta yells, tears and snot running down his face as he stares up at Aizawa-sensei. "This isn't fair. The world isn't fair," Izuku thinks to himself, and it's better to learn that lesson right here, rather than out there, where those very same lessons are taught in blood. Heroes have to be willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of innocence, to be brave in the face of death, to protect others above all else. Izuku never got to know Mineta very well in the previous timeline, since the other boy had been in 1B and Izuku in 1A. But he remembers the last time anyone had seen him, crying much like this, screaming and frantically trying to stop the Nomu with his quirk. He had panicked, and panicked people make mistakes. But Mineta's mistake had cost people their lives. Izuku glances over to Hagakure and Ojiro, thinking of the Yui raids, when they had been pinned back and trapped, and Mineta had sold them out so he could escape. He remembers hearing about it after, when it was too late to do anything but mourn. Izuku watches as Aizawa-sensei dismisses Mineta, and he can't find it in himself to feel anything but relieved. Some people don't seem to understand that in order to be a good hero, first you need to be a good person. After class, once they have all changed and everyone has picked up their syllabus, Izuku finds the courage to approach Tenya. "You did well today." In the quirk assessment, Izuku follows Tenya out of the classroom and into the hall. Tenya gives him a surprised but pleased look. "I could say the same to you," he says, turning to Izuku. "Ida Tenya," he introduces himself, extending his hand to Izuku. "From Semi-Private Academy, it's a pleasure to meet you." Izuku takes Tenya's hand, smiling up at him. "Midoriya Izuku," he says. "Good to meet you, Ida-san." They walk for a moment in companionable silence, headed toward the stairs. Izuku grips the straps of his backpack tightly, taking in slow, careful breaths. He needs to play this right, gain his friends back. Naturally, it won't be hard to earn Tenya and Ochako's friendship. Izuku did it once, he can do it again. It's Shoto and Hitoshi that are going to take more time and planning. Izuku just needs to be patient, he reminds himself. He's been patient for a year now. He can handle a few more days. He'd been going to Aldra every day and pretending to still be quirkless, forcing himself to ignore the angry sneers and mocking jeers of his classmates, putting on a smile for his mom at home like nothing is wrong, focusing all of his energy into training and planning so he could ignore the fact that his friends were out there somewhere and Izuku had to wait to meet them. Plan, focus, be better, think faster, work harder, save them, save them, save them. Izuku clears his throat, walking faster to match his pace with Tenya's. "What do you think of Yui so far, Ida-kun?" Tenya immediately begins ranting about how prestigious Yui is, how honored he is to be at the #1 hero school. But then he pauses, fingers holding his chin in thought. "But I can't say I agree with Aizawa-sensei's choice to expel a student on the very first day of school. It is quite an abnormal approach to teaching. But I suppose he must know what he's doing. Shaping the hearts and minds of the next generation of heroes must be demanding work." Izuku can't help but smile up at Tenya. He has some of the strongest beliefs and morals that Izuku knows. Tenya's always been a pillar for Izuku in that regard, especially when Izuku has needed support the most. "Hey, wait up, you guys," a voice calls out behind them, and Izuku already knows it's Ochako, even before he sees her coming. "Are you two going to the station?" "Infinity Girl," Tenya says under his breath, and then extends his hand to Ochako. "Ida Tenya from Semi-Private Academy. And to answer your question, yes, we are headed to the train station. You may join us if you'd like." Ochako looks pleased as she carefully shakes Tenya's hand, her pinky held up in order to not send Tenya floating. "Thanks," she says. "I'm Uraraka Ochako, by the way." "It is a pleasure to officially meet you," Tenya says, because at this age he shows his awkwardness by being as polite as humanly possible. "Hello, Uraraka-chan," Izuku greets, remembering not to use her given name this time. "Hi, Izuku-kun," she says back, forgoing his surname entirely. "Good job in the assessment test today. You have really good control of your quirk." "Thanks," Izuku says as the three of them begin walking together. "It took a lot of practice to control properly." "Well then your tenacity has paid off," Tenya says, gesturing sharply. "I was impressed with how versatile your quirk truly is." Izuku shrugs, looking down at his shoes. "Every quirk is versatile. You just have to figure out how to use it to the best of your abilities. Sometimes it isn't even about the quirk, but about thinking creatively." When he looks back up, Ochako and Tenya are sharing along. And then Ochako pumps her fist in the air, declaring, "You're really cool, Izuku." Tenya hums. "I'd have to agree. You are clearly leaps and bounds ahead of me as a hero student. I must strive to catch up with you." Izuku laughs, he's not even sure why. Maybe it's just the absurdity of it all. Maybe it's the sudden onslaught of compliments. Maybe it's the mere proximity to his friends. God, Izuku has missed them so much. "With your quirk." Izuku starts, giving Tenya a sly smile. "You'll be surpassing me in no time." Tenya splutters, and Ochako joins in when Izuku bursts into delighted laughter. It's when Izuku is walking home from the train station, only a couple blocks away from the apartment, that his phone rings. There aren't many people it could be. He hasn't had the chance to trade numbers with any of his current classmates. And Izuku, as the resident quirkless kid, has a whopping 3 cell numbers saved to his contacts. "Hi, Mama," he says, pressing the phone to his ear. "Are you all right? I thought your shift didn't end until 4 o'clock. "Hello, sweetheart," his mom says back, voice hushed and hesitant over the receiver. "I took off a little early. I'm on the train now." Izuku feels his brows scrunch in a confused sort of concern. "Are you okay?" he asks her, noting the worried pitch in her tone. He cuts through a back alley, headed back from where he'd just come, picking up the pace as he jogs toward the train station. "Oh, I'm fine," his mom hurriedly replies, a little frantic. "I was going to wait to talk to you until I got home, but I just couldn't wait." "How was your first day of school, honey?" Izuku pauses on the sidewalk. A car rushes past him, ruffling his hair and making his blazer ripple to the side. Some children let out shrieking peals of laughter from down the street. Izuku's grip on his phone relaxes slightly as he listens to the dull hum of the receiver and his mom's anxious breathing on the other side. Izuku takes in a stabling breath and reins himself in, pulling his scattered thoughts taut, trying to calm the restless feeling fluttering around in his chest. Izuku isn't sure there is a way to turn his fight or flight response off. It seems to be at a constant buzz at the back of his brain, sat dormant one moment, and then sent into a wild frenzy the next. He knows that's a byproduct of his past. Humans can't be hunted down and made to be prey without diverting back into base instincts. Treat someone like an animal for long enough, and that is exactly what they will become. Izuku just wishes he was a little more like a cunning wolf and a little less like a spooked rabbit. Izuku is in a big breath to recenter himself, pulling himself back to the conversation and his worried mother on the other end of the line. It was good, he tells her as he twists on his heel, headed for home. Her frazzled anxiousness makes sense now, Izuku realizes. She's probably been worried about him all day, wondering how he's been doing. If the other kids are picking on him, if the teachers are treating him fairly, if he's been deemed a person instead of an object, if he is yet again looked at as a disease meant to be eradicated. Izuku knows the everyday trauma of growing up quirkless is only rivaled by the constant fear of raising a quirkless child. A death sentence for one, a loss for the other. It was great, Izuku tells her, thinking of what she'd want to hear. Of what would put her most at ease. Of what he'd told her the first time around. Actually, it was amazing. Tell me about it, is her immediate reply, so Izuku does. He leaves certain things out as he always does. Like the fact that he scored the highest in the quirk assessment test, or that he's leaps and bounds ahead of his classmates. She doesn't know that he broke the UE record for most scored points in the entrance exam. And she hardly knows much about his newly discovered quirk at all. Izuku hates lying to his mom, but nowadays it seems like he's doing it near constantly. He doesn't outwardly lie. Just leaves certain things out, lies of omission gradually filling up the space in Izuku's lungs with all the words he cannot say. But sometimes secrets are gentler than truths. A blanket made up of warm lies and soft whispers, wrapped around a person to guard them from the harsh realities and cold realizations out in the real world. Izuku knows that a blanket is no substitute for a shield. Pretty lies and soothing words will hold up in a battle just as thin fabric would against a sword, leaving nothing but ripped tatters and torn pieces behind. But it is near impossible to rest with nothing but a hard, unyielding shield as your only source of warmth and comfort. Cold and sharp, a constant reminder of what battles lay ahead. Izuku will keep his mom wrapped up in that blanket for as long as he can, because he wants her happy and warm and safe. And when the moment comes that her blanket of lies is stripped away from her, well, then Izuku will gladly be her shield. But for now, because Izuku has missed the gentle piece of it, he joins his mother wrapped up in that blanket made for two. Sometimes it's nice to come out from the bitter cold and to let those warm lies wash over him. Even if he knows, in the end, he will have to drop that blanket and pick up his shield and wade back out into the storm. So Izuku tells his mom about his day, secrets lining up the walls of his chest, letting himself pretend for just a little while that he is nothing but a 15-year-old kid talking about his first day of high school. But even still, he can feel the cold pressing in. It's as Izuku is lying in bed, trying to shut off his brain enough to finally fall asleep, that it dawns on him. Izuku springs up, his mattress giving a shuddering squeak under him at the violent movement. He stares at the beaming face of All Might, hung up on the walls across from him. All Might, Izuku whispers to himself, the realization buzzing along his skin. I'm going to meet All Might today. Nervous excitement blooms in Izuku's chest and floods his limbs. That jittery, breathtaking feeling that lights you up from the inside out. That beautiful, inescapable, terrifying feeling. Like the first time he'd ever used One for All, or when he'd finally unlocked Nana's power. That rush of excitement that can only come from doing something you never thought yourself capable of, or perhaps, that you never dreamed would happen in the first place. Suddenly, Izuku can't sit still. He's up and out of bed, shucking off his pajamas and throwing on his joggers. He feels ecstatic and overflowing with energy. He knows that he won't be getting any sleep tonight. But that's fine. Izuku is used to going days without sleep, and he'll have the high of meeting Toshinori again to help push him through. I'm going to meet All Might today, Izuku whispers to himself again, lifting up his window and sneaking down the fire escape. I'm going to meet Toshinori. One for All lights up so brightly inside of him that it's like Izuku's body can't hold it inside any longer. Veins of red trail down his limbs as he lands. Green lightning crackling from his skin as Izuku makes his way toward the street. Purple mist trailing behind him as Izuku begins to run. Magenta sparks popping from his heels, blue embers getting caught in his hair, orange tendrils swaying from his fingertips. White static filling up his brain and leaking from his eyes, and encompassing it all, a glow of bright yellow. Izuku is washed in it, a kaleidoscope of colors and feelings pouring out of him as he sprints down the street. The vestiges' powers pull together to make something beautiful. A rainbow of color so bright it paints the night around him and leaves Izuku blazing with it. We're here. We're here. We're here. Izuku knows that's what the past holders are telling him, even if he can't hear them anymore. He knows, even with their connection blocked, with their voices and advice and support locked away, Izuku knows. He knows that past users are with him, that he isn't ever truly alone. Even if he can't reach them, he knows they are watching. He knows because though he may not be able to connect to them anymore, their light and power and quirks still light up his skin and fill his bones. We're here. We're here. We're here. Izuku closes his eyes as he runs, elated tears getting swept back by the wind. I know. I know. I know you are. He tries to convey, wondering if they can hear him any more than he can hear them. Izuku runs until his legs are quivering beneath him and his heart is hammering against his lungs. And then he collapses at the shoreline of Dagoba Beach, sand beneath his knees and waves rushing toward him. Izuku lets his head fall back and blinks up at the starlit sky. "I know," he says, out of breath but still ecstatic. "I know," he says again. "You are all here," he whispers. "And we are going to finally meet Tashinori today." Izuku sits on the beach and waits for the sun to rise. He somehow makes it to Yui on time. His hair is still wet from his rushed shower, and his tie looks even worse this morning. But well, Izuku never learned how to properly tie it anyway. He's not as early as he'd been yesterday, but there's still some time before class. So Izuku decides to grab some breakfast before first PRD starts. He's munching on some rice, headed toward class, when he catches a glimpse of dual-toned hair out of the corner of his eye. Izuku can't help himself when he chases after it. "Good morning," Izuku says, jogging up to catch Shoto. "I saw you yesterday, but didn't get a chance to say hi." Shoto doesn't say anything, but Izuku knows he's listening. Probably watching Izuku from the peripheral of his left eye. Izuku made sure not to walk in his blind spot on purpose. He knows that makes Shoto nervous. "My name's Midoriya Izuku," Izuku says, not deterred by Shoto's silence in the least. "You're Todoroki Shoto, right?" Shoto's shoulders go tense, his fingers wrapped tightly around the strap of his school bag. "Yes," he answers lowly, not looking at Izuku. Before, Izuku had thought Shoto was someone like Kaken. Someone who thought himself so above his peers that he wouldn't even take the time to talk to them. But Izuku couldn't have been more wrong. Shoto isn't arrogant, he's reserved and withdrawn. As new to having kind classmates and learning how to have friends as Izuku had been. But where Izuku had stuttered and stumbled his way through the unknowns of friendship, Shoto had closed himself off and shied away from it. This time though, Izuku knows a little more about how to make friends, and he knows a lot more about Todoroki Shoto. So he knows when not to push, even if he'd like to. "Well, it's nice to meet you, Shoto-kun," Izuku says, letting himself lag back. "I'll see you in class." Shoto seems caught off guard for a moment, his steps faltering before he continues on. Izuku thinks that's it until, "I'll see you in class, Midoriya-san." Izuku beams at the other boys retreating back, counting the interaction as a win. Izuku doesn't think he would have survived the day if he didn't already have hours and days and weeks of stakeouts, and strategizing, and biding his time under his belt. But as it stands, he's still practically vibrating in his seat when hero training begins that afternoon. Except, instead of All Might bursting in through the door, Aizawa-sensei calmly strides in. Looking haggard and exhausted and entirely done with this school year already, even though it is only the second day. "Today is your first official day of Heroics Basics 101, he begins from his place at the podium. He pulls out a remote and clicks, the 20 lockers to the left opening up automatically. "These are the costumes support designed with your quirks and requests in mind. Put them on and meet me at the bus depot. You have 10 minutes, if you're late, we're leaving without you." With that, Aizawa-sensei begins for the door, and the rest of the class scatters immediately, grabbing for their briefcases and excitedly talking over one another. Izuku snags his briefcase with a quick tendril of Black Whip and jogs after his teacher, his heart hammering in his chest. "Aizawa-sensei," he calls, catching his attention as Izuku falls into step with Aizawa's long strides. "Will All Might be joining us today?" he can't help but ask, trying to smother any hint of desperation from his tone. He shouldn't be approaching Aizawa-sensei in the first place, shouldn't be asking needless questions, shouldn't be drawing any unwanted attention to himself. This is a stupid, reckless, impulsive decision. But Izuku can't help himself. Aizawa-sensei gives him a blank look over his shoulder. Like Izuku has asked something extraordinarily ridiculous. He does that thing where he lets the silence draw out, letting you answer your own inane question. Izuku gives the man a sheepish smile, shrugging the uncomfortableness off his shoulders. "I heard that he'd be helping to teach first-year heroics now that he's joined Yui," Izuku says, glancing down at his shoes so he won't have to look Aizawa-sensei in the eye as he feeds him a half-truth. "Don't believe everything you hear," Aizawa-sensei says. All Might has joined the faculty here at UE, but he will primarily be teaching third years. Now go change before you're late to class. Izuku knows a dismissal when he hears one. He bows his head. Hi, he acknowledges, and then he turns for the nearest bathroom. He doesn't have the time or the emotional stability to go join the rest of his classmates in the locker room right now. The disappointment in his gut mixes with the embarrassment already curdling there. He feels incredibly foolish for letting his own excitement mitigate his analytical thought. Of course, Toshinori's first priority would be Class 3A. That is where Mirio is, and Toshinori will be putting all of his time and energy into helping train his new successor. It's such an obvious conclusion. Izuku's an idiot for not seeing that. Izuku huffs at himself in irritation, shucking off his UE uniform for his new hero costume. He's gone through plenty of varying designs over the years. Everything from the costume his mom first made him, to a state-of-the-art suit, to a collage of mismatched items pilfered from whatever he could get his hands on. His new costume, however, was made with a different fighting style in mind. Restricted down to one quirk, Izuku has had to vastly change the way he moves and fights. And with past injuries no longer inhibiting him, Izuku won't have to rely so heavily on shoot style. He's back to square one, for better or worse. For now, he has decided on an inverted design of his past costume. Mainly black with hints of viridian green, made for stealth instead of something that will be distinguishable. For right now he wants to be overlooked, not noticed. An underground hero instead of spotlight. Someone who works in the dark, going after the nastiest people imaginable, someone who gets the job done, and does so alone. His mask fully covers his face, with eye lenses that allow Izuku to see in the dark and will hopefully block out the glow of his eyes when he activates his quirk. He no longer requires braces for his arms, but he had them installed anyway. Better to get support now and not need it later. He decided to also include a short cloak, reminiscent of when he'd inherited Gran Torino's cape. He has steel-toed boots that cut off just below the knee, and extra padding along the joints, because Izuku knows the wear and tear of hero work. He gets all of his gear on in under 4 minutes, and it only takes him that long because Izuku is busy admiring his new equipment and checking the pouches of his utility belt for his requested supplies. He waits around in the bathroom for another minute or two, fiddling with his gloves and stretching out his joints. Trying to waste enough time so he won't be the first one changed and outside. Once is just a fluke, twice is a coincidence, but 3 is a pattern. And Izuku knows that Aizawa-sensei is a master for spotting patterns and solving puzzles. No need to give him anything more than what Izuku has already let slip. When he thinks he's wasted enough time, Izuku stuffs his briefcase with his clothes into the overhead vent and makes his way outside to the bus station. When he gets there, Shoto, Ojiro, Fumikage, and Kaken are already lined up at the bus. A few others also making their way over. Izuku can't help but give his classmates a cursory sweep. He sees all the flaws and weaknesses in their costume designs, as well as the hints and makings of their future hero uniforms. He has to bite his tongue as he accounts for all the impractical details, has to remind himself that these are just prototypes for later designs. It takes time and experience to really learn what is and isn't going to work for your quirk and fight style. And right now, Izuku's classmates have neither. Eventually, Shoto will no longer hide his fire side, and Ochako will learn that heeled boots are impractical. Hagakure will be informed of Yui's ability to make an outfit out of her DNA, and Momo will eventually design her own outfit instead of letting her family submit one for her. But for right now, Izuku pulls his hood over his head so he can hide his grimace behind the privacy of his mask. Once everyone has arrived, Aizawa-sensei shoos them onto the bus without any indication of where they are going. Without Tenya as their guiding class president, and Momo lacking her innate sense of confidence, the bus is utter chaos, but Izuku expected little else. It's hard not to be excited about their first day of hero training. Izuku follows Ochako onto the bus, sitting between her and Azui as the rest of the class scrambles for their seats. "I like your hero costume," Ochako tells him as the bus begins to move. "It's darker than what I expected from you, though." Izuku pulls up his mask, running a hand through his mussed hair. Well, actually, I might end up having 2 costumes, I think, he tells her, twiddling his thumbs together as he shares his thought process. When I was little, I wanted to be a spotlight hero, like All Might. Someone who saves everyone, who brings people hope. But well, underground heroics have their place for a reason. They're able to reach the people that spotlight heroes sometimes can't, the people who would otherwise be left behind. Izuku stares down at his hand in his lap. He feels that same old resolve setting into his bones as he clenches his hand into a fist. I want to be a hero to all people. Day or night, publicly or anonymously, I don't care. As long as I save as many people as I can. As long as I'm able to take the hand of anyone who's reaching out for help. Wow, Azui says from Izuku's other side, startling him out of his thoughts. You've really put a lot of thought into this, Midoriya-kun. She bows her head slightly at him. I'm Azui to you by the way, but you can call me Tsu. Izuku nods back, forcing himself to meet her eye. He knows exactly who she is. She had been the first victim of the League of Villains. The first casualty of the war, the first person Izuku had ever watched die, the first person he failed to save. Azui to you. At first, before anyone knew who the League really was. Before they were anything but a nameless group of villains. Before the attack at the USJ was considered anything but a tragedy. Her name had circled around the nation. A young girl's life cut far too short. A daughter and sister who was mourned by her family. A child that Yui had failed to protect. But later, when the League had made a name for itself. When they began to attack cities and unleash their Nomu. When Shigaraki was a name whispered for fear of being heard. Then, Azui Tiu became the symbol for the rebellion. The first victim of the League. A young innocent girl, killed for no reason at all. Evil for nothing but evil's sake. She represented the death and chaos and heartbreak that the League left in their wake. She represented all the victims of the war, all the people they had lost. She was the face that was plastered across buildings and painted along the streets. She was a sign of what they had lost, and what they were fighting to protect. Izuku never got to know her before, she became a concept more than a person. The first of many. Another person that Izuku wasn't strong enough to save. But Izuku would like to get to know her now. I'll save you. I'll save you. I'll save you. Nice to meet you, Tsu, he says, taking her hand and giving it a gentle squeeze in his own. He'll protect her, Izuku vows to himself. He'll protect all of them. He won't let it be like before, he won't let anything happen to them. He refuses to let any one of them become a symbol of loss instead of the heroes they strive to be. I'll save them. I'll save them. I'll save them. The promise sits heavily inside of his chest. Welcome to Ground Omega, Aizawa-sensei says once they've arrived and piled off the bus. He gives a vague gesture toward the vast amount of forest behind him. Today's exercise will be centered on evasion and defense. Quirks are permitted if used non-combatively. If you use your quirk on another student, that is an immediate disqualification. He pauses, waits until everyone nods or gives their assent. Good. Aizawa-sensei takes a step to the side, showing an orange line painted across the grass. Your starting point is here. Your goal is to either make it to the exit gate on the other side, or last until time runs out. This is the designated area, leaving it means you have forfeited. Are there any questions? Tenya's hand immediately shoots up. Sensei, sir, will we just be racing against the clock, or are there other factors to account for? This is where Aizawa-sensei gives one of his terrifying smiles, one that is half hidden in the folds of his capture weapon. You will have a 2-minute head start, and then I will enter the playing field. The class breaks out into disquieted murmurs, which just seems to make Aizawa-sensei smile all the wider. Your goal is simple, he cuts through the chatter. Avoid being caught. Whether that means running or hiding is entirely up to you. He angles himself to the side, sweeping his hand out toward the forest. Your 20 minutes begins now. Some of the class takes off the second the words leave Aizawa-sensei's mouth. Apparently they've already learned that lesson from the entrance exam. But others, like Izuku, take a moment to assess the situation and think things through. The parameters of the exercise are somewhat vague. Aizawa-sensei didn't specify how far away the exit is, or whether or not he is allowed out of the assigned bounds. Details like that are crucial to know in order to make strategic decisions. Aizawa-sensei knows the playing board and holds far more pieces of the game than any of them combined. But Izuku also knows that out in the real world, best-laid plans scarcely hold up in battle. Having any sort of information beforehand is a luxury, not a guarantee. If you don't treat every mission as if you are headed in blind, then you risk becoming so focused on one thing that you completely overlook another. Go in knowing your plan will need to change and you are more ready to adapt when unknowns fall on top of your head. Izuku turns to Aizawa-sensei, who has his eyes closed, looking halfway to falling asleep while standing up. It's just the two of them now, everyone else having darted off into the woods. Izuku has about 30 seconds before his teacher will begin his hunt. Are you planning to forfeit so quickly? Aizawa-sensei breaks the silence, not bothering to open his eyes. Izuku smirks even though Aizawa-sensei cannot see it, or perhaps because he can't. You said we can't use our quirks combatively. Does that mean if you capture us, we aren't allowed to fight back? This gets Aizawa's attention, his eyes squint open to stare at Izuku. You can surely try, he drawls. But I doubt it will be much help. And with that Izuku's 30 seconds are up and Aizawa-sensei's scarf is lashing out. Izuku springs away with a burst of adrenaline, flipping between the strands of Aizawa's capture weapon. It was foolish of you to waste so much time, Aizawa tells him, the two of them doing a bit of a dance as Aizawa-sensei erases Izuku's quirks and Izuku continues dodging. Was it? Izuku asks, a little out of breath now. His heart is pumping and his muscles are singing. But for the first time in a long time, it's not from training himself into the ground or from running away from his past. Izuku didn't realize how much he missed sparring until this moment. Maybe I'm just helping my classmates get a head start, Izuku says, dropping to his hands so the strands of Aizawa-sensei's scarf launch over him. Cocky, Aizawa-sensei says, but it doesn't exactly sound chiding. I didn't take you for overconfident or stupid. Surely you realize you can't win against me one-on-one. Izuku smiles, flipping through the air and narrowly evading another swipe of the scarf. Sure, he agrees. But you aren't gonna go all out on some first years on their second day of school. And I don't exactly plan on sticking around. Before Aizawa-sensei can reply, Izuku reaches into his utility belt and throws down a glass bottle. It shatters against the ground, releasing a plume of smoke and cutting Izuku off from Aizawa's sight. Izuku had filled up that bottle with some of his own smoke before this battle. He doesn't normally need to store smokescreen. But well, he'd thought ahead, and he knows how to counter Aizawa-sensei's quirk. With his own quirks returned, Izuku sends out 2 tendrils of black whip and hooks the ends around some neighboring trees. He pulls back and then launches himself forward, slingshotting through the air and flying high above the treeline. Izuku knows when Aizawa-sensei has spotted him, because his quirk vanishes again. But it's already too late. Izuku has enough momentum to keep sailing forward, far out of Aizawa-sensei's reach. Izuku cackles as he crashes into the foliage of the trees, sprinting for all he's worth, just because he can. Izuku thinks about heading straight for the exit. He knows he could make it no problem. He's much faster than Aizawa-sensei, and he has plenty of experience outrunning people in all sorts of terrain, including the woods. But Izuku doesn't necessarily think this exercise is meant to be treated as a race. It isn't about who gets to the finish line first, it's not even about being found, it's about not getting caught. So theoretically, if Izuku can last the longest in the arena without being captured, then it's a win. He can hear shouting and yelling from up ahead, which answers Izuku's question of whether or not Aizawa-sensei is allowed in and out of the orange area. Good to know. A quick jump around the woods lets Izuku gather more information. The orange-bound line is a large square of woods, with a smaller square in the middle, which means he and his classmates have to run around the inner square, making their trek longer. While Aizawa-sensei has the advantage of cutting straight through the middle, meaning he can get across the arena in half the time. It's clever, and it solidifies Izuku's theory even more. Trying to reach the exit on the other side isn't practical, while the students trudge and trample their way through the woods, having to abide by the boundary, trying to race for the finish line. Aizawa-sensei will have no problem catching them, meaning they will have a better chance if they choose to avoid or evade. This is about stealth, not stamina. Though that's not to say there won't be plenty of running around in order to stay clear of Eraserhead. They're about 8 minutes into the exercise and already 7 of his classmates have been captured. A robotic voice calls out each elimination when they happen, informing them of their decreasing time and dwindling odds. Izuku's already run into a few of his classmates. He'd knocked into Ojiro high up in some overgrown trees, helped untangle Hanta from some foliage and his own tape, and ran beside Mizo as they heard Aizawa-sensei coming toward them. He doesn't expect it to be him, who sneaks up on Hagakure, however. She lets out a surprised yelp when he gets behind her, apparently not having noticed Izuku's slow approach. Oh gosh, she pants from where she's crouched or sat down at the base of a tree. You scared me, Midoriya. Sorry, he says, crouching down beside her. I thought you'd see me coming. I was looking the other way, she answers him, foliage and dirt shifting as she moves. Wait, how did you know I was even here? Izuku gives a sheepish shrug. He can't exactly tell her that he can sense other quirk factors, that he can feel the energy like the hum of electricity in the air, pulling at his limbs, calling to him. My quirk is energy-based, he says, which is true. So I can sense other people, which, well, isn't quite true, but isn't exactly a lie either. Izuku stands from his crouch, reaching out a hand for Hagakure to take. But Aizawa-sensei will probably notice you on the ground. You should hide up in a tree. Hagakure rises to her feet with Izuku's help. She sounds sheepish and embarrassed as she says, I took off my shoes and gloves so I wouldn't be seen. And I didn't want to try climbing a tree without any clothes on. Izuku grimaces. He can't help it. You really should have a hero costume, Hagakure-san. It'll help protect you, not just from the bad guys, but from the elements. I can't imagine going out in a fight without any gear. Hagakure makes a low grumbled noise. I know, but if I wear one, then people will be able to see me, which defeats the whole purpose of an invisibility quirk. Izuku can't help it. He lets some insider information slip. The costume allowance fund is the same for every Hero Corps student. But it shouldn't be. Some people need more gear or support items for their quirks, and those needs should be met. Izuku tries to keep the disdain out of his voice, but it's a close thing. The support course can fabricate a costume with your own DNA. But it's an expensive and lengthy process, so they don't tell the students until their 3rd years. Hagakure makes a surprised, choked noise. What? Izuku nods, sharing in her anger. It's not Nizu-sensei's fault, it's the board of directors trying to save money. Not wanting to waste resources on students until they've settled on a costume design and are already out in the field. Hagakure sounds outraged this time. What? Izuku gives her a sympathetic grimace. I'm not actually supposed to tell you, I shouldn't even know. But now that you do know, I'd get your parents to sign something demanding that the school treat you equally and provide you with an actual costume. And if the board fights you on that, you can threaten to speak to the press about your unfair treatment. They won't risk bad publicity. Hagakure stomps a foot, her voice determined now. I will, she says. As soon as I get home I will. She pauses for a drawn-out moment, seeming to still be thinking it over. Thank you for telling me, Midoriya-kun, she says after a beat. But how do you know all of this stuff? That is a question I'd also like the answer to. A voice comes from overhead, and then Izuku is dodging, as Hagakure shrieks, Eraserhead's capture weapon spooling out toward them. Izuku grabs another one of his glass bottles and slams it against the ground, purple smoke rising up. Run, Hagakure! I got this. Aizawa-sensei descends from the trees to meet Izuku in the smoke. Oh, he asks. This isn't a long-range fight, and I don't plan on losing you a second time. Izuku ducks under one of Aizawa-sensei's legs and sweeps upward with a punch. Aizawa counters, blocking Izuku's fist with his forearm. Izuku gives in kind, going for a kick to the side, forcing Aizawa to either step back or take the blow. You've clearly had combat training, Aizawa-sensei says as he lashes out with his scarf. Where? Izuku rolls to get away and pounces back up, coming at Aizawa-sensei from the side to try and avoid the capture weapon. I've wanted to get into Yui ever since I can remember, Izuku says, panting a little. This is the most fun he's had in a while. I've worked hard to get where I am. Aizawa's fist grazes against Izuku's shoulder when he's a tad too slow to dodge, trying to escape Aizawa-sensei's scarf and limbs. Aizawa-sensei uses Izuku's slight stumble to bind his capture weapon around Izuku's ankles. And then Izuku is dangling from Aizawa-sensei's scarf, upside down and staring into glowing red. You're avoiding the question, his teacher says. Izuku smiles even as all the blood rushes to his head. I've had a few teachers, Aizawa-sensei, he admits. But no one you'd know. It's a lie, a blatant one. And if the glare Aizawa-sensei gives him is anything to go by, then he knows it too. Aizawa holds Izuku's gaze for a moment before letting out a sigh, closing his eyes as he lowers Izuku back down to his feet. You're out, problem child, he says. Go wait with the others. Aizawa-sensei is gone in the next instant, and Izuku is left standing there, blinking numbly at the ground as the familiar nickname echoes in his head. Izuku pulls up his mask and turns for the exit gate, not wanting the cameras to catch the trembling of his smile or the wistful look those words brought to his face. Kaken tails him after school. Which, frankly, Izuku should have expected. Katsuki waits until they're nearly at the train station to finally make his move. Sneaks up on Izuku and then shoves him down the hallway leading to the bathrooms, where they're less likely to be seen. How'd you do it, huh? Kaken hisses, fist bunched up in Izuku's knotted tie. All these years, he presses Izuku harder into the wall, their noses nearly touching as Kaken glowers down at Izuku. Tell me how you did it, he finally hisses. Izuku knows exactly what Kaken is asking, but he isn't going to give it to him that easily. Do what? He whispers back. Kaken shoves at him before abruptly letting go, taking a step back as his hands crackle and pop at his sides. What was the point, huh? He asks, staring down at his shoes. To make a fool of me? Tricking me all these years, pretending to be weak and useless. Kaken suddenly looks up, his full glower aimed directly at Izuku. If you thought that keeping your quirks secret all these years would let you beat me, then you're wrong. I'll still beat you, even with your new quirk. With that, Kaken turns, heading for the exit. Izuku doesn't let him get far. I wasn't pretending, he says, and Kaken stops. My quirk came in late, he tells him, staring down at the floor so he won't have to look at Kaken. I was quirkless, he grimaces, corrects himself. Or well, I thought I was quirkless. So when I finally did discover my quirk, it came as a shock. Izuku remembers that day vividly. He remembers breaking into Jaka Hospital, cornering All for One's doctor, only to find out it was Dr. Garaki Kyudai, Izuku's childhood pediatrician, and the man who had diagnosed Izuku quirkless. He remembers, days later, when they finally had a moment to spare, when he finally had a chance to catch his breath, when he finally got over the shock of it. He'd went to Recovery Girl, asking her to do an X-ray on his foot without explaining why. He remembers it like it was yesterday, waiting for that X-ray. It had been a terrible juxtaposition of the first time. Izuku sitting in a doctor's office and staring down at a world-shattering X-ray. But this time he wasn't shown a double-jointed pinky toe, but a whole one. Izuku remembers staring at the image of it until his eyes burned and burned and burned. It had only been the beginning, the tip of an enormous, terrifying, hulking iceberg. There came many more realizations after that. When Izuku was finally able to unlock his born quirk. When he discovered what he could truly do. When he finally understood the true implications of having such a power at his fingertips. To be able to give and take. To steal quirks. Izuku looks up, blinking the memories out of his eyes and staring at this younger version of his friend. You're right, Kaken. I was weak when we were kids. But I'm not anymore, and I'm going to prove that to you. Kaken scoffs and stalks away, anger radiating off of him. And Katsuki, Izuku calls at Kaken's retreating back, the dim lights of the hallway flickering as the next train arrives. I may have been weak, but I was never useless, and I'm going to prove that to you too. Kaken leaves, not giving any indication that he heard Izuku's words at all, but Izuku knows he did. The next day the media is crowding the main gate, cornering students and faculty so they can get their scoop on All Might's new job as a teacher, just like they had in the original timeline. Izuku pauses his approach, scanning the mass of reporters for a head of straggly blue hair. Someone lurking at the side, hiding behind a hood or blending in with the throngs of people. One for all buzzes under his skin, danger sense a quiet hum at the back of Izuku's brain. Later. We'll get him later. Izuku lets out a breath and heads for the gate, forcing himself to let this go. He can't mess this up, he has a plan for a reason, he can't afford to act recklessly. The attack on the USJ is the perfect opportunity, a chance to take down not just Shigaraki, but Kurogiri too. Taking those two main players off the board won't only get them out of Izuku's way, but it will also cripple All for One's plan. Izuku knows this, he knows why he has to wait. But even with that in mind, Izuku can't help it when he scans the crowd out of the corners of his eyes. Looking for, but also dreading, the sight of that hauntingly familiar face. Later, when Aizawa-sensei tasks them with choosing a class president, Izuku somehow winds up with 5 votes. He sputters, and then Aizawa-sensei is calling him and Momo up to the front of the room. Midoriya is the class representative, and Yaoyorozu is your deputy. Aizawa drawls, and then he slumps back down to the floor. Use the rest of class as a free study PRD, he tells them, and then adds, quietly, before closing his eyes. Izuku is still trying to wrap his head around the fact that 5 separate people chose him to be their class president. He felt like it was so clearly meant to be Tenya standing up here with Momo, not Izuku. Izuku turns to Momo, asks, How did this happen? In a stunned sort of bewilderment. Momo gives him an odd look. Don't act so surprised, Midoriya-san, she says. Not only did you break the Yui record in the entrance exam, but you also held the top spot during the Quirk apprehension test. You've shown great skill and excellent strategic ability these past few days. It's no surprise that people would recognize that and vote for you. Her words only leave him more confused and flustered. Izuku shakes his head and addresses the whole class instead. I'm flattered by the votes, he starts, trying to think of a valid reason to reject his nomination. He can't exactly explain that he's in the middle of preparing for a massive villain takedown and constantly on edge because of it. He can't explain that all of his concentration goes into planning and replanning because he's constantly battling the feeling that he's missed something. He can't explain that all of his focus has been solely absorbed, and what little energy he has time to spare goes to keeping up with his training and schoolwork. So instead Izuku says, I'm not even sure I want to be a spotlight hero, and wow, isn't that such an odd thing to say? I may end up going with underground heroics. And with that being the case, I think someone else should take this position. Izuku straightens his shoulders and tries not to focus on the fact that everyone's attention is so fixated on him. He feels like he's in a different place. A different time. Like he should be addressing his classmates by their hero names. Giving out orders and contingencies for worst-case scenarios. Strategizing and mapping out their next attack plan. Gearing up and readying themselves for a fight. Trading knowing looks and heartfelt goodbyes before they head back out, because they can never know who is and isn't coming back. Izuku blows out a breath to ground himself. If being the class rep doesn't align with my goals, then I'd feel selfish taking that opportunity from someone else. Izuku looks over at Tenya, can't help the smile that crosses his face. That's why I voted for Tenya, Ida-san. Izuku is quick to correct himself. I think he would make an excellent class rep. He's a no-nonsense kind of guy, and I think if anyone could keep the class in line, it would be him. Izuku has to look away from Tenya's gobsmacked expression. Oops. Maybe he shouldn't have said that? He's supposed to have only known Tenya for a few days. Perhaps Izuku's analysis of Tenya had been a little too insightful. Izuku tries to fix his slip. Oh, or Yaoyorozu-sen. Izuku blurts, turning to the girl in question, who's staring at Izuku with wide eyes. I think she would also make a wonderful leader. She's intelligent and adaptable. Izuku blinks to himself, having a sudden thought. Actually, the same could be said for Azui, he realizes. He never got to know her all that well in the first timeline. But even with only having spent a limited time with her, Izuku can tell she will make a great hero someday. Azui is cool-headed and thinks things through, which are great qualities to have. Not just as a president, but as a hero. Azui blinks at Izuku when he catches her eye. She croaks before she says, "I told you to call me Tsu, Karo." Izuku nods in acknowledgement, but he's still thoroughly swept up in his own train of thought. Tokoyami is very patient and accommodating, so he'd make a great second, he continues, just remembering to not use given names before speaking. So would Shoji for that matter. He's empathetic and caring, he'd be a very helpful deputy. Izuku taps his chin as he mutters to himself. Even Kaken would make a good second, he's smart and capable and would push the rest of the class to be better. I'd whip these lousy extras into shape, Kaken says, slamming his fist against his desk. Izuku smiles at him, pulling himself away from his runaway thoughts. Anyway, my point is that there are plenty of other candidates for class president. And that, I'm not the right choice. There is a moment of silence. And then Ijiro says, spoken like a true president. To which Denki chimes in with, I want to change my vote to Midoriya. Me too. Hagakure nearly jumps out of her seat. Don't put yourself down, Mido. Mina calls, smacking a hand to her desk. I think you'd make a killer class prez. Yeah, Kyoka murmurs. I don't know who the original 5 were who voted for you. But they clearly had it right. I appreciate you voting for me, Midoriya. Tenya speaks over the building thrum of their classmates. But I voted for you for the very same reason. I believe you could lead this class like no other. The class continues to devolve into excited chatter. Izuku stands at the front, blinking dumbly at the rest of Class 1A. He hadn't expected that to backfire so spectacularly. Oh man, this rice is so good. Ochako is in the middle of saying mouth stuffed full. Lunch Rush really knows what he's doing. Izuku can't help but laugh. Ochako has always had an appetite to rival the rest of Class 1A. The only one who continuously had the rest of them beat was Momo. Izuku munches at his own food, picking at it more than anything else. His stomach is a churning, roiling mess inside of him. His appetite is non-existent, turned to dust, like the gate outside soon will be. Izuku stuffs some katsu chicken into his mouth to distract himself, but all he can taste is ash. He shakes his head to himself, choking down his bite and turning to Ochako. Do you want some of mine, Okuraraka? He asks, offering out his plate. I'm not very hungry. Ochako pauses, giving Izuku a long look. But before she can say anything, Tenya chops his hand through the air. Midoriya-kun, while I can appreciate your willingness to give to our fellow classmate, you need to keep up your strength. You cannot possibly become the best hero you can be if you are skipping meals. Izuku snorts and stuffs another bite into his mouth. He's so distracted by his and Ochako's snickering that he hardly notices the taste of dust coating his tongue. I had a big breakfast, Izuku tells Tenya, which is a flat-out lie, but Tenya doesn't need to know that. Better to share my food than let it go to waste. And Uraraka looks like she could use it more than me. Ochako looks down at Izuku's plate. I mean if you're sure, she starts. But Tenya-kun is right. If you're hungry then you should eat. Izuku slides his plate of chicken over to her, and then takes a bite of his rice. I'm good, he says and then tries for a subject change. So, what inspired you both to become heroes? Tenya starts off tentatively, like he'd done the first time around, not wanting to be judged by his family's fame and fortune. He tells them about his brother, how he aspires to be a great hero like him someday. That he wants to make his family proud, make his brother proud. Izuku hides a wince behind a bite of rice. He knows how much Tensei means to Tenya. He knows, because he watched the way Tenya had been torn apart by his brother's murder. The grief had crippled Tenya far more than the loss of his arm ever did. But Izuku won't let that happen this time. He won't. Ochako is halting and embarrassed as she begins telling them her reasons. She talks about her family's financial issues, how her family is struggling. She talks about how she wants to provide for her parents, so they can finally have the comfortable life they deserve. You know, Izuku starts, fiddling with his chopsticks as he tries to word this in a way that won't come off as rude. I heard that if you get to Yui early enough and ask nicely, that lunch rush will make you breakfast as well. Ochako stares at him with wide eyes, her cheeks stuffed full with Izuku's chicken. Really? She asks. I didn't know that. Izuku nods, staring down at his food. It's not an official thing, which is why it isn't in the information packets we got. But Lunch Rush is a hero, and he doesn't want anyone going hungry. Plus, Yui can afford a few extra meals, so Nizu-sensei doesn't have a problem with it. Izuku remembers the first time around, when Ochako had begun skipping breakfast in order to save money. He remembers the way she'd lagged behind in class, how she'd clutched at her stomach when she thought no one was looking. He remembers how over time she'd grow nauseous from just using her quirk, and how she'd pack away a portion of her lunch every day to take home with her for later. It wasn't long before Aizawa-sensei had noticed and pulled her aside, informing her of the same thing Izuku just had. Izuku remembers that too. The way Ochako had nearly sobbed when she found out. Izuku won't let it get that far this time. Ochako blinks at him before asking, "How do you know all of this stuff?" She pps her head to the side, staring at him. "Do you know someone who works at Yui or something?" "I have been wondering that as well," Tenya says. "You are more informed than I'd expect a first year to be." Izuku smiles at them. "I guess I do have some insider information, don't I? I knew some people who attended Yui, that's how I know." Ochako's eyes light up in curiosity. "You know people who went to Yui?" she asks, delighted. "What year are they? Or have they already graduated? How did you meet them?" Izuku rubs at the back of his head, fingers getting caught in the tangles of his hair. They don't go here anymore," he hedges, looking down so he won't have to stare into Ochako and Tenya's faces as he talks about them in a past life. "They live." Izuku licks his lips, mouth suddenly feeling dry. "They live far away now. So, I don't have as much contact with them anymore." No contact. Because even if Izuku had stayed, if he'd never left, if he hadn't jumped back to the past, it wouldn't have changed the fact that half of his friends were long gone anyway. Some days, Izuku longs for and misses his friends so fiercely that he can hardly breathe through the feeling of it clogging up his chest and lodging itself in his throat. But even though Izuku misses them every single day, aches for them every minute, every second sometimes, they're also right here. Ochako, who is bumping elbows with Izuku and nudging his knee with her own, a soft smile on her face. And Tenya, who is watching Izuku like an overworried mother as he not so subtly motions for Izuku to keep at his food. These might not be the older versions of his best friends, but they are still in every way Izuku's best friends. "Are these the people who inspired you to become a hero?" Tenya asks. Uraraka-san and I answered that question, but you did not. And I would be lying if I said I wasn't curious. "Oh yeah, me too," Ochako agrees. Izuku shrugs, a light blush pressing at his cheeks. "I always wanted to be a hero, ever since I can remember," he tells them quietly. "But it was my friends that showed me what being a hero truly means. They made me better. They made me the person I am today. I wouldn't be where I am without them." Izuku takes in a deep breath. He stares down, fingers distractedly rolling around a few grains of rice that had spilled onto the table. "So, maybe they didn't inspire me to be a hero. But they inspire me to be the very best I can be. They inspired me to fight, to keep going, and to never, ever give up." It takes Izuku a few moments to realize that his declaration has only been met with startled silence. He looks up to see both Tenya and Ochako gaping at him in shock. Tenya looks stunned, his glasses dipping down his nose. Ochako is blinking at him with wide eyes, staring at Izuku like she's never seen him before. "Wow," Ochako starts. "I don't know who your friends are, Izuku-kun," she says. "But they're lucky to ha." She's cut off by the ringing of the alarm, a robotic voice talking over the speakers. "There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate the premises immediately. I repeat." "An alarm?" Ochako asks, anxiety lacing her voice. "What's going on?" Tenya turns to the upperclassman next to him, asks if this is some kind of drill. Izuku tunes the other boy's answer out, the blood in his veins turning to ice as the alarm rings out over his head. Izuku knew it was coming, even if he had been distracted by their conversation. He knew that Shigaraki would be breaking into the school. He'd been counting on it, actually. In order to break into the USJ, first Shigaraki would need their class schedule. This is a necessary evil. Suddenly the scarce amount of rice Izuku had forced down turns to lead in his gut. His stomach rolls, the ringing of the alarm grating on Izuku's ears and brain. He tastes acidic bile at the back of his throat, can feel the building of tremors rattling his very bones. Izuku remembers the last time Shigaraki had been inside of Yui. The alarms had sounded then too. It rang so loudly Izuku could feel it inside his teeth, down into his jaw. And then, suddenly, the power cut out, emergency lights coming on and painting the hallways in flashing red lights. The sudden absence of the alarm had left Izuku unbalanced, his ears ringing. And then he'd heard the screams. Izuku flings himself out of his chair, knee colliding with the table as he stumbles to his feet. The students around him are all panicking, running for the doors in a terrified, frantic frenzy. Izuku is pulled forward by a hand wrapped tightly around his wrist. He just has enough presence of mind to recognize the grip as Ochako's. He stumbles after her, nearly tripping over his own shoes. He feels clumsy and breathless, shaky on his feet. He wonders if Ochako can feel it, the way he's trembling from head to toe. The crowd pushes in all around them, knocking Ochako, Tenya, and Izuku together, pressing in on all sides, until Tenya's collarbone is digging into the back of Izuku's skull, and Ochako's hair is getting caught in Izuku's mouth. And then someone is stepping on the back of Izuku's heel. He trips forward, nearly falling to the ground. Izuku loses his precarious grip on Ochako, and then she's gone, lost to the sea of students. And Izuku is being knocked to the side, further away from Ochako and Tenya, pushed against the far wall by frantic elbows and shoving knees. Izuku squeezes his eyes shut, but that only seems to amplify the shriek of the alarm overhead and the mass of young, scared voices all around him. Izuku does something notoriously stupid then. He lets himself fall to the floor and unlocks a quirk he doesn't normally use so cavalierly. Permeation lets Izuku slip through the wall and stumble into the connected room. He nearly slams to the floor again when his right leg gets stuck on the other side of the wall. But Izuku hurriedly morphs all the way through the wall, just managing not to leave his sock or shoe behind. He looks up at the bathroom, stupidly thankful that he had been near enough to slip into the room straight from the fist, and ridiculously grateful that he had enough sense left to remember that there even was a bathroom on the other side of the hallway. Even Nizu's cameras wouldn't have been able to catch Izuku's disappearance within that thick of a crowd, and the bathrooms and locker rooms are the only places in Yui free of said cameras. Safe from prying eyes for the moment, Izuku finally lets himself sit and tremble and shake and panic. He's on the bathroom floor, curled up on the ground with the wall digging firmly into the curve of his spine. The blunt edges of his nails cutting into his wrists and the sharp prick of his teeth piercing through his lip. Disjointed memories wash over him, blurring together until Izuku has trouble telling them apart from one another, apart from reality. He's running through the school, his head shrieking with the newly acquired quirk. It leaves Izuku's skin prickling and his hair standing on end, but he knows what it's telling him. Shigaraki is here. Izuku's frozen in place, struggling to breathe. The fingers around his neck curl around the curve of Izuku's throat, cutting off his air. He blinks spots and tears from his eyes. Shigaraki is here. Izuku is soaking wet and gasping, blood and water dripping into his mouth. There's a monster beating Eraserhead into the ground, and a man reaching for Tsu's face. Shigaraki is here. Izuku comes back to himself panting and wheezing. The taste of dust and ash filling up his nose and mouth. And then he's choking on it, lurching to his feet to retch up what little food he'd managed to get down. Izuku finishes with a dry heave and then collapses back down to the floor, head spinning and heart thundering in his chest. Izuku sits there trying to catch his breath. He sits and waits for the shrill scream of the alarm to fade and the scared shouts of the other students to stop. It takes Izuku far too many minutes to realize that the ringing is only echoing out in his own head. Ochako and Tenya approach Izuku before class. "Are you all right?" Ochako asks Izuku, sitting on his desk so she's looking down at him. "We lost you in the crowd," Ochako goes on. "And we couldn't find you afterwards. I was really worried." Izuku gives her a shaky smile that he hopes is reassuring. I couldn't find you guys either, he tells them. So I decided I'd go back to 1A and meet you here. Ochako gives him a softly assessing look, but it's Tenya that says, "We had the same idea." He pauses for a moment, eyes scanning Izuku. "Are you alright, Midoriya-kun?" he asks. "You look rather pale." Izuku gives them a grimace of a smile, waving the question off. "I'm okay," Izuku says, but by the looks on their faces, he can tell his friends don't believe him. Izuku decides to redirect. "I'm just not feeling well," Izuku tells them with an apologetic shrug of his shoulders. "I didn't sleep much last night, and I was a bit nauseous at lunch, as both of you noticed." Izuku can see the way that Ochako reassesses. Sees the way she attributes the sickliness of his pallor and the way his hands shake on his proclaimed nausea. He can see the way she looks at his sweaty bangs and the redness around his eyes, and links it to being overwhelmed and sleep-deprived. Tenya is quicker to react though, his hand chopping through the air. "If you are feeling ill, I would gladly escort you to Recovery Girl's office," Tenya tells him. He goes on about the importance of sleep before naming off a few home remedies Izuku could try. Izuku smiles and it feels more solid on his face this time. "Thank you," he gently interrupts Tenya. "Thank you both," he turns to Ochako. "But I really am fine. I promise." Does it really count as telling a lie, if you're also lying to yourself? Izuku is on his hands and knees in a puddle of frigid water, gasping for breath and sputtering for air. There's blood dripping into his eyes, and his broken fingers throb with the pounding of his racing heartbeat. Tsunatori Pony is gagging up water at Izuku's side, making a horrible gurgling, choked noise that clicks in her throat and warbles from her mouth. Izuku blinks the blood and water out of his eyes, pressing himself up on wobbly knees. He aims a finger toward the men in front of them, trembling and snow-covered and still gasping for breath. "Azui," he rasps. "Move." Izuku's voice is a thready wisp of sound, but Azuitsu still hears him anyway. She jumps out of the way, and then Izuku is flicking out one of his fingers. The villains are sent hurtling backward, toward the mountain and away from the three students. Izuku's newly broken finger throbs, but it hardly registers amidst the gut-churning fear encompassing the rest of his body. Izuku is still wheezing for breath, his vision wavers as he climbs to his feet. "We need to go," he tells Azui. "We need to get out of here." "Are you alright, honey?" His mom's voice snaps Izuku away from his thoughts. He jerks upwards, nearly fumbling his chopsticks, his food dropping and bouncing onto his plate. Izuku asks, blinking himself back to the present. His mom is watching him from across the table with a bemused sort of concern, like she isn't sure if she should be truly worried or just amused. "Oh, did you say something?" Izuku starts, roughly pulling himself back out of his head. He's been drifting and distracted all day, since the moment the emergency alarms echoed throughout the school. Or well, maybe even before that, when Izuku saw the mass of reporters outside the gate and knew that Shigaraki Tamura was amongst them. Izuku shakes his head to himself, forcing himself to focus on the now. The wooden chair beneath his legs, the sound of a news broadcast playing softly in the background. The comforting scent of his mother's homemade cooking, the taste of miso soup still on his tongue. The sight of his childhood home unblemished and stood all around him. "I'm sorry," Izuku says, shifting in his seat and throwing his mom a smile. "I was a bit distracted." "What did you say?" His mom gives him an assessing look and then reaches over to pat the back of Izuku's hand. "I just noticed that you looked a bit tired," she says, running her fingers over Izuku's knuckles before pulling away. "Why don't you finish up your food and head on to bed? You look like you could use the extra rest." Izuku nods. "Yeah, I think you're right." He hasn't been sleeping much lately, too distracted by the things to come. The attack on the USJ is tomorrow and Izuku needs to be ready. He has to be prepared for anything. This is his second chance, he refuses to waste it. Izuku forces down the rest of his food and then rises to clear the table. His mom tries to hustle him out of the kitchen, telling him that he's off the hook and to go get some rest. But Izuku inherited his stubbornness from his mother and he knows how to haggle with her. They end up standing side by side, his mom scrubbing the dishes while Izuku dries and puts them away. It's quiet and peaceful and helps to settle Izuku's nerves. The normalcy of it, bumping shoulders with his mom as they silently go about cleaning their kitchen. When everything is put away, Izuku hugs his mom goodnight. "Love you," he tells her, the scent of her eucalyptus shampoo filling up his nose. "Love you too, sweetheart," she says, rubbing her palms over the ridges of Izuku's spine. She's gotten used to his clinginess, the way that Izuku tells her he loves her before he leaves every day and before he goes to bed every night. Izuku knows it had thrown her off at first. Izuku had always been close to his mother, how could he not, when she was the only one who never stopped loving him? But he's sure his abrupt change had confused her. Teenage boys aren't particularly the most openly affectionate with their mothers. And Izuku had gone from acting like every other 14-year-old boy to, well, this, seemingly overnight. But Izuku knows what it is like to regret. "I'm so sorry, Deku," Hawk's voice over the phone, filled with static and pain. Shigaraki, he found them. "I'm so sorry. We tried. But it's all gone. The safe house, the people inside, the street and buildings surrounding. I'm sorry, It's all gone." One day, the unthinkable can happen. One day, within seconds, she could disappear. One day, Izuku will learn what it is like to be motherless. One day, in a blink of an eye, in an instant, she can be taken away from him too. Like she was nothing, like she didn't matter, like she was never there in the first place. There hadn't even been a body to bury. Izuku has learned over and over again about the precious fragility, the delicate breakability, of life. It is a finite thing, and one that can be taken away with the single touch of menacing fingertips. "Good night," Izuku tells his mama, pulling away from the hug and heading toward his room. "I'll see you tomorrow." He hopes it isn't a lie. Hopes that the USJ goes according to plan. Hopes that things will end differently this time. He hopes. "Come on, we're almost there," Izuku urges. Tsunatori sprawled out on his back while Izuku drags Azui behind him, her footsteps getting heavier and heavier as she begins to succumb to the snow around them. She can't move well in the cold, she'd told Tsunatori and Izuku when they first landed in the blizzard zone. She'll get weaker and more lethargic the longer they're out here. Until she won't be able to move at all, falling under the effects of hibernation. "Azui Tsu," Izuku pleads, blood dripping from his hair and heart pounding behind his eyes. He's hurt. They are all hurt. Izuku isn't sure if he'll be able to carry the three of them out of here by himself. "Hold on just a little longer," he says, voice still ragged from nearly drowning. We're almost out, I promise." Izuku trudges into 1A with exhaustion heavy in his bones and caffeine buzzing through his veins. He tries not to rely too heavily on caffeine on a regular basis, but Izuku thinks he gets a free pass on this one. He didn't sleep much last night, and Izuku has a very busy day ahead of him. Midoriya. Tenya snaps out of his seat when Izuku trudges into the classroom. Food and drinks are prohibited outside of the mess hall. Please dispose of your drinks before entering the classroom. Izuku tiredly takes another sip of his coffee, blinking up at Tenya. He'd almost forgotten how strictly his friend used to abide by the rules. How he'd followed them to the letter, never wanting to stray over those drawn lines. Not that Tenya ever stopped obeying rules. He just mellowed over time. Or perhaps that isn't quite it either. Maybe it wasn't that Tenya relaxed beneath the laws, but that he adapted and changed when he recognized that not all laws should be followed. Less of a softening of his beliefs and more of an understanding that in the place of war and chaos, laws and rules no longer protect and guide society the way they should. It's kind of funny, watching Tenya get so flustered over something as minute as coffee in the classroom. "Good morning, Ida-kun," Izuku says, smiling up at the other boy. "It's all right, Aizawa-sensei won't mind," he says, edging around Tenya so he can get to his desk. "I wouldn't normally say this, but I agree with Ida-kun." Mina pipes up from her own seat. "Aizawa-sensei doesn't seem like the type to let us get away with that." Izuku shrugs off his yellow backpack and hangs it on the back of his chair. "He won't mind as long as he gets a cup of coffee out of it," he mumbles, grabbing the second cup with a tendril of black whip and setting it down in the middle of Aizawa-sensei's desk at the front of the room. Tenya watches on, gaping down at Izuku. Are you trying to bribe our teacher? Tenya chokes, completely mortified by the idea. Izuku slumps down into his chair, waving off the question with a flick of his fingers. No, Ida-kun. Nothing so conspiring. I wanted a coffee and I figured that Aizawa-sensei would appreciate one also. It was only fair, Izuku had thought while buying the coffees. Aizawa-sensei will be dealing with the fallout at the USJ as much as Izuku will be. But unlike Izuku, Aizawa does not have the forewarning ahead of time to prepare himself for the attack. If anyone needs coffee as much as Izuku does today, then it is Aizawa-sensei. Tenya doesn't seem to have an argument for that, and he drifts back to his seat as the rest of 1A falls into quiet chatter around them. Izuku spots Ochako slipping into class a few minutes before the bell, looking brighter than she had yesterday. She'd gone to lunch rush for breakfast, then. Izuku trades a small smile and wave with Ochako, and then he goes back to sipping at his coffee and staring at his desk. Izuku lets the voices of his classmates wash over him, focusing more on the sounds of them rather than the words actually being said. Izuku feels far away from this moment, distant and drifting. He knows what is waiting for them, what evil is lurking in the shadows. It's been in his head on replay for days, has been haunting his waking thoughts and plaguing his sleeping moments. The attack. The disaster. The tragedy. It's coming, they're coming, Shigaraki is coming. Izuku has been waiting for this day as much as he has been dreading it. He's depending on this, he's terrified of it. He needs this, but he has never wanted it. The USJ is today. Izuku has been waiting for this for nearly a year. This is the day that Izuku brings Shigaraki Tamura to the ground. The day that Izuku finally gets to make things right. The day that Izuku's secrets will be revealed. And that's a bit terrifying too. Because if everything goes according to plan, if things go well, then Izuku will have so much explaining to do. Aizawa-sensei enters the room moments before the bell rings, looking as tired and run down as Izuku feels. Glad everyone has found their seats, he deadpants, which is Aizawa-sensei's way of telling them he knows most of the class had only scrambled to their seats seconds before he entered. Today's heroics lesson will be a bit different, Aizawa goes on, walking over to his desk before pausing. Aizawa-sensei's gaze lands on the to-go cup sat on his desk, and then it drifts upward, toward the sitting students. Aizawa-sensei's eyes immediately land on the matching to-go cup in Izuku's hand. The rest of 1A seem to hold their breath as they wait for Aizawa-sensei's reaction. Izuku just raises his cup toward Aizawa-sensei, a silent toast of sorts, before he takes a swig. Aizawa-sensei picks up his own cup and does the same, turning back to the class like the moment hadn't even happened. Today's lesson plan has been altered slightly, Aizawa-sensei repeats. You'll have 3 instructors. Myself and 2 other pros will be going over some basic rescue training. No matter what you specialize in as a hero, there will come a time when you have to deal with disasters, whether those be natural disasters or man-made ones. Aizawa-sensei takes another long pull of his drink, his eyes sliding closed for a moment, like he's just taken a drag from a cigarette, not a sip of coffee. Are there any questions? Are there going to be 3 of you because of yesterday's break-in? Hagakure asks. What kinds of disasters will we be dealing with today? Hana asks. Having 3 pros is both to keep a better eye on you all and to give you differing perspectives on dealing with disasters, Aizawa-sensei says. And you will find out the details soon enough. For now, get dressed. Aizawa-sensei takes his coffee and trudges for the door. PE clothes or hero costumes, it's up to you. We'll be off campus for this one, gather at the bus lot. Everyone scrambles to their feet, grabbing their costumes and excitedly chattering about their rescue training. Izuku sees down the last of his coffee and follows behind, grabbing his own suitcase. It's time. Tsunatori Pony's breaths are wrecked and fragile sounding, a horrible rasp coming straight from her lungs. She'd been in that bubble of water a lot longer than Izuku had. She'd nearly drowned before Azui was able to locate the villain responsible. A blast of warm air hits them when they finally exit the blizzard zone, and it only seems to make Izuku shiver harder. He stumbles, nearly losing his grip on Tsunatori in the process. They're both dripping wet and covered in sleet and ice, Izuku can hardly feel his fingers. He's sure Tsunotori's are the same. But it is Azui who Izuku is really worried about. Azui? He asks, turning toward her. I'm okay, she croaks. Getting warmer already. We need to find the others. We need to find Aizawa-sensei or 13-sensei. Izuku nods, looking out toward the entrance of the USJ, where they had been ambushed in the first place. He doesn't know what would be smarter, to hide this out or to look for help. They need medical attention, Tsunotori-chan most of all. But they're still under attack and Izuku doesn't know if anyone at UE has noticed anything amiss at all. How long? How long until someone notices? How long until they are rescued? How long until their luck runs out? Okay, Izuku shivers, looking toward Azui as fear and determination clench around his ribs. Here's the plan. The entire bus ride to the USJ, Izuku silently goes over his plan. If things go like they had the first time around, then the villains will warp in almost on top of them, surrounding the students before scattering them throughout the facility. Izuku may be able to stop that from happening this time if he's fast enough. He'll prioritize taking Kurogyari down, keeping the students in one place as well as eliminating Shigaraki's escape route. Once that's done though, Izuku will have to make some choices. He knows that his classmates will be able to hold their own against the street-level thugs, especially if Eraserhead and 13 aren't separated and are still there to protect them. But Shigaraki isn't above taking hostages, and Izuku knows he also isn't opposed to killing children. So either Shigaraki will attack the students himself, or he'll have his Nomu do it for him. Izuku will have to fight accordingly and just hope that Aizawa-sensei and 13-sensei are able to hold off one of them long enough for Izuku to deal with the other. Izuku isn't going to have the luxury or time to get his classmates away from the fight, but he can at least protect them from the worst of it. Shigaraki isn't at his full power at this point in time. He'll be quick work once Izuku can get to him. It's the Nomu that Izuku will have to worry about. He'll need to lead it away from the rest of 1A so they aren't caught up in that fight or worse. Plan A is to go on the offensive, hit Kurogyari and Shigaraki before they can even see it coming. They think they have the element of surprise, but it is Izuku who truly holds that power. He needs to be smart and use that to his advantage. And if worse comes to worse, then Izuku will move on to Plan B. Go on the defensive, protect his classmates. Having to use certain quirks like Shelter or Siphon will drain Izuku's reserves faster. But if he has to choose between himself getting hurt in the fight or his classmates potentially dying, well, that isn't a choice at all. Izuku squeezes his hands into fists on his lap, hidden within the sanctuary of his hood and mask, where his teacher and classmates can't see him strategizing and agonizing and remembering. Everyone quiet down. Aizawa-sensei's voice jolts Izuku from his thoughts, like a rubber band snapping back into place. We're here. The rest of the bus quiets at Aizawa's chiding, and Izuku is left tense and thrumming with energy. He squeezes his hands together so tightly, he swears he feels the ache of past wounds and old injuries. But those are just phantom pains now. Izuku's hands are as unblemished and scar-free as the rest of him. The stories of broken bones and hard fights no longer written along his skin. He's a blank slate now, in everything but mind. The class piles off the bus and Izuku follows along on nothing more than autopilot. His feet numbly carrying him forward, his legs stiff and tense beneath him. The class follows the two pros into the USJ and Izuku makes sure to place himself toward the front, where he will be able to jump forward and intervene the fastest. He knows he'll have to take 13 and Aizawa-sensei into account. They both think he is an untrained student. Aizawa-sensei will probably try to apprehend Izuku before he can engage with the villains. He'll view Izuku as a reckless and idiotic child and act accordingly. Izuku will have to be quicker than all of them. He won't hesitate, because hesitation will get him killed, or worse, it will get others killed. The faster Izuku gets out of his teacher's reach, the better. Their focus needs to be on the rest of 1A, not Izuku. Neither of the pros know it, but Izuku is trusting them to defend the rest of the class, to keep them safe. If they can do that, if they can protect the children, then Izuku can focus on the rest, on what needs to be done. Izuku doesn't hear 13's speech, their voice fading to the background as Izuku stands stiff and still. waiting for danger sense to go off, for a swirling portal of vapors to open up right in front of them. His eyes scanning for any sort of movement, for any change at all. Izuku's heart is pounding, his brain filled with static. He's ready. He's ready. He's so incredibly ready. Izuku-kun. Ochako's voice whispers from Izuku's left. Are you alright? You seem kind of tense. Izuku makes a valiant effort to lower his shoulders, to unclench his fists and jaw, to relax his posture as much as he possibly can. He had almost forgotten how perceptive Ochako is. He's a little surprised that she's already able to read him so well. But well, Ochako has always been amazing. I'm fine, Izuku whispers back, injecting a lightness into his tone that he does not feel. Just lost in thought. Ochako gives him a nod, but Izuku can tell she doesn't fully believe him. But without knowing what is wrong, and without being able to see Izuku's face, she doesn't have much room to push. 13 finishes off explaining their quirk and the dangers that are involved, and the class is as awestruck as they'd been the first time, all murmuring excitedly, ready for today's rescue training. Izuku hardly hears any of it, eyes fixed on the fountain in front of them, heart pounding in his ears. Hey! Ijiro's voice calls out from Izuku's right, his hand shooting up. I thought Aizawa-sensei said there was supposed to be 3 teachers today? He asks. So who's the third? Aizawa-sensei is the one to answer that, waving a dismissive hand as he says, running a bit late. He'll be joining us soon. For now, let's get started. Izuku tenses up, planting his feet. Any second now, and they will be surrounded on all sides. Any second now, and danger sense will slice across his brain. Any second now, and Shigaraki will be here. Aizawa-sensei and 13 begin down the stairs, the rest of the class trailing after them. Izuku's steps stutter as he forces himself to follow behind, his body coiled tight like a spring, almost too stiff for him to move. This hadn't happened last time. The villains had already shown up by now. This hadn't happened last time. Izuku's skin is buzzing, his ears ringing. He knows some of his classmates have noticed his odd behavior. But Izuku can't find it in himself to care. His chest is too tight, his hands going tingly and numb beneath his gloves. Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Today we will be focusing on rescuing civilians from dangerous areas and how to provide basic first aid while out in the field, Aizawa-sensei says, leading the class toward the wind zone. It's easy to use your quirks to cause harm or to fight villains. 13 pitches in. It's much harder to use them in a gentle and non-destructive way. Some of you will have to think outside of the box in situations like these. They walk past the fountain, through the plaza. And nothing happens. Nothing happens. They're edging around the plaza, so close to the main exit, so incredibly close to freedom, when Izuku hears it. The crunch of bone and a cut-off scream. That's when Izuku sees it, a creature like he's never seen before. He doesn't know if it is human, if it ever was, or if it is something else entirely. Eye bulging from its skull, beak lined with needle-sharp teeth, brain bare and pulsating for all to see. Aizawa-sensei is pinned beneath the monster, limbs twisted at odd, jagged angles. Blood dripping over his face and from his eyes. Unable to move as a villain reaches out and sweeps his fingers over Aizawa-sensei's arm. Aizawa-sensei screams again. This time it is a broken, croaked noise, and Izuku doesn't think he will ever be able to get the sound of it out of his head. Izuku or Azui must make a sound. One of them must. Because one moment the hulking monster, the one who'd been beating Aizawa-sensei into the ground, the one who'd broken Eraserhead's arms like twigs, the one who has splatters of their teacher's blood staining its hands. So much red. One moment the monster is across the plaza. And then next, it is right in front of them. The windstorm zone is a hurricane of icy rain and roaring wind. The noise of it is almost enough to drown out the shrieking in Izuku's brain. But he can still hear it like a pulsating siren echoing out between his ears. This shouldn't be happening. They shouldn't be here. This is wrong. We have placed civilian decoys around this zone, Aizawa-sensei tells them, sweeping a hand out toward the mock city. The high-speed wind and rain will make rescuing them harder. Your job is to locate the civilians and evacuate them as quickly and safely as possible. 13 holds up a finger then, grabbing the student's attention. Some of the decoys will have mock injuries, they say. So you'll need to assess whether or not to move them, and if so, how to do so without injuring them further. Denki's hand shoots up. How will we know if they're injured? I mean, they're gonna be test dummies or robots, right? He asks. How are we supposed to know if they're safe to move or not? Izuku hears the dull drone of Aizawa's voice in the background, answering Denki's question. But the roar in his head has mixed with the roar of the storm, and Izuku can't make out what's being said. His mouth has gone unbearably dry, every inhale clicking in his throat, and every exhale whistling from his lips. Izuku feels lightheaded, dizzy, breathless. Like all of the air has been stolen away to be used in the artificial storm raging all around them. Like there is no air left at all. Izuku drops Tsunotori to the ground as softly as he can manage, jumping in front of her and Azui to shield them away from the monster towering over them. Izuku calls one for all to him, and it answers. The power thrums through him, and then Izuku is slamming his fist into the monster with 100% of his power. Somehow, his arm doesn't break. Izuku is left reeling and shocked for one startling moment, looking down at his unaffected arm in surprise. And then Izuku realizes he wasn't the only one unaffected. You will be separated into 5 teams, Aizawa tells them, the lower half of his face hidden beneath his scarf, hiding from the wind even as it whips at his hair. 4 teams of 4 and 1 team of 3. Come pick your lots and see whose team you'll be joining today, 13 says, holding up a large glass bowl filled with different colored bands. Izuku doesn't know how he ends up in line to grab his own team assignment. Maybe someone dragged him into line, maybe he even did it himself. He doesn't know. Doesn't care. The monster moves so fast Izuku doesn't know what is happening until he is being slammed to the pavement. He's pinned down, cracked concrete piercing into Izuku's back, air knocked straight from his lungs, blood seeping through his hair. Izuku struggles and wriggles beneath the monster, but it only presses down harder. Its taloned feet wrapped around Izuku's arms, its weight grinding Izuku's bones together. Izuku wheezes for breath, blinking spots from his eyes, ears ringing from the impact. But even still, Izuku pulls back his leg and lets one for all fill up his limbs. And then Izuku slams his knee into the monster's back, right where its spine should be. Nothing. It's like Izuku hadn't landed a hit at all. And then the monster reaches down for Izuku's leg. Team Orange. Ojiro asks as he and Kyoko walk up to Izuku, holding up their own armbands. Izuku forces himself to nod. He isn't sure he could speak even if he wanted to. It's all he can do to keep himself from shaking apart. Black Whip is thrumming under his skin, as distressed as Izuku feels. They aren't coming. Somewhere along the way, something changed. Ojiro rubs at the back of his head, looking uncomfortable. So we have the east corner. Should we split into pairs and meet in the middle? Kyoko shrugs, giving Izuku a long look before addressing Ojiro. I think maybe we should find our 4th teammate before we start planning. Right? Ojiro says, twisting around to find their last team member. I'll go look. Hopefully we aren't the team of 3. Everything, all of Izuku's meticulous planning, his year of strategizing and preparing. Izuku thought he had the upper hand this entire time. He'd been counting on it, the element of surprise. The fact that he had years and years worth of knowledge on Shigaraki and the League to put him ahead of them. Izuku has been plotting and training and thinking about this day non-stop, near constantly, in his waking and sleeping hours. And even still, somewhere down the line, Izuku miscalculated. Somewhere along the way he'd slipped up. Even with all the odds stacked in Izuku's favor, somehow, Shigaraki had still gotten the better of him. Somehow, Izuku still managed to fail. Still pinned beneath the monster's hulking weight, Izuku struggles against the feet pinning his arms down, but it's no use. The monster wraps its massive hand around Izuku's leg, and with a flick of its wrist, a twitch of its fingers, Izuku's leg snaps beneath its palm. Izuku lets out a blood-curdling scream as his kneecap is shattered, his leg falling limply to the ground when the monster drops it. Izuku can hardly breathe around the pain. He pants and gasps and sobs through it. blinking tears and blood out of his vision to stare up at the monster above him, looking death straight in the eye. I was going to kill Eraserhead, a raspy voice says, footsteps approaching from Izuku's left. But this will be better, a man purrs, a lone red eye peering at Izuku through the severed hand obscuring his face. What a blow this will be, the villain murmurs, almost a whisper in Izuku's ear. He reaches out to Izuku's tear-streaked face, fingers splayed out toward Izuku, failing to protect the children. And then there is a flash of green, and Izuku can do nothing but watch, as Tsuyu Azui and the villain go sprawling to the ground. Midori Yakuin? Kyoka's hesitant voice breaks Izuku out of his thoughts. Are you alright? Izuku's stomach roils, his eyes burning, his head pounding. He thinks he might be shaking, but he can't tell. His body feels numb and distant from him, as far away as Kyoka and the rest of the class seem to be. Izuku knows that he needs to say something, needs to feign sickness or nervousness or something else entirely. Because Kyoka can surely hear the racing of his heart and the stuttering of his breaths as loudly as Izuku can. Here we are. Ojiro's voice breaks in before Izuku has to answer. Looks like Todoroki-kun is our fourth, he says, Shoto trailing behind him. Their approach saves Izuku from having to come up with an excuse. But he doesn't miss the way that Kyoka continues to glance at him, concern and worry pinching at the contours of her face. Izuku stares straight ahead and pretends not to notice. Tsuyu rolls to her feet, trying to dodge under the outstretched fingers coming for her face. But she is still lethargic and slow from being in the blizzard zone for so long. If she was in her normal state, if she wasn't already hurt, if this was any other time but this one, she would have gotten away. But it is not any other time, this is now. And Izuku can do nothing but watch, helpless and gasping for air, still pinned beneath the creature above him, leg broken and still bleeding. As the villain's hand comes up to cup around Tsu's cheek, one deceptively gentle touch, a deadly caress of pale fingers. Azuitu's frightened expression is frozen in place on her face. That wide-eyed terror that had overtaken her features when she understood what was going to happen. When she realized she was about to die. Tsu's horror-filled face is there one moment, and then it's crumbling to ash the next. Now, Aizawa-sensei calls, clapping his hands together to get everyone's attention. Let's begin. You will have approximately 25 minutes to. Hello, everyone. I am here. A gut-wrenchingly familiar voice calls out from behind them all. I apologize for my tardiness. But I had some urgent matters to attend to. All Might. Oh my God. I didn't know All Might was going to be here. This is so cool. Izuku feels himself freeze, one for all buzzing beneath his skin, the rest of him screaming. He turns around, heart thundering in his chest. And there he is. All Might is here. Toshinori is here. Toshinori is finally here. Izuku watches in petrified horror as Tsu's body begins to crack open, as her face caves in on itself and turns to dust, as she disintegrates right in front of him. The villain laughs and laughs and laughs, and Izuku can't take his eyes off of the place Azui's body should be. There's a reverberating bang of sound throughout the USJ, a familiar voice calling out to them all. And then the monster is being ripped off of Izuku, and All Might is protectively standing over him. All Might is here. All Might is finally here. But it's already too late. Azui is gone. She's gone. Izuku sort of blanks out. He knows it's his mind's way of dealing with overly stressful situations. He's been through this before. Sometimes plans go awry. Sometimes things go wrong. Sometimes, no matter how much thought and preparation and blood and sweat has gone into a battle plan, sometimes, it still finds a way to blow up straight into Izuku's face. And when that happens, Izuku has no choice but to hunker down and power through and fight and fight and fight. His mind blanks out and his body goes through the motions on its own. He's been through enough rescue situations to know what to do. Especially in a controlled environment like this, where Izuku doesn't have to look over his shoulder for looming threats or plan for the next impending disaster. No, here there is no blood on his suit or screams of the innocent in the distance, there is no sulfur in the air, no panic clogging his throat, no fear or anger or pain to make him shake. There is none of that here, so it's easy for Izuku to fall into the movements of the exercise. To locate the decoy dummies and assess them for mock injuries. To evacuate them and get them to safety as quickly and efficiently as possible. Even with his mind on autopilot, with his brain running on nothing but his training, Izuku has no trouble getting the task at hand done. He's done this more times than he can remember. More times than he'd like to remember. The motions of it, finding the wounded, assessing who can be saved and who cannot. Who is in dire need, who can wait just a bit longer. Who can fend for themselves, and who are already too far gone. Picking up the injured, moving them with a clinical yet gentle touch. Saying silent yet passing prayers over the bodies, the ones who will never get a proper burial. Doing everything he can to be fast, to be efficient, to get to every possible person he can. Before it's too late, before the Nomu arrive to pick them off, to feed on the survivors. To crawl their way into the wreckage their master left in his wake. Come to finish off the few who manage to make it out with nothing but their lives. It's only afterward that Izuku realizes that he hasn't said a single word the entire exercise. That he was running through the training course with a silent sort of determination, doing everything he could to just get the job done. Their group is the first ones back, which Izuku only realizes when All Might boisterously points it out. That was very impressive, Toshinori tells them when they arrive. Dressed in his Silver Age costume, cape billowing out behind him, smile wide on his face. The sight of him is almost too much to bear. Toshinori bright and alive, still able to hold his hero form, All Might, the #1 hero. Izuku's hero. You all did exceptionally well, Toshinori says, before suddenly turning his full attention on Izuku. Especially you, young man. I wasn't expecting such proficiency from a first year. Izuku has enough sense to realize that that is a bad thing. That he's made himself stand out for a third time, that he's let too much slip once again. A quick glance over to Aizawa-sensei is all it takes for Izuku to see that All Might isn't the only teacher to have noticed. Well shit. Izuku starts, and then has to swallow to force some levity into his voice. Just excited for our first day of rescue training. Well, you all did very well, Toshinori goes on, giving Izuku and his group a thumbs up. Continue with that same determined spirit and you will all surely become great heroes. Kyoka and Ojiro nod vigorously, both clearly very excited at receiving such praise from All Might himself. Izuku can see that even Shoto is pleased by it. Izuku feels like he might throw up. He's so happy to see Toshinori, of course he is. He's been waiting for this day, this reunion, since the moment he came back to himself gasping on Aldra's dingy floor. It's taking everything Izuku has to keep himself upright and still and breathing steady. An arm's length away from Toshinori, so close, yet still so agonizingly far away. Izuku can feel the pull of one for all in his bones, beckoning him toward Toshinori, calling out to him. Like suddenly being yanked under gravity's familiar pull all at once. Like Izuku had been weightless and drifting and lost, floating amidst a black starless sky. And suddenly he's seeing the sun for the first time in years. And it's all Izuku can do not to be swallowed up by it, beckoned forward by the promise of bright power and all-encompassing warmth. Two stars bound to each other, caught in each other's gravitational pull. And yet, all Izuku can do is stand here and stare straight ahead and remind himself how to breathe. Pretending that he isn't burning from the inside out, one for all alight under his skin. Every nerve, every cell in his body an inferno of longing. Because even though Toshinori is here, finally within Izuku's grasp, Izuku is still unable to reach out a hand for help. Because Toshinori is here, and Shigaraki isn't. And that's the crux of the problem, isn't it? Izuku can't even fully explain what he's feeling. To somehow be both simultaneously panicked because Shigaraki isn't here, and disappointed because Toshinori is. Everything feels backward, inverted, disjointed. Or maybe that's just Izuku. Maybe Izuku is the thing that is wrong here. Izuku takes in one solitary breath, lets it fill him up to the bottom of his lungs, grounding him and reminding him of his place. Here, in the past, at the USJ, the day that was supposed to start it all, the day that Izuku was supposed to put a stop to it all. Ears ringing and hands shaking, Izuku finally forces himself to turn slightly, angling himself away from the shining figure of All Might at his left, until he can't see him at all. Izuku can still feel the pull of the man underneath his skin, the ache in his bones, the grief trapped inside the cage of his ribs. But it's better this way, Izuku tells himself, squeezing his eyes shut against the feeling. It's better this way because it's so much easier to ignore the loneliness welling up inside of his chest, just as long as he doesn't have to look Tashinori in the face while he's doing it. Izuku closes his eyes and turns his back to the sun. After all, Izuku knows what happens when two stars collide. They burst into a black hole. It's when Izuku is getting off of the bus, headed for the locker rooms, that Aizawa-sensei's voice stops him. "Midoriya," he says, "stay behind for a moment." There's a mocking from Denki before Kyoka smacks him on the back of the head, chiding him as he yelps in surprise. A few others throw Izuku curious looks as they load off the bus, but it's Ochako and Tenya who pause for a moment, both giving Izuku equally concerned looks. Izuku smiles at them, waving them toward Yui and the others. "It's fine," he says, projecting all the lightheartedness he still possesses into his voice and posture. "I'll catch up with you." "If you're sure," Ochako murmurs, looking unsure herself. She toes at the dirt for a moment, indecisive until Tenya puts a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "I'm sure it will only take a moment," he says, ushering Ochako forward as he gives Izuku a single sharp parting wave. "We will see you shortly, Midoriya-kun." Izuku watches them jog to catch up with the rest of their classmates, and then he takes in a breath, grounding himself. Now for a conversation that will be much harder to lie his way through. Izuku only gives himself a moment to prepare himself, setting his expression into carefully crafted lines and letting his shoulders drop from their tightly stressed coil. Izuku blows the air from his lungs and turns back toward Aizawa-sensei, walking over to meet him. Aizawa-sensei is pressed up against the side of the bus, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes closed as he angles his face up toward the shining sun. He opens his eyes enough to watch Izuku's approach from the corner of his vision but doesn't move beyond that. "You wanted to see me, sensei?" Izuku asks, stopping a few feet away from Aizawa-sensei. He rocks on his heels, keeping his hands at his sides so he won't be tempted to fidget with his gloves. "Care to tell me what's going on with you today?" Aizawa-sensei asks, blunt and straight to the point as always. Izuku has known the man long enough not to be startled by such a direct question, but that doesn't mean he's well prepared for it. Izuku shrugs a shoulder, glancing away from his sensei and out toward the Yui grounds, better not to make direct eye contact with Aizawa while lying to him. It's already a risky thing, lying to Eraserhead himself. "Nothing, Aizawa-sensei," Izuku answers dutifully, glancing back toward his teacher as he does his best to force genuine surprise into his voice. "I'm fine." Aizawa huffs into his capture weapon, pulling himself away from his slouch to give Izuku his full bloodshot attention. "I will give you the courtesy of not treating you like an idiot, if you give me the same," he says, pausing for a moment, until his words can fully set in, and then he continues. "So, I'll ask again what is going on?" Izuku feels himself droop, the weight of today pulling at his limbs and dragging him down. He hasn't even allowed himself to fully think about the events of today, all the things that didn't happen, everything that he'd been counting on, all the things his plan had depended on. "Midoriya?" Aizawa-sensei interrupts Izuku's internal spiraling, yanking him back from his thoughts. "I don't have a valid excuse for my distraction during today's exercises," Izuku says, bowing his head in apology. "I apologize, sensei. I'll be more focused in the future." Sensei sighs, slouching as he recrosses his arms over his chest. "I'm not asking because of your distraction, as you put it," Aizawa says. "At least, not pertaining to today's rescue training, which you showed a true proficiency for." He leans down until he's at eye level with Izuku, something Aizawa-sensei hasn't had to do since Izuku hit his growth spurt at 17 and had finally overtaken the majority of his classmates as well as most of the teachers here at Yui. It is sometimes the simplest, the oddest of things, that will catch Izuku so off guard. Having to crane his neck back to meet his teacher's eye. taking a shower and running his hands over smooth unmarred skin, catching his reflection in the mirror, and seeing a stranger staring back at him. Waking up to warm sheets and clean air and his mother's voice calling his name through the door. It is sometimes the littlest of things, the resonance of familiarity, the echo of days past, the nostalgia in the familiarity. The things that Izuku thought he long ago lost, the things he did in fact lose, that will leave him feeling dizzy and spellbound and breathless. Aizawa-sensei's voice pulls him back out of it, calm and collected as ever. I'm asking because I am not the only one to have noticed your odd behavior today, and I would be remiss as an educator as well as a hero if I didn't approach one of my students when something was clearly wrong. He lets that loaded statement settle in the air, and Izuku has a choice to make. He can't tell Aizawa-sensei the truth, that's out of the question. He had planned to, at the end of the day, after the USJ. When Shigaraki and Kurogiri and the Nomu were all apprehended and Izuku's secrets were already out in the air, Izuku had planned on telling Aizawa and Toshinori everything, right then and there. Because the job would already be halfway done, and Izuku could finally ask for a helping hand. But things change, and so will Izuku's plans. Izuku clears his throat, looking away from his teacher. Today is, he starts, thinking about where he wants to draw the line, what he can afford to say. The best lies are the ones based in truth. Izuku knows that Aizawa was the one who taught him that. So Izuku decides to tell Aizawa the truth. Today is the anniversary of. Izuku's words are crackling and dry coming from his throat. He rubs at it to lessen the pressure. Rocking on his feet, as he glances back toward Aizawa-sensei. Today's the anniversary of something unpleasant. It's not even a lie. Except for the fact that Izuku is the only one in the entire world to have lived through it, the only one to remember, the only one who carries that day and so many other days inside of him. The sole survivor of so many fights lost. Of so many battles won. It doesn't matter anymore. Because the only place those memories live are in Izuku's own head. Sensei hums, a low understanding sound, looking down at Izuku. And this day had something to do with All Might? He asks, his words making Izuku's head snap up from where he had been staring down at his combat boots. What? Izuku asks in surprise before he can stop himself. He bites his lip when it's already too late. He looks away, shuffling in place as he glares down at his combat boots. Idiot, he thinks to himself. He may be out of practice in dealing with Aizawa-sensei, but Izuku knows how observant he is. He should have realized that Aizawa would have noticed Izuku's discomfort around All Might. It's only logical that he's come to the right conclusion. Izuku blows out a frustrated breath, crossing his arms over his chest. Yes, he says, scuffing his shoe against the dirt of the field track. All Might was there the day of the incident. Izuku forces himself to drop his defensive posture, looking back up toward his teacher. I was caught off guard, but I'll be better tomorrow, he says, bowing his head. I'm fine, sensei. Aizawa watches Izuku for a long moment, face half buried in his scarf, before he blows out a sigh. Next time something like this happens, tell me, he says, holding up a hand when Izuku tries to protest. There is no shame in needing to sit out of an exercise. Lack of focus or unpredictable emotions can lead to accidents or injuries while training. You might have done well today, but that may not always be the case. Izuku nods, feeling adequately chastised. He knows that Aizawa-sensei is right, but Izuku also has plenty of experience doing hero work while emotionally compromised. Yes, sensei, he says. I understand. Good, Aizawa-sensei says and then turns back to soaking up the sun. That being said, you did exceptionally well today. Even without the added stress of your situation. Good job. Now, he opens his eyes, flicking his fingers in a shoo motion. Go change, you're dismissed for the day. Yes, sir, Izuku agrees, bowing his thanks as he turns on his heel and runs for the locker rooms. The train rumbles under Izuku's feet, the vibration of it settling into his bones. He listens to the whistle of the roaring wind passing by, like the scream of an angry teakettle about to boil over. He squeezes the plush cushion of his seat between his fingers, gripping and releasing it to the pattern of his breathing. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Izuku hasn't felt this anxiously wired and this emotionally drained in a very long time. It's not a great feeling, the dawning realization mixed with the settling dread. Knowing that everything from here on out is going to be an uphill battle. But Izuku has dealt with far worse odds than this. This is nothing. This is fixable. Izuku can still make up for this. He messed up, he miscalculated, he let himself get too narrow-minded and it cost him. But no one is dead. There are no bodies laid out on the pavement, no blood under his fingernails, no ash and dust suffocating the air. The situation isn't ideal, but it isn't irreparable either. Izuku presses his forehead to the cold glass of the train window, letting the vibration of it jar into his brain. He watches as the glow of the city passes him by, the blur of lights and colors casting shadows and constellations across the night sky and over Izuku's eyes. Today was the attack on the USJ. Except for the fact that it also wasn't. Because Shigaraki and the League had never showed, and Izuku was the one left shocked and floundering, another year and a dozen moves behind. It didn't matter how much time and preparation he'd put into his battle plan, how much thought and energy had gone into making sure every single thing was accounted for. Because somehow, against all odds, Shigaraki still found a way to surprise him. 5 years and another one on top of that, and still, Izuku had been too slow to anticipate Shigaraki's next step. Except that wasn't quite right either. Because all of this, the League's absence today, Shigaraki's seemingly random decision to not attack the USJ, the break-in and subsequent silence after, all of it, it wasn't just some coincidence. Izuku did this. He'd been so careful not to tamper with the timeline. To watch his every step, to keep everything as consistent with the original timeline as he could. Izuku had gone to Aldra every day and bowed his head and bit his tongue and allowed himself to go through yet another year filled with hateful words and hissed threats from the kids, apathetic glances and disgusted looks from the teachers. He'd dealt with the spider lilies that he'd find laid on his desk and the pre-written suicide notes in his locker, the barely passing grades he received without reason, and the extra homework he'd have to do at night. Izuku grit his teeth and powered through, because that's what he had to do, because that's what he always did. Izuku did everything he could to keep this timeline as aligned with the original one as possible. Except for one major thing. Izuku never met All Might. It shouldn't have been such a time-altering decision. Izuku is still a holder of One for All. He still has all the information from the past locked in his head. His relationship with All Might shouldn't have been a deciding factor for the League of Villains' attack on the USJ. Except, All Might is not in charge of Class 1 as heroics training this time around. Izuku had never thought much of it before all of this, the fact that All Might had taught 1 as basic heroics. Izuku knew that Tashinori had originally planned on finding his successor at Yui and had already signed up for his teaching position. So when All Might had shown up as Class 1, as main heroics teacher, Izuku had always just thought it a happy coincidence. But it hadn't been. Izuku knows that now. What Izuku hadn't counted on was that being a deciding factor for the League. It shouldn't matter to them if 1A is All Might's regular class or not. It shouldn't. Killing children is killing children. 1A or 2A or 3A, what does that matter to Shigaraki? Actually, if the League was thinking this through, then going after untrained first years would have been the prime opportunity to cause the most amount of carnage. It doesn't make logical sense for them to not have attacked the USJ. Except, well, Shigaraki doesn't always put logic before his anger, does he? Maybe it wasn't about causing as much damage as possible. Maybe it wasn't about attacking defenseless first years. Maybe it was about hitting All Might where it hurts. Shigaraki's whole goal is to kill All Might, isn't it? But what is the point of killing the symbol of peace if he doesn't have to watch as his own personal students are slaughtered first? The train finally comes to a stop and Izuku pulls his backpack on and slips through the doors. The station is quiet, only a few people dazedly walking through. It must be nearing 9 o'clock about now. It had taken Izuku 5 trains and 4 hours to make it to this side of Japan. But he had needed the time to think and recenter himself. Better to drift off on the train than make a mistake while in the air. The spring air is crisp and chilled at this time of night, even more so this close to the sea. Izuku tucks his hands into the sleeves of his sweatshirt and stuffs them into his front pocket, huddling into himself as he heads north. After hours spent alone on the train, this is the conclusion Izuku has come to terms with. Shigaraki's absence at the USJ is positively and indisputably Izuku's fault, no matter how accidental it may have been. Izuku decided not to meet All Might, thus causing All Might to choose another successor, then causing Shigaraki to change his plan of attack altogether. 2 months, that's all it was. A measly 2 months into this new timeline, and Izuku had already managed to screw everything up. Looking at it now, Izuku doesn't know how he managed to overlook such an important factor. Except, well, he does. Because it had felt so impossibly life-altering to Izuku personally. It didn't seem like a decision that would affect anyone but Izuku. He let himself get too narrow-minded. He'd only thought of the decision from his own perspective. He let himself get distracted by his own pain instead of staying objective. He'd been stupid and selfish, and now everyone has to deal with the consequences. Izuku is so disappointed in himself. Everyone is counting on him. Izuku can't afford to make mistakes like this. Every time Izuku screws up, people's lives are on the line. Every time he miscalculates, it's another step toward all for one winning. Every time Izuku slips up, they all get that much closer to the future Izuku is trying so hard to prevent. This is the undeniable truth of the matter. It has taken Izuku half a day and many hours spent staring out the back of a train window. But he's come to terms with it. He messed up this timeline months ago, almost straight from the start. He can't change that now, he can only go on from here. Plus ultra, right? Izuku whispers to himself, staring down at the sidewalk as he chews on his lip until he tastes copper on his tongue. Go beyond. The stench of salt water and fish, diesel and overworked machinery all hit Izuku full force, and he knows he's close to the Kenobi shipping yard. He picks up his pace as he comes around the last corner, and there it is. The loads of colorful shipping containers stacked up high and towering, nearly as tall as the massive ship docked beside it. Izuku watches for a moment as the cranes continue to load the containers off of the cargo ship, taking in the sight of it all for just a few seconds, thinking about where he is and what he's about to set into motion. After the debacle that was the USJ today, when the monotonous exercise was finished, and Toshinori was no longer a bright shining blot over Izuku's shoulder. When everyone was finally loaded onto the bus, and Izuku had a moment to calm down and breathe and actually think, he realized that he didn't have the time or the luxury to sit in his own panic or feel sorry for himself. Plan A had failed. There was nothing more to be done. Regret and frustration over mistakes would only cause him to make even more. Time to move on from it and adapt to the new situation at hand. The sooner Izuku could begin setting Plan B into action, the better. So here he is. Time to begin. Izuku grabs the straps of his backpack and cinches them up tight, walking along the railing that overlooks the Kenobi storage bay. He waits until a container swings into the conductor's blind spot, and then Izuku is taking off. Float launches him into the air as he uses the container as cover, and then Izuku is landing up on the arm of the crane. The moment his red sneakers touch down, Izuku takes off in a sprint, running across one crane and leaping to the next, using small bursts of one for all as he leaps through the air. Places like this rarely sleep, but the night shift is still more lethargic than the day. No one spots Izuku, a small blur of movement at the top of the cranes, there and gone, a dark figure against the night sky. Izuku finally reaches the end of Kenobi Pier, and then he leaps off the last crane altogether, diving headfirst out toward the murky water below. Izuku takes in a lungful of air as he falls, his last for a while. Inhale. And then he's being swallowed up by an ocean wave. The salt and diesel and rust sting at his eyes and nose, but Izuku powers through, wading toward the ocean floor. Once he knows he's deep enough to be unseen, he lets one for all light up his skin and the water around him, illuminating the darkness and warming him up from the inside out. The only way to see while encompassed by the night and the sea. After a few moments, Izuku sees what he's looking for, the corner of a storage container, poking up out of the ocean floor. Izuku wades through the water toward the container, kicking his feet wildly, and when he's finally above the unit, he lets permeation settle through his skin. There's the odd feeling of weightlessness, of the sudden absence of him. And then the water collapses in on itself where Izuku's mass had just been, causing a small shockwave of rippling bubbles and waves. The tiny explosion sends Izuku down faster, until he's passing through the container, where he lets himself manifest again. He crashes down on his hands and knees, dizzy and disoriented with Mirio's quirk, gasping in a shuddering breath of air, but Izuku forces himself to stop after only 2 breaths. Exhale. Inhale. Inhale. This storage container has a limited supply of air, and he needs to be careful about how much he's willing to consume. He's lucky he was able to find it in the first place. When Izuku first traveled back to the past, when he was setting up contingencies and preparing for worst-case scenarios, he realized that if he wanted to be truly prepared for anything, then he would need somewhere completely hidden to store his supplies. It only took a little research and backdating to come across a bad earthquake that had happened back when Izuku was 10 years old. The Kenobi shipping yard had nearly been swallowed up by a massive tidal wave caused by the quake, and they'd lost quite a few shipping containers to the sea. The cleanup afterward had been on the news for weeks. Izuku remembered watching the coverage on the living room floor, his notebook strewn out in front of him. Heroes and different cleanup crews had come from all over to help get the storage units out of the water and sand, and to help rebuild the shipping yard itself. But still, some units had been swept out to sea, or buried too deeply to save, lost and washed away from people's memories with too much water and time passed. So one day, after Izuku remade this discovery, when his mom was working a double shift and Izuku thought he could get away with skipping school, Izuku decided to visit the shipping yard and go for a swim. He found 3 different units buried not too far off of the shore, one caved in on the inside, another intact but filled with water, and finally, this one. Izuku isn't a genius like Nizu and he isn't a mastermind like All for One, but he doubts either of them would think to look for his support items gear out in a place like this. Still lit up with the red streaks covering his skin and the green lightning coming off of his limbs, Izuku uses his quirks off-put to see, as he goes to the other side of the room and pulls a large briefcase out of the corner. Izuku crouches to his knees as he thumbs in the combination, his lungs starting to burn with the need for air. Izuku presses his left pinky and his right ring finger into the scanner, and the briefcase finally opens with a pressurized hiss and a click of locks disengaging. And then Izuku is staring down at his vigilante gear. A dark viridian green jumpsuit is the base to it all, with black streaks running down the sides. Dark red combat boots reach up to the knee before cutting off at the utility belts wrapped around both thighs, crimson to match the main utility belt at the waist. Izuku opted for black gloves this time around, less bulky now that his hands don't require the extra support. Though he's still got a thick binding material for his arms, protective and winding like bandages. Since Izuku will be doing a great load of espionage without the help of a team and their various quirks, he decided to include goggles into his gear. Not only will they allow him to see in the dark, but they also track heat signatures. Not a bad thing to have when fighting alone. His respirator is a Scarlet Oni mask this time around. He built a voice changer into the mouth and over the throat, dampening the sound of his own voice and turning it into a garbled growl of echoing words. There are 2 air filters where the cheeks should be, and its maw is made up of sharp smiling teeth. His mask is a hood with his signature ears, though these ones stand up and are frayed and shredded looking, giving Izuku the appearance of a rabid animal instead of a human at all. Izuku had made sure to keep the design as far away from the one he had used at Yui as possible, not wanting anyone to draw a connection between the two. And lastly, Izuku's cape. At the dawn of heroes, they had begun wearing capes to distinguish themselves from other superpowered individuals. It had started as a way to set them apart, to make them stand out. But over time, the meaning of capes had changed. Over time they became a symbol of hope and safety. There had been old photographs of heroes wrapping victims' injuries with torn pieces of the cape, using their capes to shield people from falling debris, or simply wrapping their capes around traumatized hurt people like you would with a blanket. That had been decades ago, and capes no longer hold the same meaning as they used to. But once Gran Torino sat down and explained why he himself wore a cape, why Toshinori wore a cape, Why so many other holders of one for all had wrapped themselves in capes. Izuku cannot imagine himself without one. This one was designed to be a cloak one moment and a billowing cape the next. Izuku kept Gran Torino's signature yellow lining the inside of the fabric, where it can show through when it blows in the wind. Though Izuku decided to make the exterior a stealthy black, which he thinks Aizawa-sensei would approve of. This is Izuku's vigilante costume. This is Plan B. Izuku had wanted to take care of all of this today, to take out Kurogyari and Shigaraki in one fell swoop. He wanted to have the security of an enclosed area where Izuku had the given advantage. He wanted to do this as quickly and efficiently as possible. But Izuku isn't stupid, and he knew that something like this was always a possibility. This isn't how Izuku wanted things to go. If he's being honest, then this whole thing, having to go back in time in the first place, having to erase his whole timeline from existence because it was ruined so irreparably. All of it, Izuku didn't want to do any of this. But this, having to fall back on contingencies, having to take matters into his own hands. Having to throw caution to the wind because this timeline has already been altered into obscurity. It stings. It makes the past year feel like an utter waste of time. All of those months that Izuku could have already been out on the streets hunting the League down. Or better yet, all of those months he could have had All Might by his side. It feels like it was all for nothing. But Izuku knows he still has to let this play out. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. Izuku can still salvage this. He didn't take one for all from Toshinori for a reason. It's still better to have two one for all holders on their side than one. Izuku stands by that decision, even if it is what put him in this predicament in the first place. He wishes that he hadn't wasted so much time being idle. He could have used these past 11 months doing more than training and waiting out time. But there isn't anything to do about that now. Izuku stares down at the vigilante gear he's been gathering, pilfering, and making over the past year. Greens and blacks and reds, a sad rendition of Izuku's original hero costume. Izuku may not have wanted this outcome, but he's ready for it all the same. Izuku's lungs burn and burn and burn with the need for air, but Izuku pushes down the feeling and stares up at his armory, taking stock of what he'll need. It's time to get to work. A sleepover? His mom asks, voice crackling with bad reception. You've been invited to a sleepover? Her voice goes hushed at the end, like she can hardly believe the words coming out of her own mouth. Izuku hunches further under his hood and cape, blinking against the wind and the nighttime chill. He ducks into an alleyway for a moment, hoping his mom won't be able to hear the sound of the storm from his end. Izuku had told his mom that he was going to Tenya's to study after school. He can't imagine what she would say if she knew where Izuku truly was. Miles and hours and half a country away from home, wandering the seedier parts of Japan by himself. Hi, we lost track of time, and Ida-kun invited me over since we have tomorrow off. They've been given a 3-day weekend this time around too. Izuku had always thought that was a result of the USJ attack, but he supposes that 2 is a fixed point within timelines. Except this time, no one is in the hospital with near-fatal injuries or extreme shock. The media isn't dragging Yui through the mud for their failure to protect their students. And the Azui family isn't planning a funeral for their eldest daughter. No, this time, Principal Nizu had simply given them an extra day off. Ida-san has invited me over for the extended weekend, Izuku says, feeling a pang of grief at the lie. He squeezes his eyes shut and forces down his guilt, lying some more. She says I'm welcome to stay if it's all right with you. They've invited me to join their family to visit Nara Park this Saturday, to see the deer. Izuku blinks his eyes open, watching as a young woman with a mutation quirk runs past him, unaware of Izuku hidden in the shadows. Her hooves clack against the pavement as she runs against the wind, her long neck hunching under her umbrella even as the rest of her gets wet. Izuku's fingers itch for one of his notebooks. Oh, that sounds wonderful, his mom says. Her tone has gone from nervous excitement to something softer, more gentle. Like she cannot believe her ears, but she is so happy at what she is hearing. Of course you can stay, Izuku. But we don't even have a change of clothes. Do you want me to bring you something or? Izuku cuts her off. his love for her and his hatred for lying colliding in his chest to make a horrible vortex of emotions. No, I'll be fine. I can borrow something from Ida-kun. Izuku presses away from the building he was hidden against, the wind whipping at his hood and cape. Thanks, Mama, I'll see you Sunday. Of course, honey, she says back, and Izuku thinks she might be on the verge of delighted tears. Enjoy yourself. I love you. Good night and have fun. Good night, Mom, Izuku says, staring at the all-but-deserted street, his fingers clenching tightly around his phone. I love you too, he says before disconnecting the call. He doesn't think he can take it, listening to his mom's happiness at hearing Izuku has been invited to a friend's house for the first time in a decade. Not when it's just another one of his lies. Izuku huffs at himself, jerking down his goggles and hood before pulling up his Oni mask. He locks them all into place, making sure nothing will slip or be knocked off in a fight. And then he turns on the voice modulator and heads down the street. It seems like a different kind of cruelty to be feeding his mother such lies. To let her believe that Izuku is finally out there having normal experiences, making friends and memories, living a life that he truly wants. But what is the alternative? Izuku remembers how much his mom had worried in the past timeline. How she would bite her nails raw as she watched over the news. Waiting by the phone with tears in her eyes and fear in her heart. He remembers what the dread and worry had done to her, how it had torn her apart. So while Izuku may hate lying to his mom, he hates worrying her even more. She has a lifetime of worry ahead of her. Izuku will give her this little bit of time. This tiny little bit of time. Before the truth comes out and the realizations set in. When his mom learns that Izuku is no longer the little boy she thinks him to be, and that he does not need her or anyone else's protection. Izuku is the one that does the protecting. It's time he finally started. Izuku turns the last corner and finally comes into view of the Tsukiyakari lounge. The building is old and decrepit looking from the outside, made of stone and wood paneling. It looks like a modest bar to the outsider, to the untrained eye, but Izuku knows better. There are two bouncers at the door, one man with a standard strength augmentation quirk that has left him tall and hulking in appearance. By the way he holds himself, Izuku would say that he's meant to look intimidating more than anything else. The woman next to him is the one Izuku would put his money on. She is starkly green with little pinpricks of needles coming from her skin. A mutation quirk, one that has left her cactus-like, and if Izuku could take a guess, he'd say that she can do more than just puff up like a porcupine. I'm not looking for trouble. Izuku says he has the voice modulator set to a lower setting. Enough to disguise and distort his voice, but still leaving him sounding human. The woman crosses her arms, the needles on her forearms scraping against her chest to make a rough, irritating noise. Excuse me for disagreeing, but never seen a person dressed to the nines not looking for trouble. Izuku PPS his head at her, hoping it gives him the appearance of smirking. Just because I'm not looking for trouble doesn't mean I'm not prepared for it, he says. I didn't come for a fight, I came to see your boss. No one sees the boss that he doesn't see first, hero, the man spits, puffing himself up bigger as he takes a step forward toward Izuku. You say you don't want to fight, but you're looking at one. Word of advice, get lost. Calm it on, the woman says, also stepping forward. He look like a hero to you? She jabs a finger at Izuku, her fingernails thick and thorn-like. She turns to Izuku, elbowing her partner back into place. 10 minutes, she says. The boss doesn't like interruptions, you get in, do your business, you get out. You loiter, you irritate any of our guests, it won't be Han goin' in after ya. She jabs a finger at herself, one of her needles growing out until it jabs at her own clavicle in a long, thick spike. It'll be me. Izuku bows his head, lower than he normally would, to show that he's heard her warning. Thank you, he says, I won't be long. The Tsukiyakari lounge is made up of shadows, smoke, and mirrors. Izuku lets himself fade along the fringes of the room, watching as half-naked servers walk through the bar, trays of drinks and cigars held in their hands. The mirrors on the ceiling shift and twist to the beat of the music, giving the illusion that the room itself is moving around them. A jazz band plays in the front, the smoke and vapors curling around them and slithering forward with each note they play. Their quirks doing no doubt. It makes the air itself feel alive as Izuku wades through it, like the club is a living, breathing thing. One wrong move, one step out of line, and the smoke itself will wrap around your limbs and drag you down, forcing its victims to drown. Harmless smoke turned noxious gas with the snap of fingers or the hum of the right tune. Izuku wades through the smoke with purposeful strides, walking toward the back of the club, where he knows the VIPs like to lounge in their corner booth. The one with purple plush seats and mirrors angled so the occupants can see who's approaching. The corner booth that is hidden in a canopy of smoke and shadow, with perfect access to the emergency exit and a full view of the entire lounge. That's where Izuku will find the man he's looking for. Satoru-sama, Izuku addresses when he approaches the booth, lowering himself into a respectful bow even as he interrupts the man mid-smoke. I've come to talk. Satori is a stout man with a coral orange complexion. He has sharp, squid-like eyes and a bulbous head to match. He's wearing a three-piece maroon suit, an unlit cigar hanging from his beak-like mouth. Satori pauses, drink held in one hand, a lighter in the other. His head angles to the side when he catches sight of Izuku, his eyes narrow, black with a ring of gold glowing around the edges. Izuku waits, knowing he's being seen, assessed, known. Leave us, Satori suddenly orders, waving a tentacle dismissively at the rest of the table. No one argues, the other men and women clearing out to empty the booth and leave Izuku and Satori alone. If it's knowledge you've come for, Satori starts, waving a hand at the booth so Izuku will take a seat. I must warn you, it will come at a price. Izuku sits down in the dark purple booth, watching as Satori lights his cigar and pulls in a puff, blowing out a ring of smoke that fades into the rest of the polluted air. Payment is not an issue, Izuku says. My confidentiality is. You intrigue me, Satori says, leaning back against the booth, his tentacles eking out to take up even more space, so he appears even bigger than he truly is. You are one yet two. He cants his head to the side, so Izuku is at the center of one of his large all-seeing eyes. I have seen your kind before, coming to me for help, so they can undo, remake. Izuku sits, does not confirm nor deny, it wouldn't do him good either way. He knew what he was getting into when he came here, when he decided to seek this man out. I need your help, he says instead. But when the time is right. Satori blows out another puff of smoke, this time it is aimed directly at Izuku's face. He must know it will be filtered out by Izuku's mask, but it's the act of it that's meant to get to him, not the smoke itself. And why have you come to me now, Deku? Satori says, enunciating the name he should not know. If the time is not yet right? Izuku fists his hands into his pants, twisting the fabric between his fingers. I want you to look into my past, your future, I want you to see, Izuku tells him, forcing his voice not to shake, for his resolve not to waver. I need your help, but only when the time is right and only then. One of Satori's tentacles comes up and runs along his top lip, over his whisker-like mustache. And why, oh why, would you offer yourself up for a feeding like that? He asks. One of his legs, his tentacles, slithering up toward Izuku's knee. Because, Izuku says back, holding himself still. I know the cost of what I am asking, and I know what kind of man you are. Izuku leans forward, making sure the toes of his steel boot are pressing down on Satori's tentacle hard enough to hurt. So tell me, Seer, do we have a deal or not? Friday morning finds Izuku standing in front of the Hero Public Safety Commission's main building. A beast of a building holding even more monsters inside. A predator hidden in plain sight. Like a disease left undiagnosed and untreated. Allowed to fester and spread undetected until it's too late to do anything but let it run its course. Izuku would wait until nightfall, but Hawks' main patrols are spread throughout the day and into the evening. Izuku doesn't want to draw attention, but he wants to fight the number 3 hero even less. Izuku thumbs through the news on his phone, finding a report of Hawks catching some burglars 2 cities over. If Izuku does this right, the HPSC won't notice him for at least 8 minutes. Once they realize, Hawks will be notified right away. At his fastest, Hawks should be back at the Hero Commission headquarters within 10 minutes. So Izuku has about 15 minutes to get in and out. Izuku hops off the fire escape of the neighboring building, straightening the lapels of his suit jacket and adjusting his tie. Makeup covers his freckles and hair gel has made his green hair black. Izuku has quirks for things like espionage and undercover work. But if Aizawa-sensei taught Izuku anything, it's that you can never be too careful or too prepared. Izuku activates glitch as he approaches the HPSC doors. He sees the camera lights go from green to red, the automated doors making a juddered, whirring noise as Izuku forces them open. Glitch isn't the most powerful of quirks, but it is very useful. It causes all electronics within a central radius to malfunction while Izuku has it activated. When Izuku first got the quirk, it had been easy to fry all electronics on the block. It had been much harder to keep the area affected more localized and less damaging. Denki had been the one to really help Izuku to grasp his new ability. It was what really bonded them after everything. Izuku had been friends with the other boy, of course, what with the two of them being in the same class. But it had been Denki's offer to help Izuku get a grasp on his new wild quirk and his sympathetic advice that had solidified their friendship into something stronger. The two of them had trained together for hours on end, out in the middle of nowhere, far away from any of their facilities or bases. In a dust-covered town where neither of their quirks could cause any more damage than was already done. It's like Denki had started one day, flexing his hands against his leather gloves. Sparks popping from his knuckles. Like, huh? So with electrical currents in buildings and stuff, they have to put a cap on it, right? The transformer is what's giving it the juice, but it's he'd paused, searching for the word. It's the capacitors that redirect that energy and the resistors that limit it. Izuku had nodded from where he'd been stretching out his joints. His hair still standing on end from Denki's latest electrical blast, his ears ringing from the power behind it. Right? He'd agreed. Denki had nodded, chin held in his hand, trying to think through his metaphor. But our quirks weren't built with capacitors or resistors, he said, looking back up at Izuku. So, if you have a building or whatever that has a transformer, but not all that other stuff, how are you gonna power the building without, blowing it up? Izuku had looked away from Denki for a moment, out toward the deserted city. A strong current of wind had carried ash and dirt through the air, disrupting the dust-covered scene in twisting vortexes and swirling waves. The wind had whistled as it blew past, a hollow somber sound echoing throughout the empty husks of buildings, like the homes themselves were grieving their dead. The sight of it had left Izuku feeling as it always did, off balance and uncomfortable, mouth gone dry and pressure lodged behind his nose. Like he and Denki had found themselves wading through a sacred burial ground instead of just another forgotten street in the middle of Japan. Izuku had started, clearing his throat and pulling himself away from his thoughts. I'd have to figure out how to decrease the amount the transformer is outputting, he'd said, thinking hard. I'd either find a way to siphon off some of the energy somewhere else, or I'd have to make a switch to continually turn it off and back on, never letting it build up too high, or at least pinching it off so that it couldn't give off too much output. He'd looked back up at Denki then, wondering if he'd gotten it right. Denki had thrown his head back and let out a genuine laugh, something that Izuku didn't hear all that often anymore. Right? He'd crowed, coming over to slap Izuku on the back. For me, I usually do it in little spurts. That way I don't fry my circuits. He'd smiled wide behind his blue visor, before throwing an arm over Izuku's shoulders in a half-hug. That could probably work for you too. But our quirks are different. So that a pinching or siphoning method might work better for you. He'd let go of Izuku then, still smiling, even with the static in the air and the dirt on their faces, even with the wind whistling past them and the sounds of the dead all around them. All right. Denki had fallen back into place, bouncing on his toes. Try it again. Aim for a lower output or frequency or whatever. Focus on not letting it build up, keep most of the energy inside, only letting some of it out at a time. Izuku had called to his new quirk then, feeling it buzz behind his ears and down to his fingertips. Glitch, the last hero had called it, an apt name. A quirk that Izuku had only had for a matter of weeks back then, and he'd tried again. Izuku breathes out a puff of air, focusing on letting Glitch reach only where he wants it to reach. Like liquid static in the air, bees in his brain, like electricity popping against his skin and under his tongue. Izuku forces the quirk to crawl instead of run, holding it back and keeping the worst of it inside of himself, where it won't affect anything Izuku doesn't tell it to. Izuku strolls into the lobby of the Hero Commission, high ceiling and echoing footsteps, white granite and glass walls. Izuku keeps his strides even and purposeful, his eyes straight ahead. No room for doubt. No room for uncertainty. No room for hesitation. There cannot be any such thing in Izuku's line of work, because doubt leads to foolish mistakes, and uncertainty is the cause of lapse in judgment, and hesitation only makes you lose to the clock all that much faster. But all three lead to one certainty. And Izuku doesn't have time for a disaster today. So Izuku strides forward and activates another quirk. Double Take is more straightforward than Glitch. It's nowhere near the level of Hagecure's invisibility, but it can be used in a very similar way. While activated, people can't look at Izuku head-on. They can see him from their peripheral, but when they try to look straight at Izuku, they can't perceive him. Since it's a mental quirk, it works better when people don't have a reason to look at Izuku. Which is why Izuku is currently wearing a business suit instead of something a little more bulletproof. The receptionist at the front desk is frantically pressing buttons on her unresponsive computer, her phone pressed between her shoulder and ear as she desperately tries to reach her superiors to find out what's going on. There's a security guard hurriedly whispering as he rushes toward the front desk, one hand pressed to the comm in his ear. But Izuku knows he's only hearing static in response, cut off from the rest of the security team. Izuku walks past them both, headed for the stairwell since the elevators are currently on the fritz. Izuku lets the door softly shut behind him, listening as hurried footsteps sprint down the stairs toward the base floor. Izuku doesn't have time to waste. He uses float to bypass the stairs entirely, going straight up the center of the spiral staircase and passing right by a handful of guards. One of the security guards nearly stumbles when he catches sight of Izuku from his peripheral, and Izuku has a moment to panic over heat-sensing quirks or something else of the sort. But when the guard turns toward him, there is no recognition. He stares straight through Izuku, gaping at empty air. "What are you doing?" Another guard hisses, nearly tripping into the other man's back. "I thought I saw something," the man answers, still looking through Izuku. Izuku doesn't pause for more than a second, drifting toward the 52nd floor and away from the guards. The second guard says something else, but Izuku doesn't catch the words, too far away now. He keeps Glitch concentrated downstairs until he reaches the 50th floor, and then Izuku lets go of his rigid hold on Glitch and lets it engulf the rest of the floors below. The lights overhead immediately begin to flicker as Glitch messes with their control system. There's a whoosh of noise as the building begins to pump out hot air one moment, only to switch to cold a second later. An alarm sounds only to be choked off before it can fully rev to life. Izuku forces Glitch to stay under him, not to reach any of the top floors. This is why Izuku has a time limit. He can't use Glitch on the 52nd floor until he has what he came for, and Double Take won't hide him from the cameras. The clock is officially ticking. Izuku pulls the kitsune mask from where he'd tucked into the belt of his pants, slipping it over his head. It's a smiling red and white cat that's fairly simple and common, a dime a dozen, and something that won't lead back to him. Izuku kicks the stairwell door open with a low burst of one for all, stepping out into the corridor as the door bangs into the opposite wall. He strides down the hall, adjusting his tie and smoothing it down as he turns the corner and marches forward. The president of the Hero Public Safety Commission's office is located at the very end of the 52nd floor. Izuku carefully makes his way toward her office, until he is finally within sight of its glass walls and towering door. It's only then that he comes up short, stopping before he actually reaches the threshold. The president herself is inside, pacing back and forth across her large office, growling into her phone. Izuku's time frame shrinks, the seconds suddenly pounding against his ears. Izuku hadn't expected the president to still be in her office. He hadn't expected her at all, actually. She's supposed to be across the country today, not standing in front of Izuku, face pinched in agitation. Izuku sighs. He supposes he was going to have to forego stealth sooner or later. Izuku calls a fraction of one for all, aware of the cameras that are no doubt capturing his every move. Izuku cups his left hand around his right and flicks the fingers of his hidden hand. Watching as the glass walls and door of the office gives a resounding crack, spiderwebbing before bursting into small glittering pieces. The wall shatters and the silence does with it. The president cringes away from the glass. Her shock is well hidden behind her stony expression, and then she's whipping out her handgun, leveling it out toward Izuku. But she doesn't spot Izuku thanks to double take, her gun wavering as she looks for an unseeable target. Izuku doesn't give her a chance to find her bearings or to fire blindly. He uses float to bypass the glass and lets smoke screen burst from him, less of a haze to cover and more of a cloud to choke on. The president coughs and sputters, but Izuku ignores her, going for her desk instead. Tick-tock. Izuku slides his hard drive into the computer and puts in the override code in the same motion. It is a code that Izuku shouldn't even know exists. There is going to be a full-blown investigation because of this. Only a handful of people know this code. But Izuku thinks the HPSC worrying about a mole and/or turning this into a full-blown conspiracy will only tear apart the commission even further. The files, encrypted and highly classified, begin to download onto Izuku's flash drive, the files flashing over the screen so fast Izuku can only catch fragmented words and broken phrases. Danger sense pings at the back of Izuku's brain, a pinprick of pain at the base of his skull. Izuku just barely saves the computer from a rain of bullets, upturning the desk and using it as a shield as Izuku clutches the computer to his chest. Breach. Breach. They're on floor 52, the president is saying, wading her way through Izuku's smoke. Gun still held out in front of her, voice raspy from breathing in too much smoke. Code A3, get up here now. The download finishes and Izuku rips the hard drive out and throws the computer across the room, drawing the president's attention. She's still shouting orders into her phone, but then Izuku is calling glitch forward and letting it sweep out toward every building on this street. Izuku's cover is already blown. There is no longer any point in doing this quietly. Izuku flicks his fingers out toward the outer windows, watching as they shatter also. The force of the blow sends Izuku's purple smoke in every direction, clearing the room and letting Izuku see as a dozen security guards and heroes finally reach the 52nd floor. Izuku's shoes crunch over broken glass as he sprints for the windows, the sound of it drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Izuku has to spin out of the way of a barrage of bullets and quirks as he jumps for the opening, hard drive safely tucked away in his pocket. Izuku lets himself fall for a few moments, the wind grabbing at his clothes and whipping at his face, making his eyes water. And then Izuku lets his momentum and float overtake him, sending him hurtling forward and away from the Hero Commission headquarters. Izuku lands on a neighboring building and pulls off his kitsune mask, shucking off his suit and tie in the same motion, shoving them into his backpack and throwing on a t-shirt and jeans. He runs his fingers through his hair, making it stick up in odd, uneven tangles, and then he swipes the concealer from his cheeks, letting his freckles show. It had taken Izuku years to grow out of his baby face, but he uses it to his advantage now. Who's going to suspect a teenage boy dressed in hero merch and still donning a bedhead to be anything more than he seems? Only once Izuku is back on the street, walking toward the train station, does he release glitch. He keeps double take in place, watching as even more heroes and police officers arrive at the scene. Hawks's red wings a bright streak soaring through the sky. Izuku goes unnoticed and unseen, a plain-looking kid easily overlooked and forgotten. Izuku ducks under the knives coming toward his face and delivers a resounding punch to the man's chin, watching as he crumples and joins his knocked-out friends on the floor. Izuku steps over the pile of unconscious bodies, looking at the mess around him. The tavern is covered in shattered liquor bottles and broken furniture that had been used as makeshift weaponry. There's a trail of fire from someone's wayward quirk still burning, beginning to crawl up the walls, smoke rising and filling the air. Izuku sighs, glass crunching under his combat boots as he steps behind the bar and lifts up the quivering bartender by his suspenders, pulling the man out of his hiding place ducked down behind the counter. The man yelps from where he hangs from one of Izuku's black tendrils, made all the more intimidated by the fact that he won't be able to see Izuku from anywhere but the corner of his eye. Izuku gives the bartender a gentle shake, trying to get his attention. As I said before, Izuku says, thinking of how he'd hardly even asked his question before he was attacked. "I'm looking for someone. And I've recently learned that he is one of your regulars." Izuku leans up, dropping double take so the bartender can finally see Izuku from straight on. Surrounded by purple smoke, with jagged tendrils sprouting from his back, eyes glowing white while the rest of him glows green. It will only be made worse by the sharp-toothed smile of Izuku's respirator and the growling echo it gives his voice. Izuku knows he makes an intimidating sight. That's the point. The man makes a high-pitched choking noise, eyes wide. He flinches away from Izuku, as far as he can possibly manage while still held in Izuku's grip. Izuku leans in even closer, using float to hold them both suspended off the ground. "Now tell me," Izuku hisses, his mask adding static to his voice. "Where is Muscular?" Izuku makes sure the police and fire department have everything in hand before he finally takes his leave. Everyone who needs to be arrested has been taken away, and Izuku has the information he came for. Izuku unfurls from his hiding place, cape enfolding around him, joints popping as he rises to a stand. Izuku turns away from the burning bar and jogs his way across the rooftops, hopping over air ducts, ducking under low-hanging clotheslines, and sliding down metal sheeting. His backpack is still tucked away in the alcove he'd hidden it in. Izuku makes quick work of changing back into his civilian wear. Combat boots exchanged for his red sneakers, armored suit swapped for a t-shirt and basketball shorts, cloak traded for a faded hoodie. His suit and gear get wrapped up inside of his cape, shoved inside of his yellow backpack that Izuku immediately throws on. The same backpack that usually houses his school books, and still has that chibi version of All Might dangling from one of the zippers. It only takes Izuku a matter of minutes to go from a revered vigilante to a harmless-looking child. He doesn't think he's ever had access to this level of ambiguity before, even when he truly was a teenage boy. It feels as odd as everything else, Izuku supposes. Before, back when Izuku was still fighting the good fight, but in a very different way, he had been known. Deku was a household name by the end, and so was Midoriya Izuku. Even if the masses didn't know all the details of All for One and One for All, they knew enough, and many had put the pieces together. The villains had a man, a myth, on their side, a monster more than a man. The one who could take and give quirks, the one who could steal what should never be touched in the first place. And with the help of the doctor, he could replicate those quirks and give them over and over again, to whoever or whatever he wanted. And the heroes? The heroes had Deku on their side, a boy who had grown into a man while out on the battlefield. Someone who had far too many quirks under his skin for any one person to contain. Someone who could also take but chose not to steal. Someone who could strip the monsters of their stolen power and give it back to the people. Deku, all of Japan had known his name. The symbol of hope. Izuku still feels that pressure, that immense amount of weight, that all-encompassing feeling, like the tides pulling in all around him. Like hearing the roar of the wave right before the tsunami crashes in. Like being surrounded on all sides, head over heels and spinning out of control, lost for breath, lost for air. Izuku cinches the straps of his backpack tighter and tries to breathe around the intense feeling of sinking deeper into the depths of his own responsibility. His steps feel heavier, somehow, like he's being dragged backward even as Izuku pushes forward. Izuku huffs at himself, wiggling out his fingers and curling his toes. It can feel like a lot, sometimes, to have the weight of one world sitting on his shoulders while another sits so heavily inside of his chest. Like the tide is rushing in. It's a stormy night in Shirakawa. The spring air is clouded with pollen and heavy with the promise of rain. The oncoming storm drove most people home hours ago, leaving the streets practically deserted. Though Izuku knows that the town has been put under a strict curfew since the attacks began happening some weeks ago. At first it had been missing livestock, cows and pigs disappearing from their pens overnight, never to be seen again. Only the splatters of blood and the signs of a struggle left behind. The farmers had put up new barriers and fencing, thinking it was some sort of wild animal. Things had only escalated from there. There were reports of family pets never returning home, photos of a large bull found slaughtered and torn apart at the edge of the woods, and then, 2 weeks ago, the first person had gone missing. The villagers think there's a crazed beast haunting their woods. Izuku knows they aren't far off. Izuku walks along the deserted streets, boots crunching over gravel. His cape flutters out behind him. The wind whistles between the houses, wooden wind chimes clack far off in the distance. Izuku pulls up the hood of his cape as the first few drops of rain begin to fall. He wades his way through the streets as puddles begin to form under his feet, following the prick of danger sense at the back of his skull, and the low churning sense of foreboding slowly seeping into his gut. The long grass of the rice fields blow in the wind as Izuku walks past, the rain already threatening to flood the fields. The storm is only growing with time, thunderous rain clouds obscuring the glow of the moon and blocking out the stars. Izuku is glad for the night vision in his mask, is glad for all the time he spent hunting down monsters. This is just one more to add to the list. A flash of lightning spiderwebs across the sky, illuminating the bloated storm clouds into dark pulsating purples, swirling grays, and twisting blacks. It's there for one striking moment and then Izuku is thrown back into overwhelming darkness, thunder crashing down a second later. A group of crows startle at the sound, screeching and screaming as they shoot into the air, before they too disappear into the darkness. Izuku follows, boots squelching into the rain-soaked ground. He walks up to the tree-line, watching the way the lightning plays with the silhouettes and shapes of the trees, distorting the forest in sharp flashes of light. Izuku crouches down, cape pooling out around him and protecting him from the rain. Izuku isn't sure how long he waits, eyes closed and motionless crouched on the ground. Izuku sits and counts the seconds between each strike of lightning and every corresponding roar of thunder. The icy rain pelting at his back, as Izuku sinks deeper and deeper into the muddy ground. He keeps his ears trained on the woods, danger sense an ever-loyal protector at the back of his mind. And then, at the tail end of another round of thunder, the sound of it almost drowned out by the rain, Izuku hears a scream. Izuku moves. He launches up from the ground with a burst of float and one for all, instantly above the tree-line. Izuku scans it quickly, watching as random birds and small animals leap into the sky and trees, all fleeing from one central location. Izuku doesn't waste a moment of time, he rushes in the direction. There's another scream as Izuku bursts through the branches and foliage. This one clearly not human, the sound of it pained and terrified. Izuku crashes in on the scene just as a tree cracks down the middle. He's sprayed by wooden debris and splintering wood, before the whole tree topples over and falls to the ground. The blades that had pierced the tree retract back into the darkness, and then Izuku hears a low, garbled voice. "Me-at." Moonfish sing-songs around the knives coming from his mouth, holding him suspended in the air. "I want me AAT." He hasn't noticed Izuku yet, his senses clearly trained on the deer he has cornered. Moonfish walks himself forward on his blades, still singing under his breath. He's trapped the deer by knocking down surrounding trees, corralling it in his own version of a death box. Izuku watches as the deer tries to make a run for it, the next down tree nearly crushing it as Moonfish sends it crackling down. Izuku ducks below a half-torn trunk of a tree and flips down into the death box, sprinting for the deer as danger sense rips across his scalp. Izuku scoops the deer up and jumps just as some of Moonfish's knives pierce the ground where Izuku had been standing. Izuku lands on the other side of the log, setting the deer down as he leaps back into the air to intercept Moonfish's oncoming attack. The next round of blades come right for Izuku, and he gives a swift kick using one for all. The blow isn't enough to break Moonfish's teeth, but it does unbalance him, sending him stumbling into a nearby tree. Flesh. Moonfish pants, breaths rapid with giddy excitement. "You've brought me flesh?" He dives toward Izuku, teeth retracting and shooting back out in almost the same instant. Izuku easily evades, slinging Black Whip around a tree trunk and using it to send himself whipping into the other direction. Izuku lands in the far-up branches of a tree as a flash of lightning cracks overhead, lighting the forest into sharp detail for one thunderstriking moment. "So hungry, Moonfish and..." gums bleeding from where he must have cut himself. He hangs upside down from the blades in his mouth, slowly turning toward Izuku. Vivid flesh. Delicious, precious flesh. This time when he sends out his blades, they aren't aimed for Izuku directly, but the tree to his right. The knives obliterate part of the log, sending it toppling into the tree Izuku's still perched in. But Izuku has not trained and fought and bled and waged war for someone like Moonfish to outsmart him. And Izuku has not come here to fight. Not really. He's come here to save. And he's already wasted enough time. The moment Izuku jumps from the collapsing trees, Moonfish is already poised to strike. His razor-sharp teeth shooting out at Izuku almost too fast to track. But Izuku is already sending out Black Whip, arm thrown out in front of him, 5 tendrils shooting out from each one of his fingertips. Moonfish slams backward, pinned against a tree, and at the same moment 6 of his blades go through Izuku. There is a moment of silence. All Izuku can hear is the pounding of the rain. And then Moonfish screams. Flesh. Moonfish howls. Give me your flesh. Izuku still floats suspended in the air, permeation leaving him whole and unharmed by the blades that would have impaled him otherwise. Black Whip stays steady in Izuku's grip, rigid around Moonfish and buzzing below Izuku's skin. Izuku floats down toward where he has Moonfish cocooned. The jagged knives continue to shoot out and forward as Moonfish sobs and shudders, searching for muscle and sinew and blood and bone. Izuku wonders what that must have been like. In the moment Izuku activated permeation, did he completely disappear from Moonfish's senses? Had Izuku suddenly vanished entirely for the man, only for Black Whip to shoot forth from a sensory black hole? Izuku lets Black Whip shift from his fingers and to his back as he approaches Moonfish, needing his hands free. This close, Izuku can smell the blood and carnage on the man's breath. Hot and rancid and stomach-churning. Izuku leans forward and pulls the mask from Moonfish's head, finally able to see him eye to eye. His pupils are blown so wide his eyes look almost entirely black. He snaps out at the air in a manic haze, teeth still extending out in a frantic search as he sniffs in Izuku's direction and continues to mutter to himself under his breath. You're insane, Izuku says, resentment and dread and resignation for his plight weighing on his voice enough to leave it sounding lifeless. I don't make it a habit to harm the insane, he continues, letting permeation drop from both of his hands. But that does not mean I can stand idly by, while the insane prey on the innocent around them. Izuku pulls off the glove of his left hand, only to JRK out of the way as danger sense sends a warning tingling along Izuku's scalp. Moonfish pants excitedly, eyes blown so wide it looks almost painful. He just managed to catch the side of Izuku's palm with one of his teeth. Izuku watches as a bead of blood wells up from the cut and rolls down toward his wrist, soaking into his suit. Moonfish rides under him, tongue sticking out as he heaves and dens, snapping and biting at the air like a wild, starved animal. Izuku sighs, closing his eyes for a moment. He doesn't feel hatred or fear or rage when he looks at this man. He feels nothing at all. He wonders if that is somehow worse. Izuku reaches up, away from Moonfish's snapping mouth and sharp teeth. He presses the pads of his fingers to Moonfish's forehead, right above his bloodshot, crazed black eyes. Moonfish's gaze follows the next bead of blood that drops from Izuku's palm, his tongue sticking out, trying desperately to catch the scarlet drop. Izuku swallows back any sickness he feels at the sight, pressing all 5 of his fingers against Moonfish's face, fingertips spread out across his forehead. So I've come to a compromise, Izuku tells him, though the man isn't listening, crying and panting, tears escaping down his face and drool dripping from his mouth, as he stares at the cut on Izuku's palm, still unable to think of anything but his next meal. Izuku closes his eyes and digs his fingers into Moonfish's brain, and tugs. Izuku grits his teeth, blinking rainwater and exhaustion out of his eyes. He's crouched low on the edge of a building, hunched under his cape, staring down at the rain-covered street. A neon sign advertising Mirko's new sports shoes paints the surrounding buildings into pink and purple hues. One for all buzzing lowly under Izuku's skin, keeping him warm against the 4 a.m. chill. Finally, his target comes into view, hunched under his upturned coat collar. wading through the rain, dress shoes slapping through shallow puddles, lit cigarette hanging from his mouth. Izuku pulls his mask into place and steps off the ledge of the apartment building, letting himself plummet toward the ground below. He jolts to a stop right in front of the man, so abrupt Izuku might as well have let himself hit the pavement. Jiren curses under his breath, but hardly flinches other than to come to a stop a foot or so away from Izuku. Jiren pinches the cigarette from his lips and flicks some of the ash off, taking a pull as he stares at Izuku. A slow smile creeping across his face as he lets out a plume of smoke. "I'd wondered where you'd gotten off to," Jiren drawls, beckoning Izuku toward a closed cafe, where the building overhang is blocking out most of the rain. "Been a while. You're looking far more put together." Izuku lets his purple smoke wrap around him, the same way Kurojirai uses his mist to obscure his body. He's floating a foot or so above the ground, giving the illusion of someone bigger and stronger than Jiren. "I need information," Izuku says through his respirator, the words coming out garbled and deep. "There's been talk in the streets. Someone's looking for muscle, I want to know who." Jiren takes another long pull of his cigarette, glaring at Izuku over the rims of his glasses. "If you're as smart as you seem, you should know I take my client's confidentiality very, very seriously. So the League is looking for recruits." Izuku couldn't be sure until Jiren confirmed it for him just now. Maybe they're being smarter, more cautious this time. Instead of grabbing as many thugs and crooks as possible, maybe Shigaraki has decided to go the route of quality over quantity. Izuku floats forward, letting himself hover over Jiren's head, his shadow overtaking the man. "I'm looking to make a name for myself," Izuku hisses, letting his smoke roll off of him in waves. It gathers at Jiren's feet, an eerie purple mist. "I want in. Get me a meeting." Jiren takes his cigarette out of his mouth and flicks it into a nearby puddle of rain, sighing through his nose. "This isn't buying gear off the black market or setting up a weapons deal. This is business. And no offense, my friend, but your resume is looking a bit wanting." Izuku lets himself drift further up, fully looming over Jiren now. "I think you'll find that I am capable of a great many things." Jiren sighs, not intimidated in the slightest. Fine. I'll throw your name into the ring. But no promises. My client is extremely shy." Izuku lets the smoke envelop him once again, only his glowing eyes and the jagged teeth of his mask left visible. "Good," he says, throwing a wad of cash toward Jiren's chest. "Be sure that you do." Izuku turns as Jiren catches the cash, thumbing through it the moment he has it in hand. "And Jiren," Izuku starts, letting his voice drop even lower. "I'll know if you don't." Jiren breathes out a scoffing sort of laugh, rough with smoke and years spent doing Japan's dirty work. Fine. I'll let my client know. But I'll need a name." Izuku stops, raindrops hitting his hood and rolling down his back like the tap of a metronome. The billboard overhead changes again, advertising a sports drink and bathing the street in dark greens and dull blues. "Deku," Izuku says toward the street. Jiren stood behind him. "Useless?" Jiren asks. Izuku pauses, floating above the sidewalk, the world around him washed in opaque colors that glitter through the pounding rain. "Worthless or useless, useful or worthy, only time will decide. Deku or Dikayu, let your enemies and allies choose the meaning for themselves," Jiren says, knowing. "Very nice." Izuku doesn't answer, letting himself fade out into the rain. "Good morning, listeners." Present Mick's voice drifts from the small radio sat on the cafe's counter, tinny and soft but still just as recognizable through bad speakers. It is 9 o'clock on Saturday morning. With a high of 16 degrees Celsius and clear skies, we're looking at a pretty rockin' and rollin' day. Izuku grabs his coffee cup from the counter and slips past the few other people milling about. Mind half listening to present mic even as Izuku scopes out an empty table. I'm joined here today by none other than the man, the myth, the legend, Kamui Woods himself. Hello, Kami-san, it's always off the charts blazin' when you join us. I'm sure the listeners are just as pumped as I am, so let's get this show on the road and hop right in, ya dig? Izuku sits down as Kamui Woods responds, his voice a low and level baritone in comparison to Mike Sensei's bright and jubilant chatter. It's always a treat getting to come on the show. Present Mike, thank you for having me. No need for that, my friend. You know you're always welcome. Now how about you fill us in on the latest hits of your long list of bangers and beatdowns? I heard a rumor that you and Edgeshot teamed up recently. Any epic moments you want to share? Izuku slips his laptop from his bag and quickly powers it on. He fishes the hard drive he'd stolen from the HPSC out of his pocket and plugs it in, doing a mental countdown in his head. This laptop is encrypted and heavily protected, but Izuku knows that the Hero Commission has friends in high places with all sorts of tracking quirks. Izuku gives himself 22 minutes before he needs to shut off the laptop and get out of Dodge. Though Izuku doesn't think he needs any more than the allotted time. This was something he was good at even before he had a quirk. He has a photographic memory, and Izuku long ago developed a tried-and-true system to help him recall information. He's seen these documents before. With enough key phrases and code words, Izuku will have what he needs. Coda: a 3DA9008-2G3. Subject: 0312. Hero persona: 5239624269 Lady Nagant. Identification: 878878645246 Tsutsumi Kana. 22. Recruited of Tsutsumi Kana, officiated by the President and Executive Board of the Commission of Heroics and Public Safety. Subject will hereon be referred to as Nagant, or code name. Continue with training regimen before Nagant is to be revealed to the public. 22. 0312, dispatched. Target, apprehended. 22. 0312, assigned. Target, obtained. Adjustive measures to be taken until Nagant's stamina and endurance are improved by estimate of 38.001%. 22. 0312, dispatched. Target, terminated. 22. 0312, assigned. Target, missing. Incentive measures taken to ensure. 22. 0312, dispatched. Target, terminated. Signs of psychological instability. Immediate action required. Disobedient action. 22. 0312, dispatched. Target, terminated. 22. 0312, dispatched. Target, terminated. 22. 0312, dispatched. Target, terminated. Traitor of the HPSC and the unlawful murder of President of Public Safety Hero Commission. 22. Of the subject 0312. Known dissenter and terrorist. Against Commission itself. Immediate action to be taken. Dead or alive. 22. 0312. Apprehended. 22. 0312. Will be processed without trial. Tartarus. All involvement to be expunged in the case of 0312 and all other subjects pertaining to. Izuku moves all of Lady Nagant's files into a secure place, eyes flicking to the clock at the corner of his screen, his fingers flying over the keyboard. All it takes is a quick glance for him to find what he needs, and then he's moving on. Switching over to subject 0184 even as subject 0312 continues to compile into a neat and tidy folder. Izuku sips at his to-go cup as he scours through the top-secret documents. Danger sense drifting lowly at the base of his skull, alert but not yet active. Izuku's mental counter goes down to 12 minutes, aware that the commission could already be on their way to his location. The cafe's bustle and hustle continues around him, present Mike and Kamui Woods still talking in the background. We have another caller on the line. What do you think, Kamui? Up for another question. Put him through, Mike, Kamui says. Let's hear what they have to say. All right. Hello, listener. Mike greets, loud and boisterous. You are on live on Put Your Hands Up Radio, with none other than Kamui Woods. What is your question? Hello. I'm a huge fan, Mr. Woods. A hesitant voice response, a tad staticky through the connection. I guess I was just wondering who you are a big fan of. Who do you look up to? Now that's the question for the ages, Mike laughs. You know, I'd like to hear the answer to that one myself. It's important to get inspiration from many sources, Kamui answers. But I suppose some of my biggest inspirations are Izuku finally breaks through the last firewall, fingers jumping over the keys as he is finally able to decode the last of the files. While Lady Nagant's files are majorly important, these files are arguably of even more importance. Coda B4F8600HT2. Subject 0184. Hero Persona 42957 Hawks. Identification 82526453446 Takami Kigo. 22. Acquirement of Subject 0184 approved by the President and Executive Board of the Commission of Heroics and Public Safety as of 22. Subject 0184 legal documentation to be altered in removal of identification, Takami Kigo, from all notarized and legal systems. Will hereon be referred to as Hawks, or code name 0184. Body altercations to be processed once Subject 0184 is of appropriate age. Increased training regimen approved by pediatrician in the case of Subject 0184. Keep at current body mass and activity levels outside of allotted training schedule. Seen an improvement of stamina and endurance by an increase of 12.03% as of last assessment. Subject shows detachment issues. Non-cooperative. Childish notions to be removed. Request for immediate action. Psychological reprogramming of Subject 0184, approved by President of Hero Commission. Further body modification requested by Redacted. Removal of talons. Awaiting approval of Madam President. Further body modification of Subject 0184, approved by President of Hero Commission. 22. 0184, assigned. Target obtained. 22. 0184, assigned. Target, apprehended. 22. 0184, dispatched. Target, terminated. 22. 0184, assigned. Target, acquired. Disobedience to be removed. 22. 0184, dispatched. Target, terminated. Subject request for housing outside of the Hero Public Safety Commission's designated sector. Denied. Subject 0184 to be revealed to the public as of 22. 22. 0184, dispatched. Target, terminated. 22. 0184, assigned. Target, apprehended. 22. 0184, dispatched. Target, terminated. Psychological reprogramming immediately required. Approved by President of 22. 0184, assigned. Target, apprehended. 22. 0184, dispatched. Target, terminated. Izuku closes his eyes for a moment, rubbing at his forehead. He already knew, of course. But that doesn't make it any easier to read through it all again. It hurts to see the documentation, the sterile, cold way that the Commission refers to these people. Lady Nagant, who had still been a teenager when they recruited her, and Hawks, who was no more than a child when they took him from his mother. It hurts in the same way it hurts to think about his past failures. But Izuku cannot save Lady Nagant or Hawks's innocence in the same way he was unable to save his own. He can't save them from past horrors or days spent trapped beneath someone else's trigger finger. Izuku can't erase the past, not in this instance, but he can still change the future. Sometimes that has to be enough. Izuku's mental timer goes off and he pulls out the hard drive and unplugs the battery from the laptop, shoving it all into his backpack as Present Mic announces a small break for a song. Izuku stands in one fluid motion, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and grabbing his to-go cup from the table. Izuku weaves his way through the organized chaos of the cafe and makes his way toward the door and out into the busy street. The wheels of motion are turning. Izuku just needs to keep up. In the end, it is almost laughably easy. The roar of the crowd is a tangible, livid thing. Like the buzz of a live wire beneath your feet or the prickly static that permeates the air right before a strike of lightning. It is a live, writhing mass of noise that pounds against Izuku's ears and presses in on his brain. Do it. Kill him. Finish it. The audience is heaving. Up and down with vicious excitement and a ravenous need for violence. The room is vibrating with it, their shouts and jeers, All eyes pointed at the arena in the middle of the room as they scream and shout. Izuku drifts between the frantic elbows and waving fists of the cheering crowd, using permeation to slip by as obscurely as possible. He makes it to the front of the crowd as a man is slammed up against the metal of the fighting cage, blood dripping from a gash on his forehead. The man's body hasn't even fallen back to the mat before he's being pulled up again. Bulbous, thick fingers wrapping around his throat and squeezing. Danger sense pulses lowly at the base of Izuku's skull, the only warning he gets before those massive fingers snap the man's neck with a crunch of bone and a wet squelching sound. And then those same hands pull and yank. Blood spurts into the crowd from the dead man's decapitated corpse. The scent of copper splatters into the air, thick enough for Izuku to smell even through his respirator. The mat floor is painted in reds, specks of carnage and splashes of an even crueler shade of crimson. The room falls silent for a pulsating moment, shocked perhaps, by the animalistic show of brutality. But then the dead man's head hits the floor, and the crowd breaks out into a raucous roar of cheers and chants. Muse siu lar. Muse siu lar. Muse siu lar. Muse siu lar. Their voices overlap atop one another, fists pumping, money trading hands. Screaming and howling, dancing in the blood of a man slaughtered right in front of them. And in the middle of it all is Muscular, arms spread wide, circling the stage, bellowing in victory, smile spread wide across his scarred face. The undefeated, the legendary, the invincible, an announcer's voice calls over the chaos, voice garbled and screeching through the old speaker system as he shouts. Muscular. The fighting cage is lifted up as two people climb into the ring, edging around Muscular as they go about cleaning up the arena. The dead man's limp body is rolled into a tarp with a board sort of proficiency, his decapitated head grabbed and stuffed into a plastic bag with quick apathetic hands. His remains are dragged off the stage with no regard, and Izuku wonders, absently, if he'll get a proper burial or if his body will end up at the bottom of the pier like so many others. Is anyone daring enough to take him on? The announcer's voice is taunting, just as bloodthirsty as the rest of them. Test out your quirks and maybe make a few bucks along the way. Who is brave enough to challenge the champion himself? Muscular pounds his chest, baring his teeth out toward the audience. Who's man enough to fight me? He calls, just as crazed and vicious and bloodthirsty as Izuku remembers him. Izuku doesn't give himself a moment to think, just ducks under the barricade and steps up onto the stage. Looks like we have a challenger. The announcer cheers as the crowd breaks out into ruckus boos and furious catcalls. I'd make your bets fast, folks. I'd wager this match is gonna be a quick one. No more than a step inside of the ring and the metal cage comes slamming down from its place suspended from the ceiling, sealing Izuku and Muscular inside with a mechanized hiss of locks engaging. Muscular smirks down at Izuku, the sinew of his quirk wrapping around his arms as he swipes the leftover blood from his face. You better put up a fight, he says, a low laugh edging into his voice. There's no fun in it unless you scream. With that, Muscular comes charging forward, and Izuku lets him. Izuku doesn't move as Muscular comes barreling toward him. Doesn't move when danger sense sends a sharp warning across his brain. Doesn't move as Muscular's form, massive and deadly, and far too familiar, comes bearing down on him. No, Izuku waits. And when Muscular's fist is bare inches away from Izuku's face, when Izuku can feel the shift in the air from Muscular's impending punch, when danger sense is the loudest thing Izuku can hear, that's when he makes his move. Izuku's right hand snaps out and catches Muscular's fist against his gloved palm. The sound of the would-be punch is almost deafening, or perhaps that is the sudden silence the room has dropped into. Muscular pauses, face rippling in confusion before settling into something delighted. Oh ho ho, he breathes. Have I finally found someone worth my time? He laughs, hand flexing against Izuku's hold. Maybe this will be fun after all. His second fist snaps out and Izuku intercepts this blow also. He squeezes, hard enough to feel Muscular's knuckles shift beneath his grip. Izuku pps his head up so he can look Muscular in the eye. His voice is all static when he replies. No, he says. I don't think it will, and then Izuku snaps Muscular's wrist. Izuku is distantly aware of the crowd going wild around them, of the announcer talking rapidly over the speaker system, of the cage rattling with the sound. But really, his focus is solely on Muscular. Muscular, who is rearing back in shock and pain, face twisted in a snarl-turn smile. He cradles his fractured wrist against his chest, muscles rippling and snaking down to wrap around the broken appendage. Finally, he breathes, a challenge, and then he's shooting toward Izuku again. Izuku sidesteps, cloak unfurling around him to become a cape. He ducks under Muscular's outstretched arm and comes back up swinging. Fist crunching against the underside of Muscular's jaw as he gives an uppercut, green sparks and red lightning flashing from Izuku's limbs. Muscular doesn't react to the punch, balling his hands into tight fists and slamming them down where Izuku had just been standing. Izuku uses float to circle around Muscular, sliding behind the man before delivering a resounding kick into the center of Muscular's back. Muscular goes flying forward, face slamming into the metal bars of the cage hard enough to leave it dented. Muscular turns, the crowd screaming around them. He stares Izuku in the eye as he spits a glob of blood and saliva to the floor. Izuku decides to go on the offensive. He pounces forward with a burst of FA gene and one for all under his skin. His knee slamming into Muscular's stomach, pinning him between the cage wall and Izuku himself. Some of Muscular's layers of muscle and sinew rip beneath Izuku's knee, going back to hide beneath the villain's skin. Muscular goes to throw Izuku off of him, but Izuku is quicker. He kicks off of Muscular and uses the cage ceiling to ricochet back into the man. Muscular slams into the mat, Izuku on top of him. His quirk working double time to reform over his back and chest. Oh, Muscular pants, blood and saliva dripping from his chin. Oh, aren't you a surprise, he says, giving a grisly red grin. I'm gonna make you bleed. Izuku kicks him across the jaw. Muscular uses the momentum from the kick to roll to a stand, jumping forward and trying to punch Izuku in the face. But Izuku is faster and smarter, and he, unlike Muscular, does not like to play with his food. He sidesteps again, and then he sends a roundhouse kick into Muscular's ribs. The villain goes careening into the metal cage and drops to one knee. Izuku doesn't give him the time to recover, grabbing the man and slamming him first to the ceiling and then to the floor. Izuku leans over Muscular, eyes flashing through his mask as he speaks so the crowd will surely hear. What was it you said before? Izuku asks, knowing that all eyes are on him, taking him in, assessing him. Izuku wants them to watch, wants them to see. If he makes a good enough show, gives them something truly surprising to talk about, then perhaps Izuku will get the invitation into the league he so desperately needs. Izuku presses the toes of his boot against Muscular's elbow, bearing down on him with all of his weight. It isn't fun unless you scream? Muscular's lone eye goes wide, and then Izuku snaps his elbow in two. Izuku chews his sandwich mechanically, listening distractedly to the news report playing from his headphones. The food tastes like dust on his tongue, leaving his mouth feeling dry and tacky. He swallows it down regardless. He needs to eat, even if his stomach is tied in knots. The last time he ate would have been the morning of the USJ, and that had mostly consisted of coffee. Normally 2 days without food or sleep wouldn't be enough to make Izuku pause. But this younger body, this 15-year-old body that has never felt true exhaustion, that has never had to starve. This scarless, small, untrained body isn't used to running on determination and adrenaline alone. So Izuku chews and swallows and goes through the motions. Squinting against the headache settling at the base of his skull and the fatigue dragging at his limbs and gnawing at his carefully constructed concentration. Izuku sighs, stuffing the last of his sandwich into his mouth and swiping the crumbs from his fingers. He reaches up and plucks the headphones from his ears, scanning his card and making his way toward the train. Izuku slips past the entrance and the checker and finds a seat tucked into the back. He presses himself against the cold glass of the window, backpack sat on his knees, head pounding dully at the base of his skull. Izuku closes his eyes, pressing his thumb and finger to his forehead and rubbing against the tension building up there. He doesn't want to stop, doesn't want to waste any time slacking off instead of fighting. But Izuku knows what happens when people push themselves too hard. That's how mistakes are made, stupid, reckless mistakes that could have been avoided otherwise. Izuku can't afford to make any more mistakes. He can, however, allot himself the couple hours it'll take to recharge. Izuku leans his head back against his seat, listening to the rattle of the train as its engine starts, the automated voice warning people to step away from the tracks. 2 hours. Izuku will give himself 2 hours, and then he'll get back to work. Izuku sighs, hugging his backpack to his chest and threading his fingers through the straps, his fingers trembling against the fabric until he clenches his fists harder. Izuku brings danger sense to the forefront of his mind, listening to the silence of it, knowing he won't be able to sleep otherwise. He remembers doing this, sleeping in odd places, in cold, damp, too tight spaces. On the run from All for One and Shigaraki. Hiding from both heroes and villains alike. Afraid to get the heroes involved, afraid that his friends would get caught up in Izuku's fight. Afraid that All for One was on his tail, afraid of what waited for him in the dark. Just plain afraid. Izuku shakes his head, shoving the memories away. He won't let it get that far, won't let it happen again. He made a promise, and he intends to keep it. Izuku closes his eyes and listens to the roar of the speeding train. His head pounds. If there wasn't an APB out for him before, there certainly is one now. Izuku's boots clomp against shingles and brick as he sprints over the rooftops, the police and heroes hot on his tail. They'd been waiting for him, aware enough to know that Izuku would show up with another villain to be processed sooner rather than later. Izuku had, of course, been aware of the impending ambush the moment he approached the police station. But he couldn't simply turn around. Not when he had 3 unconscious criminals draped over his shoulders. So Izuku had flown into the impending trap and dropped the baddies off at the police station steps. It was almost instant, the way that the heroes had pounced on him, dropping from the rooftop to practically land on top of Izuku's head. He'd already had double take and glitch concealing him from both physical and computerized eyes. But the moment the heroes had appeared, Izuku had let smoke screens spread out around them, concealing him further and making it near impossible for the heroes to see his quick departure. Whatever the heroes' quirks, neither of them seem to have speed enhancements or tracking abilities. Because while they are doing their best to keep up with Izuku, one on the ground below, the other pursuing him up on the rooftops, neither of them is gaining any distance. Izuku cracks a smile under the safety of his mask, cloak unfurling into a cape as he twists around an AC unit, grabbing the jagged corner of it and propelling himself around and forward. He lets double take drop so they can clearly see him, too far out of reach, a teasing sort of provocation. Catch me if you can, the blatant taunt says. Izuku uses the slanted architecture of one roof to his advantage, sliding down it and launching himself off at the last moment possible, catching himself in a roll as he lands on the next rooftop. He continues at a sprint, cape billowing out behind him, wind pulling at the ears of his mask. He knows he's putting on quite the show for the heroes behind him, that's the point. He needs to cultivate a reputation, one of competence and mystery and perhaps a bit of fear. He needs the villains to be wary and the heroes to be watchful. But most of all, he needs the hero commission to be absolutely panicked. Do you see me? Izuku thinks at the commission, spiteful and vindictive and a little bit ravenous. Do you know what I am? Because I know what you are. Izuku reaches the rooftop that overlooks the train tracks. He can see the Shinkansen fast approaching. Too fast for any sane person to try and intercept. He turns around, looks toward the 2 heroes sprinting toward him. One climbing the side of the building, the other still running along the rooftops. Izuku feels the vibration of the train in the soles of his boots, feels the low rippling of wind playing with the fringe of his cape. He takes a step backward, counting down in his head as he watches the heroes frantically try to catch up with him. It's when the heroes finally make it onto the same rooftop as him, as the train begins to blow past in a blast of wind and a deafening roar of noise, that Izuku brings his gloved hand up to his forehead and gives them a 2-fingered salute. And then Izuku is taking the last backward step off of the building and falling toward the speeding train. Come for me, Izuku thinks as he lands on the train, watching as the heroes and buildings and city begin to fade away. Come at me with everything you've got, he thinks toward the hero commission, angry and daring and dangerously calculated. Come for me because I'm coming at you with all the same. Sunday evening rolls around in something less like a bright flash and more like the lethargic blink of an eye. Izuku has spent the last 70-some hours flying all across Japan, from small villages to large cities, rounding up the villains he could get his hands on and gathering information on the ones he couldn't. He has been in constant motion since he donned his vigilante gear on Thursday night, fighting and running, hardly any moments in between. But as the sun slowly dips toward the horizon, casting the city in a misty veil of low yellows and faded pinks, Izuku decides that for now, it's time to hang up the cape and head for home. He uses float to drift through the sky, the chill of the air filtering through his mask and leaving the taste of spring in Izuku's mouth. Up here, above the city, watching the sun rays sparkle off of the skyscrapers and bounce off the clouds, Izuku feels like he can finally take a moment to breathe. Izuku floats there, suspended hundreds of feet in the air, and he closes his eyes and lets himself sink into the feeling of it. It is something truly amazing to be able to fly. Izuku remembers Nana guiding him through it after he had first inherited her quirk. He remembers for weeks afterward how he couldn't seem to keep his feet on the ground. He'd wake up hovering above his bed, tangled in his sheets, toes touching the ceiling. He'd go on a morning jog or be in the middle of training, and suddenly, Izuku would find himself walking on air. He remembers late nights, training in secret, Nana right there beside him. It's intoxicating, isn't it? Nana had asked Izuku once, on another night when Izuku couldn't sleep, when he'd woken up one too many times with his skin crawling and his lungs rasping for air. Flying? Izuku had asked back, stood on top of a street lamp, using it to launch himself up toward the buildings above. Izuku remembers how odd float had felt back then, the weightlessness of it, the way he was no longer anchored by gravity. It was so easy then, to overcorrect, to lose his balance, to trip on nothing but air. It was even easier still, to start floating and drifting away without meaning to. It had been as frightening as it was breathtaking. I remember, when my quirk first manifested, Nana had said, following Izuku as he walked along the wall of a skyscraper. It suddenly felt like I was always meant to be in the air. It was all my parents could do to get me off the ceiling and back on the ground. Really? Izuku asked, looking up to where Nana hung suspended above him, glowing a deep purple, her hair floating out around her to frame her face. She'd laughed then, her eyes crinkling at the edges as they squinted shut. Her smile had always reminded Izuku of Tashinori's, in a way that he couldn't quite describe beyond the feeling of safety it gave him. It was just so incredible, Nana continued, twirling in the air, her cape flowing out behind her like it was getting caught in the wind. I had finally found my place in the world. I wasn't bound by gravity anymore, I was free. The slick sole of Izuku's sneakers had slipped against the wet window then, his toe catching against the glass of the building and making him trip over his own feet. Izuku had tumbled out into the open air, turning head over heels in what should have been a nauseating spin. But ever since he'd inherited float, it was like Izuku's perception and balance, his spatial awareness and his sense of motion had all shifted and changed to compensate for the new quirk. He'd wondered if eventually he'd feel that freedom too, if he'd ever feel as at home in the air as he did on the ground. You'll get there too someday, Nana had said, floating toward him, a soft smile on her face. Izuku's spinning had slowed until he was left floating upside down, drifting between skyscrapers. He'd glanced up, toward the deserted street below, where the traffic lights splashed colors into the puddles of rain. And then he'd glanced down toward his feet, up to the sky, where the stars gleamed through the wispy rain clouds above. You think so? Izuku had asked, looking back toward Nana. She drifted toward Izuku's side, before she slowly rotated in the air, turning until she was upside down too. Of course, she answered. And if you ever need any tips, I'm always here. She'd winked at him then, good-natured and teasing. They drifted there together, floating between skyscrapers, in a city long past its curfew. Izuku in a hoodie and jeans, Nana in a cape and boots. Izuku remembers looking out toward the slowly clearing sky, watching as the clouds made way for the stars. and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Nana looking too. But when Izuku looked past her, when his eyes caught on the reflection of the windows all around them, he was greeted with only the sight of himself. Because Nana did not have a reflection. Because she wasn't there, not really. Nana lived inside of One for All, within Izuku's brain. She was just a vestige, a piece of her former self. She was here with him in spirit and nothing more, only for Izuku's eyes to see. Gone are the days where Nana could truly fly and get lost in the clouds. Lost are those moments of freedom and joy. Those things had been taken away from her, along with everything else. "I'm sorry," Izuku had found himself saying, glancing away from the void of Nana's non-reflection, back to where she hung suspended beside him. Nana's eyes had still been locked on the stars below their feet. But when Izuku spoke, she'd flicked her gaze to his, meeting his eyes for just a moment before she turned back to face the sky. A smile had overtaken her face then, not the bright or flashy one she sometimes wore that reminded Izuku so much of All Might's, but a smaller, more private one. A smile that softened the planes of her face and made her look far more human than Izuku had ever seen Nana be. It was a smile, but it was one made of sadness and regret. "Don't be," she'd said, voice almost a whisper for how quiet it was. Izuku doesn't think he would have heard it if not for the stillness of the world around them, and the fact that Nana lived within his brain. "I feel lucky," she'd said, and Izuku had noticed then, that even though Nana herself lacked a reflection, somehow the light of the stars still got caught in the black of her. "Because even in death, I still get to fly," she'd said, her smile shifting, smoothing out at the edges as the dimples in her cheeks pressed softly into her face. She'd looked back at Izuku then, and this time, when she smiled, it looked real. "Because when you fly, I fly." The memory leaves Izuku's mouth tasting of muggy night air and summer rain. He unwraps the bindings from around his left wrist and carefully pulls his uniform's glove off. And then Izuku is reaching out and combing his fingers through the puffy clouds around him. Wisps of vapors clinging to his hand and trailing from his fingertips, leaving unshed raindrops peppered along Izuku's skin. Izuku pulls back, blinking sunspots and memories out of his eyes. The setting sun has blanketed the world around him, bathing the city in a sun-kissed pink and a sleepy yellow glow. There is nothing but wispy clouds and clear sky and the rush of wind all around him, and Izuku pulls in a breath of too thin air, shoves his hand back into his glove, and heads for home. It's been years now. Years since Izuku learned to fly, and an eternity of time, since Izuku's connection to the others was severed. Years since that night when All for One reached in and did something to Izuku's brain. Years since he learned that they could all be taken away. But it is always moments like this, moments of stillness and beauty, moments of calm, of rest. The mundane moments spent at a corner booth in a small diner, or afternoons trudging through monsoon rain. It's these moments that make Izuku miss their company the most. Because he hopes, no matter how negligible the possibility may be, that even if Izuku cannot feel them, that they can still see through his eyes. Because if nothing else, Izuku hopes that Nana can still feel it when he flies. It's raining in Mizudafu. It pelts at Izuku, seeping through his Yui blazer and plastering his dirty hair to his forehead. Izuku doesn't bother to hide from it, letting it soak him through. He's nearly home now, and the exhaustion he's been warding off for the past 4 days is truly setting in. He can feel his feet beginning to drag, his vision distorting with the pounding headache that comes from days without sleep and hardly any food eaten. His limbs feel heavy, overworked and undernourished. But Izuku can't stop yet, he still has a performance to put on. "Izuku!" His mom calls as Izuku stumbles through the front door. Izuku pulls himself up from his slouch and plasters a smile across his face, forcing the exhaustion out of his bones. His mom comes racing around the corner, frantic and jittery after days spent without him. Izuku knows she must be anxious to hear how his weekend went. To see how Izuku is faring after his first time sleeping over at a friend's house. After all, the last time Izuku had spent a night away from home, he was 4 years old and Kaken was still his friend. "How was it?" his mama asks, bouncing in place, her hands clasped in front of her. "Did you have fun?" "Yeah," Izuku answers, letting himself fall back into past memories. He thinks of nights spent studying on Tenya's bedroom floor, Ochako and Izuku pestering Tenya into playing board games or watching movies far too late into the night. He thinks back to the first time he met Tenya and Ochako's families, how nervous he'd been to make a good first impression. Years out of practice and with little to no reference in mind, Izuku remembers how shaky and awkward he'd been. But it hadn't taken much to put him at ease, not when it was so easy to see where his friends got their kindness and compassion from. He still remembers how hero-struck he'd been to meet Tenya's older brother Tensei, how happy he'd been to talk to Tenya's grandfather Takashi-sama. Izuku remembers how excited he was to get to sit down and have dinner with the Ida family themselves, and how pleased he was when he found that they were just as welcoming and friendly as Tenya was himself. Izuku remembers his first sleepover at Tenya's house, the one where he and Tenya had played hero trivia late into the night, a hero documentary left playing forgotten in the background. He remembers the way Tenya had gone quiet and soft before he admitted, "I hope I'm doing this correctly. It's been quite some time since I last had a guest come over." And Izuku remembers looking up from his cards in surprise, thinking of how brave and kind and insightful Tenya was, and how it didn't seem fair that Tenya too didn't know how to have friends. "Me too," Izuku had said, just as quiet, just as soft. And that had been that. "Ida-kun is amazing," Izuku tells his mom, his smile turning that tad more genuine. I know you'll like him, Mama. He's gonna be a real hero someday." So Izuku falls into the story of his first sleepover spent at the Ida household. His mom listens with rapt attention as Izuku talks about nights spent staying up too late, of study sessions crashed by none other than Ingenium himself, of a day spent petting deer in Nara Park before having a picnic sprawled out in the grass. He tells his mom a story that happened a lifetime and 5 years ago, and he pretends that lies of omission and deception, that lies made up of some truths and given with kindness, are not lies at all. "I'm so glad, Izuku," his mom says once Izuku is done. The two of them sat at the dinner table, Izuku's favorite meal spread out in front of them. Izuku stares down at the katsudon, twirling his chopsticks around and around and around, blinking the fatigue and lost moments from his eyes. "Me too," he says, "me too." Freshly showered and fuller than he's been in days, Izuku hugs his mom goodnight and excuses himself to his room. His door clicks shut behind him and Izuku finally drops the act and lets the exhaustion crash into him full force. He slumps forward, kicking off his slippers as he half stumbles, half collapses into his bed. He realizes distantly, as his head hits his pillow, that he is laying on top of his blankets, his bed still made up beneath him. But Izuku can't find it in himself to care, not when he is finally laying down in bed. His stomach no longer cramping from hunger pains and his skin freshly washed, no longer caked with sweat and blood and days' worth of battle. Izuku pulls his pillow down, wraps his arms around it, presses his face in, and finally sleeps. Yui's front gate and outer wall have been rebuilt and upgraded since the attack last Wednesday. Of course they have. It didn't take Yui or Nizu more than an afternoon to reorient themselves and act accordingly. But as Izuku passes by the barrier on Monday morning, he can't help looking for leftover evidence, the cracks and fissures left behind by the touch of 5 deadly fingers. The spotless wall is a stark reminder. Shigaraki may not have shown up at the USJ this time around, but he had still broken into Yui. He was still out there, planning his next move, readying himself, preparing for his grand magnum opus. Izuku grits his teeth to himself, hefting his backpack higher onto his shoulders. It almost physically hurts, having to slow down enough to show up at school and act like everything is normal. Part of Izuku feels like this charade is nothing but a waste of his and everyone else's time. What good is he doing here, sitting in class and pretending, going through the motions as if nothing is wrong, when the league is still out there? But even as the thought enters Izuku's mind, he tucks it away once again. While Izuku wishes he could still be out there, hunting down the members of the league and crippling their forces in any way he can, he also knows that he needs to be right here at Yui. No matter what timeline, Yui, All Might's alma mater, a school where heroes are made, the heart of Japan. This place will always be involved in the war between good and evil, whether Izuku is here or not. It's the smart move to make. From a tactical standpoint, Izuku couldn't possibly be in a better place. He will stick close and gather what information he can, and when something does inevitably happen, he'll be there to put a stop to it. But beyond that, Izuku knows that his reasons for staying are purely selfish. He can't imagine walking away from this, his school, the place that shaped him in so many ways. Izuku grew up under the tutelage of the teachers here, with Toshinori's guiding hand on his shoulder and Aizawa-sensei's stern words to push him forward. This is the place where Izuku learned how to fight, not just for others, but for himself. And most of all, this is the place that showed Izuku that there were people out there willing to fight for him too. Maybe it isn't the right choice to stay here at Yui. Maybe Izuku is making another mistake. Maybe he truly shouldn't be here. Maybe he'll regret this decision later on. But Izuku will not and cannot walk away from his friends. That is something Izuku refuses to ever. To Midoriya-kun. Izuku. Speaking of, Tenya and Ochako's voices call out as Izuku makes it to Yui's front doors. The two of them climb down the front steps to meet Izuku halfway. Hey guys, Izuku greets them both. The smile that blooms on his face is the first genuine one he's worn in days, and he can't help but revel in it. Good morning. Ohayo, Ochako says back, her smile wide enough to show the dimples high up on her cheeks. Are you feeling better? I was wondering the same, Tenya says, his pace slower to stay in step with Izuku and Ochako's shorter strides. Did you get the list of home remedies I sent you? Izuku can't help it, he laughs. Yes, Ida-kun, he answers, still snickering. He'd told his friends that he wasn't feeling well after the USJ, and he had kept up the lie over the rest of the weekend, answering their messages in between battles, in the moments that Izuku had enough time to breathe. I got the list, Izuku says, shooting Tenya a soft smile. I tried a few, and I think they helped. But if I'm being honest, I think I just needed sleep. Ochako bounces on the toes of her shoes as they walk down the hallway. You did seem tired, she says, giving Izuku a long, assessing look. But you do look better now. Izuku rocks his head back and forth, his fingers curled around the straps of his backpack. Thanks, I'm feeling better. It is a testament to your determination and skill that you were still able to perform so well during our rescue training, even while feeling so unwell, Tenya says. He pushes up the bridge of his glasses, giving a little huff. I still aspire to catch up to you, Midoriya-kun. Izuku is about to reply when a derisive snort cuts through the air. Ha, that's cute. Izuku turns to see Monoma Nito staring at them from across the hall, a cold smile on his face. But don't forget the real threat. You all might have gotten into 1A, but there's a whole other class of hero students, and we just might surprise you. Ochako stops at Izuku's side, voice confused as she mumbles. What's this guy's problem? Tenya waves his hand through the air, stuttering out a bewildered apology. Excuse me, I did not mean any disrespect to you or your class. I was merely complimenting my classmates' tenacity. Nito gives a hissing sort of sound, his arms loosely crossed over his chest as he surveys the three of them. He gives a condescending hum, turning away from them as he flicks his fingers over his shoulder. I guess we'll see who really is better, soon enough, he taunts, his back to them. Until then, 1A. Izuku watches Nito walk away, something sticky and aching caught in his chest. He forgot how different Nito used to be. Before he'd gotten over his inferiority complex and worked through his other insecurities. Back when he felt like he had to prove himself to every person he met, back when he felt like he had to fight for other people to see him as anything more than a background character. But thought I'd find you up here, Nito's dull voice had rung out from behind Izuku. His shoes crunched against the gravel as he walked over to the rooftop's edge, where Izuku was sat hunched into himself, his legs dangling over the lip of the building. Izuku hadn't said anything in return, he didn't think he could. His words had dried up some time ago, sticky and congealing, each and every syllable had caught at the back of his tongue, clogging up his throat, leaving Izuku to rasp desperately for air. He'd come up here the moment he could slip away, needing a moment to himself. And once he was alone, Izuku gave into the ragged sobs and wheezing breaths he'd been holding back since this night began. Izuku had finally released the overwhelming amount of guilt and panic and sorrow from his chest, and he had choked and sputtered and cried until just like his words, his tears had dried up too. Now all Izuku felt was an empty numbness in his chest and the feeling of itchy wrongness beneath his skin. Nito hadn't sat with him, like any of Izuku's other friends might have done in the same situation, he just stood there instead. His coattails flapping back in the wind, the two of them quietly looking out over the ruins of the city, the sun slowly sinking into dusty shadows. And maybe it was that, the fact that Nito wasn't one of his other friends, wasn't sitting with him, wasn't even looking at him, that let Izuku speak. "I stole a quirk," Izuku said, still looking out toward the city, his hands clutched in front of him, twisting the fabric of his pants hard enough to leave his fingers cramping. I stole a quirk," he said again, because the act of saying it, of speaking the words aloud, it somehow made it all the more horrifyingly real. Nito shrugged, the tails of his coat twitching with the movement, his stopwatches clinking together from where they hung from his belt. "So?" Izuku's head whipped around, he'd stared up at Nito, at a loss. His mouth soundlessly opening and closing, unable to find words. "So?" Izuku finally said, voice crackling along the edges and splintering down the middle. Are you kidding me?" Izuku sputtered, and oh, there were the tears, back with a vengeance, hot and burning and pressing at the backs of Izuku's eyes. Nito had finally looked at him then, face blank as he blinked down at Izuku. "You stole a quirk," Nito shrugged, turning away from Izuku and back out toward the city. "Big deal." Izuku didn't remember standing up, but one moment he was sitting on the roof's ledge, and the next, he was launching himself at Nito. Izuku threw a sloppy punch at the same time Nito twisted out of Izuku's way. Izuku followed, exhausted and still crying, he trailed after Nito along the rooftop. Desperation and hatred, horror and sickness, and an overwhelming amount of grief weighing down every one of Izuku's limbs and leaving him open for the jab Nito hit him with. Izuku had fallen to the pavement, too unbalanced to catch himself. The breath left his lungs as he crashed to the ground, gravel digging into his shoulder blades. Izuku had blinked angry tears out of his eyes as he glared up at the darkening sky, fists held tightly at his sides, nails digging in hard enough to leave his palms bloody. Nito had plopped himself down at Izuku's left, a plume of Izuku's purple smoke trailing from Nito's fingertips. Nito played with the wisps for a moment, before he let the smoke drift up, the two of them watching as it rose to the sky. "So what?" Nito said again, blunt as always. "You stole a quirk." "I do it all the time." Izuku had pursed his lips as they wobbled violently, unwilling to cry again. "That's different," he whispered. "It is," Nito agreed, letting his hand flop back down to his lap as the purple smoke dispersed. "Yours doesn't have as many constraints. No time limit, no quirk restrictions. I get 17 minutes, max. And then I'm essentially quirkless." Izuku sat up, swiping angrily at his eyes. "Is that supposed to make me feel better?" he spat. "That there's no cap on my power? That I could take, and there'd be nothing to stop me?" Nito had twisted around to face Izuku, matching Izuku's glare with one of his own. "Don't be dense, Deku," he'd finally snapped. "We're losing this war, we all see that. We needed an ace up our sleeve, and we just found one. With this power we have a fighting chance." Izuku had sniffed, turning away. I don't want this," he whispered, another moment of weakness to add to the ever-growing pile of failures. "I never wanted this." The two of them had fallen silent for a long moment, listening to the whistling wind and the silence of a dead city, and then Nito had murmured, so soft Izuku almost didn't hear. "I suppose no main character ever does." "What was that?" Ochako's baffled voice jolts Izuku out of his thoughts. She shoots Tenya and Izuku a confused look as Nito disappears down the hallway. Izuku's mouth has gone dry, he licks his lips, searching for the right words. "That was a future hero," Izuku thinks to himself. "That was my friend," he wants to say. "That was a hurting kid," Izuku realizes with a jolt to his chest. "I don't know," he says because he can't say anything else. "Hey Prez." "Good morning, Midoriya-san." "Mr. President himself." Izuku freezes at the entrance of 1A's classroom, Ochako and Tenya halting behind him. Izuku pauses, abruptly reminded of his new role as class president. "Arth," he says, blinking dumbly for a moment, before he rolls his shoulders back and makes himself stand taller. "Good morning, everyone," he greets, smiling at his classmates. "Midoriya-kun." Momo gets up from her seat in the back, grabbing a binder off of her desk before she marches up to Izuku. "I was wondering if we could talk for a moment?" Izuku finishes setting his backpack down into his chair. "Of course, Yaoyorozu-san," he replies, turning to give Momo his full attention. "What do you need?" "Well, I was thinking, as class president and vice president, it is our responsibility to make sure our classmates are achieving their goals and staying on track. It would be shameful if a class full of aspiring heroes was unable to keep up academically," she says quickly, still clutching the binder to her chest. Izuku gives her a nod, making sure to keep his expression open and polite. "I agree," he says. "So what were you thinking?" Momo takes in a steadying breath, opens up the binder, and moves a stack of papers toward Izuku. "This is my proposed schedule for study groups and training sessions. We can get permission to use one of the school gyms, but we'd need adult supervision if we want to train with our quirks. I've also talked to my parents, and they would be thrilled to host study sessions at our estate." Izuku nods, flipping through the pages and skimming through them quickly. "This is really well thought out," he notes before smiling up at her. "Let me look this over, and then we'll figure out the logistics of everything." Momos clasps her hands around her binder as she lights up with a smile. She gives Izuku a slight bow of her head, a subconscious move rather than a purposeful one. "Hi," she agrees. "I look forward to it." With that, Momo makes her way back toward her desk and Izuku carefully puts the paperwork into his bag. Izuku straightens up and looks toward the clock at the front of the room. Class starts in less than a minute. Izuku glances at his classmates milling around and talking amongst themselves, completely unconcerned by the time, or the fact that Aizawa-sensei will be here any second. Fumikage is lounged across his desk, dark shadow hovering at his side as they talk quietly with Shoji. Mina is poking at Aoyama and giggling madly as he turns red in the face. Kaken's legs are slung over his desk as he glares up at Ijiro, who is leaned up against Kaken's desk, grinning even as Kaken's hands spark and pop. Izuku automatically glances over to Tenya, who is frantically trying to get Denki to take his phone charger out of his mouth. But even Tenya isn't making any moves to quiet their peers or to rein in the wildness of the classroom. Right? Izuku realizes that's his responsibility now. With a deep sigh, Izuku gets up from his desk. He stands tall and then claps his hands together once, loud enough to cut over the chatter. It isn't nearly as effective as Aizawa-sensei flashing his quirk, but it still does the job easily enough. The noise dies off as all eyes snap to Izuku. "Class starts in 30 seconds, Izuku says. "Everyone get in your seats before Aizawa-sensei arrives." The threat of Aizawa-sensei is what gets people moving, and within seconds everyone is situated and sitting politely at their desks. Save for Kaken, of course. Izuku plops himself down in his seat in the same moment the door slides open. Aizawa blinks slowly at the class, his feet dragging slightly as he makes his way toward his. "Good," he says, his eyes raking over his students. "You're learning." Aizawa-sensei's eyes flick to Izuku for a moment, and then he's dragging his gaze away, turning back toward the chalkboard behind him as he lets out a world-weary sigh. "Alright, let's get started. In today's lesson, we will be discussing the cultural and economic changes caused by the shift from a non-quirk to a quirk-based society." Izuku's lunch tray makes an obnoxious sound as he lets it drop onto the table. Hitoshi, who had looked about 2 seconds away from nodding off right here in the cafeteria, startles and Jericho's upright, gawking up at Izuku with squinted eyes. When it comes to Izuku's friends, he knows how to expertly navigate past their barriers and carefully break through their exterior. So while Izuku is taking his time to slowly gain Shoto's trust, gradually offering friendship as gently but blatantly as he can, Izuku is going to do the complete opposite when it comes to Hitoshi. Izuku's gonna run in headfirst and smash through any obstacles Hitoshi tries to put in his way. "We should spar after school," Izuku says as he drops into a seat, and then he shoves some udon into his mouth. It takes Hitoshi a moment to find his voice. What? He rasps. Izuku looks at the even deeper bags under his eyes. The way his gravity-defying hair is even more defiant today. Either Hitoshi hasn't slept well in quite a few days, or he's battling the dregs of a migraine. Izuku kind of feels bad for kicking Hitoshi while he's already down. But well, better to catch him off guard and unbalanced than pre-prepared. A fully awake, or, perish the thought, an overly caffeinated Hitoshi could take Izuku down in a verbal sparring match in no time flat. A fully cognizant Hitoshi would scoff and snarl and claw against any perceived pity or unknown kindness. But a confused and surprised Hitoshi just blinks at Izuku's sudden appearance. Seeming still halfway asleep, looking at Izuku like he is a foreign, strange thing. You want to be a hero, right? Izuku goes on, like he isn't having a one-sided conversation with someone he's supposed to hardly know. Like he and Hitoshi are longtime friends, not acquaintances who met once, in passing, weeks ago. Class 1A has an open spot, and I think you should take it. Hitoshi gives one long, lethargic blink. What? Izuku keeps talking, shoving some more food into his mouth. But your quirk isn't exactly offensive, right? So that means we should focus on quirkless fighting for now. Hitoshi's brows furrow. It seems he's finally woken up. Who the hell even are you? He asks. Izuku twirls his chopsticks in the air, gesturing to himself and then to Hitoshi. I'm Midoriya Izuku, and I want to be a hero. And I know you want to be one too. The sports festival is coming up, and I think you should try for a transfer. Hitoshi glares, shoving at the table to gain some superficial distance from Izuku. But why do you care? He asks, suspicion and bitterness cutting through his tone. You tried to help me during the entrance exam too. Well, you got in and I didn't. Why are you bothering with me now? I didn't ask for anyone's help. I didn't ask for your help. The words carve something into Izuku's chest, sharp and aching. He gives a small but sincere smile. Because, he whispers, that's what being a hero is all about, isn't it? Seeing a stranger, someone you don't know, and reaching out because they look like they could use a hand. Izuku's gaze has dropped to his own hands, but at Hitoshi's startled movement he looks back up, letting his smile drop so Hitoshi can see the determination and fight behind his eyes. I want to help you. Let me help you. There's a spot open in our class, ready for you to take, Izuku says again, softer this time. Hitoshi is watching him with wide eyes, like he isn't sure what to make of Izuku. But you're going to have to work for it, you're going to have to fight for it. Izuku reaches out his hand across the table, leaving it there for the taking. So, he says, what do you say? Want to get better together? There is a long moment where Hitoshi doesn't move, where his gaze sweeps from Izuku's offered hand to his face, and then back again. Shinso Hitoshi, Hitoshi finally says, reaching out and taking Izuku's hand. Izuku gives his hand a firm shake before letting go, trying not to smile too hard. He has to hide his grin behind another bite of noodles, excitement buzzing through his chest. It's good to re-meet you, Shinso-kun. Hitoshi hits the mat for a fourth time. He lies there for a moment, winded. Before he hisses some very unflattering expletives up at the ceiling, face twisted up into a scowl. Izuku leans over him, smiling cockily down at his friend. I told you to keep moving your feet, he admonishes teasingly, having to dodge when Hitoshi throws a sloppy punch up at Izuku. I really want to punch you, Hitoshi says, glaring up at Izuku, still catching his breath. Izuku smirks as he reaches down to give Hitoshi a hand up. Well, then you're going to have to move your feet, he says again, spinning out of the way as Hitoshi tries to kick at Izuku's shins. Hitoshi falls back into the fighting stance that Izuku taught him earlier. His feet aren't spread wide enough, and his fists aren't close enough to his chin. But he's already holding himself more confidently, moving around the mats like they've been at this for more than 2 measly hours. They still have 2 weeks before the sports festival, which in the grand scheme of things, isn't really all that much time. But Hitoshi has always been a quick study, and Izuku knows for a fact that a determined Hitoshi is someone to watch out for. Okay, Hitoshi says, shifting on his toes, breathing out a sharp panting breath as he readies himself. Show me that throw again. Izuku smirks, lunging for Hitoshi. When Izuku set Plan B into motion, deciding to hit the streets as a vigilante, he had only gone in with the intention of dismantling the League's forces and systematically crippling them before they could cause any real damage. Not to mention Izuku's various plans for the Paranormal Liberation Front, the Shai Hasaikai, and the Hero Public Safety Commission. However, Izuku should have realized that once he put on the suit again, it would be near impossible for him to take it back off. In the past year, as Izuku trained up his body and continued to bide his time before the UE entrance exam, Izuku had missed being a hero in a way he didn't know he could. It was a hard thing to swallow, having to restrict himself to civilian life. It pained Izuku to watch hero fights from the sidelines, stuck as a spectator and nothing more. Unable to help even as he knew he had the power to step in. The wrongness of it had grated at Izuku's nerves in a way waking up in his 14-year-old body never had. The two things both left Izuku feeling wrong in his own skin, confining and ill-fitting, uncomfortable in a way Izuku couldn't particularly articulate. But really, when it came down to it, the two things didn't even compare, because while one left Izuku itchy and chafing, the other made him feel like he was actively on fire. But now that Izuku is back in the Cape, back on the streets and fighting anyway, there is no excuse. He can no longer turn a blind eye and look away from the things going on around him. That's just not who Izuku is. Who Deku is. He spots a milady before he sees anything else. She's frantically moving between streets, carefully stepping around the buildings as she grabs handfuls of civilians and evacuates them from what Izuku can only guess is a villain attack. With the help of float and double take, Izuku is able to survey the scene from the sky without being seen. A milady is carefully lowering panicked people onto the neighboring streets. Death Arms is on the opposite side of the scene, straining visibly, roaring as he clutches to the front of a derailed train, pulling it back onto the monorail with his bare hands. That, however, is not the most concerning thing Izuku sees. Izuku lands beside Kamui Woods, his cape whipping out behind him as his feet touch the ground. Kamui startles at Izuku's sudden appearance. He sends a splintering branch toward Izuku's face. But Izuku easily dodges out of the way, the gust from the would-be punch ruffling Izuku's masked ears as he takes one sweeping step toward Kamui. "I'm not here to fight," Izuku says, his voice still coming out as a growl through his voice changer. But without the crackle or static overlaying his voice, Izuku's words don't come off as an imminent threat. Kamui gives him a narrow-eyed glare. He draws his fist back, but he keeps in his fighting stance. "Who the hell are you?" he asks, tempered but still suspicious. Izuku turns away from the other man, glancing up to the roaring flames in front of him. The apartment building is 20 stories or so, groaning and miming as it threatens to collapse beneath the flames. Dense gray smoke growing blacker and thicker by the second. There are a dozen or so civilians huddled behind Izuku, ash-covered and hacking for breath. Kamui's arms are singed and smoking. "Help, Death Arms," Izuku says, gesturing toward the train as he shifts one foot behind the other, bending his knees. "I'll deal with this." Izuku leaps into the air, flying toward the fiery building. Izuku closes his eyes for a moment, focusing on his born quirk. He can vaguely sense the people trapped inside, their quirks calling to him, reaching out toward Izuku, tugging at him. For a long time, Izuku had ignored the inherited sense, had shoved it down so far inside that he could pretend it wasn't there in the first place. It had scared him, the way his quirk seemed to fixate on other quirks. But that had changed like so many other things. In the midst of battle, when Izuku was beyond desperate and panicking and unwilling to lose anyone else. Ejiro, Shirhai, and Momo were somewhere deep within the mountain, unconscious or too hurt to save themselves, and only getting further away by the second. Injured and at the mercy of the villains who captured them, Izuku knew they were running out of time. Izuku, with no other ideas to fall back on, had looked within himself, reached for that sixth sense, and grabbed hold of it with all his might. Hoping and pleading and screaming that this worked, that he'd be able to sense them, that he would get to his friends in time. It had been a close call, closer than Izuku liked to admit. If he hadn't been able to call upon that sixth sense, if he hadn't been aware of what direction to focus on, if he hadn't had that aspect of his quirk in the first place, there wouldn't have been anything Izuku could have done, and his friends would have paid the price. It was a harrowing reminder. Izuku knew that no quirk was inherently evil, but that was a lesson he'd apparently forgotten in the face of his own doubts and fears. It was after that close call that Izuku began training every aspect of his quirk, honing it in and pushing it to its limit, learning all of its uses and how far it could reach. It was a lesson Izuku hasn't forgotten since, that each and every quirk deserves the utmost respect and care. It's his responsibility to use all of the quirks he possesses to the best of his ability. Because if Izuku cannot do even that much, then he shouldn't have these quirks in the first place. Izuku reaches out with that sixth sense, feeling the pulse of every quirk inside of the burning apartment building. There are 40 or so people still trapped inside, but Izuku can't be more precise than that. His control and focus aren't refined enough to pick out so many individuals. Izuku's senses start to get muddled once there are more than 30 people in a crowd. But each person will be easier to pinpoint once Izuku starts evacuating people and that number goes down. Izuku, still suspended in the air, uses smokescreen to add to the already building smoke, wanting to be as concealed as possible. Izuku throws out his arms, tendrils of black whip shooting from his fingertips and smashing through dozens of windows. Izuku grits his teeth, directing each strand of black whip toward the people he can sense inside. The people he grabs come out sputtering and coughing, ash-covered and wheezing for breath, but alive. Izuku carefully sets each one of them down on the street below, and then he continues his search, looking for the families trapped inside, listening for the screams and shouts of panicking people. It's as Izuku is pulling an elderly couple out of a jagged hole that used to be a wall, that the building gives a shuddering sort of groan. And then, all at once, every remaining window blows out in a deafening spray of glass. The people down on the street shriek in fear. The sound of it pushes Izuku to go further, to act faster. Izuku springs into action with a burst of one for all lighting up his skin. He dives into the burning apartment complex, using float and permeation to rush through each unit at inhuman speeds. Izuku sails through walls and floors, grabbing the last few stragglers he can sense. He sends each person out of the building with the help of Black Whip, depositing the people out onto the street, away from the crumbling apartments and imminent danger. The heat of the fire has begun to seep in through Izuku's gear, leaving his skin tacky with sweat and the hairs on his arms standing on end. The faint taste of smoke sits at the back of his throat, his eyes water against the blazing air. Izuku's stomach swoops as the building gives a long, precarious groan around him. Izuku races from room to room, eyes frantic. He knows there are people he cannot sense. He finds various pets in his search, he evacuates them too. Still anxiously searching for any people without a quirk factor for him to pinpoint. Izuku is nearly done with his sweep of the building when danger's sense stabs through his brain. His vision whites out for one breathless moment, and Izuku knows he's run out of time. Izuku's head spins, his mouth goes dry. He essays in one last rattling breath, brings up his hand, and snaps his fingers. The air is SED straight from his lungs. Izuku's eardrums burst. Tears spring to his eyes as he struggles not to choke. The world is hot and blurry around him. It leaves Izuku dizzy and desperately blinking spots from his eyes. There is a moment of roaring silence in the aftermath, and then all Izuku can hear is the high-pitched ringing of his own ears. This is why Izuku does not use Siphon lightly. Because with the activation of Siphon, the air around Izuku ceases to exist. Izuku doesn't like to use this quirk on civilians, because he knows they will be experiencing the same disorientation. The shock of suddenly being unable to hear or breathe, the overwhelming roaring in their ears, the feeling of slowly asphyxiating to death. But humans are not the only ones that need oxygen to survive. The fire has been smothered into nothingness, the flames extinguished and unable to breathe in the face of Izuku's quirk. The smoke, both Izuku's and the fire's, give way to gravity, turning to dust and ash at Izuku's feet, no air to hold it suspended. Izuku's vision swims, his heart pounds beneath his tongue, he nearly slips against the smoky floor before he reactivates float and permeation. He hadn't meant to let go of the quirks in the first place. But while Izuku may have practiced using all of his quirks, it's still difficult using so many at once. Izuku races through the last corner of the building, hefting people onto his back and under his arms and to his chest. He uses Black Whip as extra sets of arms, but he can't do much more than that, not when his control is so tenuous and shaky. Izuku's fingers are tingling, his chest hurts, his lips feel numb. He needs to hurry, before Siphon can kill him or the people he's trying so desperately to save. In reality, it must take Izuku under 2 minutes to gather the rest of the people, but under the effect of Siphon, it feels much longer. How could it not, when each moment is another spent without air, when the world has gone eerily silent and weightless around them? Izuku bursts out of the building, a cloud of dust and debris showering down on him and the people he's carrying. Izuku stumbles forward, setting the people down on the sidewalk as gently as he can while his knees quake and his arms begin to tremble. Izuku's head swims, but he forces himself upright, forces himself to get the job done. There's one more thing he needs to do, just one more thing. Izuku haltingly turns back toward the apartment building, his diaphragm jerks painfully, trying desperately to SCK in air that is simply not there. Black spots blot Izuku's vision, he feels faint and far away. Suffocation will do that to a person. Wishing he could take a solidifying breath, Izuku spreads his feet, steadies himself, and activates his 10th quirk in as many minutes. Shelter shimmers into existence in front of him, a translucent glimmering pink, and then it solidifies around the apartment building. Izuku can feel the hum of it buzzing through his bones, can feel the static of it in his molars. Shelter gleams brightly, flickering and wavering before Izuku grabs hold of the quirk and forces it still, forces it to be solid and unmovable. Izuku has only attempted to make this large of a shield once before, and he refuses to fail again. Izuku locks his knees as they threaten to buckle out from under him, the strain of holding up Shelter like a physical weight. Izuku's head pounds, his vision distorts, he feels something drip hotly from his nose. But he shoves it all away, forces himself steady, because Shelter responds not to the user's physical prowess, but to their force of will. And if there is anything Izuku has in spades, it is determination. The shield holds. Finally, Izuku lets Siphon drop. 3 things happen all at once. There's a whooshing roar of noise as the air is returned to the area. Izuku is able to take in one rattling lungful of smoke-coated oxygen. And then the apartment building in front of him explodes. The sudden shift of air pressure and the leftover heat from the fire combine to make an explosion large enough to blow the building apart, sending wood and bricks slamming against the shield hard enough to leave breaks and cracks behind. Izuku cries out as Shelter jolts beneath his rigid hold, his bones rattle beneath his skin, his teeth clatter together as his body responds to the feeling of Shelter being assaulted with smoldering wreckage and debris. Izuku throws his hands up as he forces the crawling fissures to halt in place, to keep the cracks at bay. He feels Shelter shuddering under his control, but Izuku grabs hold of his resolve and pushes back. Izuku's vision whites out, his chest is burning, his ears are still ringing shrilly. Izuku thinks he might be screaming, but he can't tell, can't be sure. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it's over. The building is collapsed in a smoking heap, the ground beneath Izuku's feet settles, and then there is utter stillness. Izuku gasps for breath, his arms still thrown out in front of him, holding Shelter up for one more tense moment, and then Izuku is stumbling forward, falling to his knees. The rush of relief overrides his control, his determination wavering in the face of his exhaustion. Shelter flickers, and then it begins to splinter apart, cracks spiderweb down the middle of the force field. There is a loud snapping sound, like glaciers and ice caps breaking apart. And then Shelter shatters, a plume of pink dust fills the air, and then the glittering specks of the quirk rain down and cover the entirety of the street. Izuku blinks at the pink powder as it drifts down, catching in the light of the sun as it flutters to the ground. The world feels muggy and distant from him. Izuku is vaguely aware of movement above him, of voices behind him. But Izuku just blinks up at the remnants of Shelter swirling above his head and tries to catch his breath. The taste of dirt and blood and desperation is thick enough to choke on. There's a pressure building up in Izuku's brain, pressing at his skull and eyes. The weight of the cliffside pulls at his limbs, his bones shifting, his joints threatening to pop straight out of the socket. Deku! Ochako is crying, screaming at Izuku as she tugs desperately at Izuku's shoulder. Deku, please. You have to stop. She begs, angry sobs ripping from her as she tries to force Izuku back. Izuku! You're killing yourself. Izuku chokes against the blood in his mouth, reaching out with all he has, but it still isn't enough. The edge of the cliff gives way, shattering through shelter and ripping through Izuku's brain. He screams, helpless as the cliffside crumbles away. As it and the people trapped on it plummet to the waves below. Izuku wakes to the feeling of something tugging at his face. Izuku snaps to awareness all at once, instincts taking over as he opens his eyes. His hand shoots out on its own accord, grabbing the wrist of the person trying to remove his mask. The police officer yelps in surprise as Izuku grabs him, frantically reaching down for the gun hanging from his belt as he takes a stumbling step back. Izuku flips himself up to his feet, nearly face-planting as his heel catches on the fringes of his cape. Izuku rights himself quickly, taking in the scene around him. There's the flash of police lights, ambulances and fire trucks lining the street as firemen and paramedics assess and care for the civilians still scattered along the street. Most concerning, though, is the helicopter overhead. Izuku has no idea how long it's been there, the sound of its blades having been lost to the ringing of Izuku's ears. Izuku swallows hard, throat clicking with dryness. He doesn't know how much of the last minutes were caught on video, can't be sure of what they saw. Izuku will have to deal with the fallout later. For now, he needs to leave. The policemen at his back are slowly tiptoeing toward him, predatory if not warily on edge. Izuku side-eyes them for a long moment, calculating his next move. But then there's movement at Izuku's other side, catching his attention. Kamui Woods and Death Arms are steadily creeping forward, the two heroes carefully cutting off Izuku's other escape routes. Looks like they've been informed of Izuku's states of illegal vigilante. With the eyes of the media bearing down on him and quirk exhaustion pulling at his limbs, Izuku doesn't have many options. He doesn't want to fight these heroes, but he will if it comes down to it. But with injured civilians at his back and a helicopter above his head, Izuku would like to avoid that. Izuku takes in a deep, rasping breath, steadying his feet under him as he carefully lets his cape conceal his body, hiding his movement as he reaches for his utility belt. Stand down, one of the officers yells, gun leveled at Izuku's chest, danger sense pulses lowly. Izuku knows the officer is not bluffing. You're under arrest, he continues, his voice sounds like it's underwater, distorted and warping in Izuku's ears. Don't make this worse for yourself. There is a long, drawn-out moment where no one moves, where the police and heroes wait to see what Izuku will do. The air is heavy with the hum of anticipation, the pent-up energy of an impending fight. Izuku takes in a deep breath, listens to the womp-womp-womp of the helicopter blades overhead, the sound of it overlapping with the beat of his heart. And then, Izuku moves. Izuku smashes a glass container against the ground, purple smoke surrounding him and shielding him from view. He hears someone shout, hears the bang of a gun. Izuku moves on instinct, twisting out of the way of the dart that's aimed for him. Izuku's hand snaps up, he catches the Quirks suppressant dart between two fingers, shoving it into one of his pouches for later use. Danger sense pinches tightly behind his eyes. Izuku narrowly dodges as a bushel of leaves and branches shoot toward him, disturbing his smoke. Izuku dances out of the way, head spinning and stomach rolling as his quirk exhaustion starts to catch up with him. Izuku nearly G's when he uses permeation again, but he holds onto the quirk with gritted teeth, and sinks through the asphalt and concrete beneath him. The thing about permeation is that while it is a very strong and versatile quirk to have, it also comes with its own drawbacks. When Izuku has it activated in this way, he's left without his senses. Blind, deaf, unable to breathe, no feeling left in his body except for the weightlessness of falling through the earth itself. On a good day, Izuku is able to work around these disadvantages. He's trained hard to learn how to control Mirio's quirk. It has taken him years to understand all the nuances of permeation, all the ways it can be used in a fight, and all the ways it can't. But right now, with his lungs still burning and his head screaming at him, Izuku is working on pure muscle memory and nothing more. The ground spits Izuku back up as he lets go of permeation, and then Izuku is crashing into something hard enough to leave the taste of blood in his mouth. He slams back to the ground a second later, tangled up in his cape, his lungs rasping desperately as the world twists in a disorienting tailspin around him. When his surroundings solidify enough for Izuku to see clearly, he finds himself wedged beneath a van. Izuku blinks at the undercarriage for a moment, confused and dazed and a little lethargic. Izuku rolls his head to the left, sees a parked car. He rolls his head to the right, finds another parked car. He's in a rotary car park, of all places. Izuku sighs, letting himself go slack and loose beneath the van. He closes his eyes and focuses on the cold metal pressing against his back, and the sounds of machinery moving all around him. He'll get up in a minute, just one more minute. There's blood smeared across the bottom half of his face. Izuku leans heavily against the bathroom sink, looking at himself in the mirror, taking in the redness of his eyes and the tangled mess that is his hair. He looks sallow and pale, his lips thin and colorless under the trails of blood dried on top. A side effect of overusing shelter. The bigger the shield, the longer he holds it for, the more force that is applied to said shield. These things all factor in and add to the pressure and stress Izuku's body endures while using shelter. The drawbacks include migraines, full-body tremors, vertigo, and, in extreme cases, nosebleeds. Izuku sighs, turning to the shower and twisting it on. Izuku takes off his oversized hoodie and pulls off his tearaway pants, dropping them both to the floor and kicking them to the corner. Izuku slumps down, sitting at the edge of the tub, where he leans forward and starts unlacing his combat boots. Normally, Izuku takes the time to change back into civvies before he comes home. But once Izuku made it to the rooftop where he hid his backpack, he decided he'd just take off his bulkier gear. Throwing his cape, belt, and mask into his backpack and heading for the train station. It didn't take much to fade into the background, even without double take. Izuku had shoved a hat over his hair, pulled up his hoodie to shield his eyes, and thrown on a medical mask to cover the lower half of his face. And suddenly Izuku was nothing more than a tired and brooding teenager at the back of the train. For all the ways Izuku hates being in his teenage body, he also knows it has its uses. Izuku kicks his boots off and peels his suit away from his skin, stuffing it and the boots into his backpack, before he finally steps into the shower. Izuku hisses as the hot water hits his body, but he steps forward and angles his arms beneath the spray. He's still not sure if the pain is actually physical or purely psychological. His brain remembering the way his hands used to ache, the way his joints could tell if it was about to rain. Whether real or imagined, the water helps the pain, and Izuku feels himself finally relax underneath the spray. Izuku closes his eyes and angles his face up toward the showerhead, letting the water deal with the blood on his face and the pounding of his skull. An exploratory sweep finds a lump on the side of his head and blood in both of his ears. Both things are expected, but they irk Izuku anyway. His hearing is going to be off for a while, especially if he has a concussion compounding it. It's fine, he's dealt with much worse. Izuku takes his time to work the smell of ash and smoke out of his hair, careful of the bump near his right temple as he washes the blood from his ears and then his lips and nose. His fingers shake the entire time. Trembling in a way that Izuku cannot control, he stares down at his hands, spattered with blood and shampoo, the two mixing together to make frothy pink bubbles. There's a knock on the door, startling Izuku enough to make him jolt. "Honey," his mom's voice is muffled to Izuku's ears. He hadn't heard her come home. "Don't be too long in there," she calls. "I brought us takeout from that place you like, the one down the street," she says. "Come out before it gets cold." Izuku swallows against the dryness of his throat. He opens his eyes, blinking against the water droplets caught in his eyelashes. A wave of dizziness washes over him, making his stomach roll, but Izuku pushes it down and ignores it. "Okay," he calls back. The youngness of his voice is somehow far more jarring in here, echoing against the shower walls and bouncing back at him. It's as disorienting as it is unsettling. "I'll be right out." Izuku reaches out to turn off the faucet. His fingers still shake. "You'll all have your work cut out for you in the coming weeks," Aizawa-sensei tells them one morning. Stood in front of the class, tired and haggard looking, but unbandaged and unhurt. just like the rest of Izuku's classmates, because they have not yet been touched by the encroaching war. It sometimes leaves Izuku feeling disjointed and dizzy, the dissonance between the two lives he is living. At night, Izuku puts on a suit and cape and hits the streets, running along rooftops and lurking in the bad parts of town, listening for whispers and looking for shadows. And during the day, Izuku puts on his Yui uniform and goes to school. He sits in class and listens to the teachers and scribbles notes, surrounded by his classmates and friends. There are days where it doesn't feel quite real. Like the moments spent with his friends, laughing and joking, training and studying, are nothing more than a dream. As if it is only the other moments, where Izuku is breathless and fighting, running and bleeding, that he is truly awake. Izuku hates it when he feels this way, when the lines start to blur. Because once one boundary begins to bend out of place, it is so much easier for those other walls to crack and crumble away. And then they are splintering apart, disintegrating into dust, until they are nothing at all. And that's when Izuku will catch himself just moving through the motions, set on autopilot, doing everything he can to stay upright. Because none of it feels real, none of this can possibly be real. Because Izuku left the real world behind. 1 year, 1 month, 3 weeks, and 2 days ago. The real world is the feeling of bone crunching beneath his fist, and the smell of polluted rain caught in his nose. It's the taste of blood and bile slick across his teeth, and the flashing of emergency lights overlaying his eyelids. It's the sound of a child's horror-filled scream echoing in his ears, and the weight of a body held in his arms. It's fighting like he has nothing else left. Fighting until he is gasping and gagging for air, until he can't catch his breath. Fighting because he doesn't know how to stop, because he doesn't know how to do anything else. Fighting because it is easier than lying down, because it is the easiest thing in the world. Fighting because not fighting was never an option in the first place. Sometimes it is the memories that are the realest thing of all. Izuku blinks tiredly at his desk as the rest of the class straightens at Aizawa-sensei's words, a thrum of anticipation building around him. Izuku rubs a weary hand over his eyes, trying to pull himself back to the present. His head feels stuffed with cotton and he doesn't think it's just because of his concussion or his ruptured eardrums. Izuku carefully slips a hand beneath his desk and finds the fresh bruises littered along his thigh. The Yui Sports Festival is only 2 weeks away, Aizawa-sensei is saying. This event is a huge opportunity for all students here at Yui, but hero students most of all. This is where you can showcase your quirks to the world. If you truly want to go pro, then this is a good place to make a name for yourself. His classmates break out into excited whispers, and Izuku digs his fingers into his thigh. The sound of their voices is enough to cover Izuku's shaky inhale. He presses down harder. Take this opportunity for what it is and give it your all, Aizawa-sensei continues. His voice is less of a tired drawl and more emotive than any of the others have heard him. It silences the class immediately. Plus ultra style, Aizawa smirks. Go beyond. Izuku keeps staring down at his desk, his fingers twisting in the fabric of his pants. Plus ultra. Izuku murmurs toward his knees, his pulse pounding behind his eyes. Go beyond, he whispers to himself. It sounds like a war cry to Izuku's ears. Have you guys seen the video? Ochako asks them over lunch, shoveling rice and fish into her mouth. Izuku knew that the video would be a main topic of discussion today. Really, how could it not be, when the footage of Izuku, or Deku rather, had gone viral overnight? But he had still naively hoped that they could get through the day before the subject of the unknown vigilante came up. He can't blame Ochako for wanting to talk about it though. Izuku knows how he would have reacted to the debut of a new vigilante back when he was an actual 15-year-old. He can only imagine the amount of notes and theories he would have come up with. The number of times he would have rewatched the news footage, analyzing and speculating over the vigilante's quirk. Not that he hadn't spent half of his night over-analyzing the video anyway. But for very different reasons. Izuku had been anxious and jittery all night long, afraid that the media had caught him using more than one quirk on camera. There were only a handful of people who knew multiple quirks were even a possibility, but Izuku didn't want to tip his hand before the time was right. And while the news crew had technically seen Izuku using more than one quirk, It wasn't discernible to anyone but himself. The smoke and ash from the fire had covered up his use of Black Whip, and Izuku hadn't been using float by the time the media had arrived. Siphon and shelter were very apparent, however. There was a point in the news footage where the helicopter had edged too close to Izuku's area of effect. Caught suddenly in Siphon's asphyxiating reach. No air to keep them airborne, the helicopter had lost altitude and abruptly dropped. Their pilot had quickly jerked them out of Siphon's radius, back into open air and safety. But for those few frantic seconds of freefall, alarms blaring and people choking, Izuku regretted having used the quirk in the first place. The effects of Siphon were as obvious as they were terrifying. And then with the shimmering appearance of shelter surrounding the apartment building, it was clear that Izuku's quirk did more than just disperse the oxygen around him. The running theory is that Izuku has some sort of air manipulation quirk. Izuku is more than happy with this theory. My elder brother, Tensei, shared it with me, Tenya answers, taking the time to chew and swallow his food before speaking. And while I find myself grateful that everyone was saved, I am also disappointed that the vigilante managed to evade arrest. Ochako gives a scoffing sort of huff from her place beside Izuku. At Tenya's bewildered look, she ducks her head and quickly stuffs some more food into her mouth. Izuku bites back a smile, nudging her softly with his elbow. What? He asks. Ochako purses her lips, jabbing at her rice with her chopsticks. She takes a moment to find her words, staring down at her lunch. It's just, I know what he's doing is illegal. But I'm kind of glad he got away, you know? Her eyes flick over to Izuku before skipping back down to her tray, carefully not meeting Tenya's eyes. He might not be a licensed hero, she continues, but what he did, saving all those people by himself, that's what a true hero does. Izuku freezes up for a moment, blinking stupidly, caught somewhere between gently pleased and quietly embarrassment. It's Tenya who responds, his fingers pinching at his chin in thought. While I do not condone or agree with his stance as a vigilante or breaking the law, he starts, I do understand how one could find the vigilante's actions heroic. Izuku pauses, tilting his head at Tenya's wording. But you don't agree? Tenya gives a quick shake of his head, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. There is no excuse for taking the law into your own hands. The Hero Public Safety Commission has placed rules and regulations for a reason. And as Japan's citizens, we have a duty to uphold those laws. To praise those who follow it, and to reject those who do not. Izuku toys with his chopsticks, carefully thinking over his response. It still feels so strange at times to look at these teenage versions of his friends, with their big bright eyes and even bigger ideals. Untrained and still so young, hardly any battle training under their belts, no real-world experience to speak of. These versions of his friends have not yet had to make decisions in the midst of battle. Panicked, blood-soaked, desperate, split-second decisions. Izuku hopes these versions of Tenya and Ochako don't ever have to make those sorts of choices. The choices that change you as a person, that haunt your dreams and prey on your waking hours. But Izuku knows that one day they inevitably will. It's part of the burden they all have to bear as heroes. It's their job to make those impossible decisions, to make the choices that no one else wants to make. So you'd rather he didn't step in at all? Izuku asks, keeping his tone level and his face natural, trying to give off an air of curiosity. Tenya gives a curt nod of his head. There were 3 licensed heroes at the scene, and the fire department had already been dispatched. Even without the vigilantes' interference, the civilians would have been rescued. Would they? Izuku asks plainly. Tenya's eyebrows pinch in confoundment. I don't follow, he admits. Izuku sets down his chopsticks, food forgotten in favor of the conversation. Emi Lady and Death Arms were both preoccupied with other civilians. Izuku starts. Leaving Kamui Woods, someone incredibly vulnerable to fire, to deal with a burning building by himself. These are the observations that Izuku had made in a cluster of seconds on arrival at the scene, but he takes a moment to form those thoughts and observations into coherent words. First responders were on their way, Izuku continues. But it took them over 6 minutes to arrive. In situations like that, every minute, every second counts. And 6 minutes is a long time to be in a burning building. Izuku thinks about how hot those flames were, how thick the smoke was. 6 minutes was far, far too long. There's a lot you could speculate on, Izuku mutters, eyes dropping to the table as he thinks about everything that could have happened if he hadn't shown up when he did. Kamui Woods is strong, and he'll be in the top 10 soon enough, Izuku says. He's tough and quick on his feet. Maybe he really would have been able to save everyone before the fire department arrived. But he is only human, so it's just as likely that he would have burned to death or became too injured to continue evacuating people. Izuku's fingers come up to his chin as he ponders aloud, lost in thought. By the time the vigilante arrived, Kamui was already beginning to slow down, and both of his arms were visibly singed. Taking that into account, with how fast the fire was spreading and how unstable the building was becoming, there's a good chance that the building would have collapsed before Kamui could save everyone. There's a choked noise from across the table, snapping Izuku out of his musing. He looks up to see both Ochako and Tenya staring at him with wide, shocked eyes. Tenya sputters. But you can't know any of that for certain, Tenya says, though he sounds less confident than he had a minute ago. Exactly, Izuku says, pointing a finger at Tenya, a smile pinching at his lips. Tenya has just made Izuku's point for him. We don't know, we can never know for sure what would have happened if the vigilante hadn't arrived. Izuku pauses, sobering slightly at the thought. He glances first to Ochako, and then back at Tenya, hoping that this lesson sticks, that they understand. We don't know, Izuku says softly, looking at his best friends. And neither did the vigilante. That's why he had to step in, because in dire situations like that, when lives are on the line, if you can do something, then isn't it your responsibility to do just that? Izuku's eyes drop to his hands in his lap, pale and scarless, the buzz of a quirk centuries old and destined for greatness, alive and pulsing in every cell of him. That's why he did it, Izuku murmurs, squeezing his hands into tight fists. Because he couldn't risk not to. Someone claps a hand down on Izuku's shoulder, large and warm, and surprising in its abruptness. It startles Izuku badly enough to make him jump, knees knocking into the underside of the table. Izuku whips around in his seat, heart pounding wildly as he stares, wide-eyed and shocked, up at All Might. That was very wise, young man, Toshinori says, voice that deep baritone that he'd only managed while in his muscular form. All Might through and through. Toshinori is staring straight at Izuku, eyes that sharp electric blue, piercing in a way Izuku isn't used to. All Might's smile is meant to be disarming, but Izuku feels the weight of Toshinori's gaze on him, curiosity edging toward intrigue edging toward suspicion. For a moment, Izuku forgets how to breathe. All Might's hand is a bright sunbeam against his shoulder. The warmth of it is seeping into Izuku's chest, pooling in his stomach. He can feel the way it begins to thaw him from the inside out. His whole body pulses with it, like nerve endings finally waking up, hot pinpricks itching along his skin. One for all tugs longingly behind Izuku's sternum, powerful enough to leave his head spinning. It takes everything inside of Izuku not to lean into Toshinori's touch, to not soak up every ounce of his warmth. Izuku's muscles lock instead, stuck between the indecision of fight or flight, he freezes instead. Frozen and breathless, staring up at his once mentor, his heart trying to beat right out of his chest. There are no words more true, Toshinori says, unaware of Izuku silently spiraling beneath his hand. Toshinori glances away from Izuku, toward Tenya and Ochako, and Izuku is finally able to SCK in a single grounding breath. You cannot sit around waiting for change, so go out and be the change you want to see, Toshinori quotes. An old friend of mine used to say those words, Toshinori tells them, his voice going soft and distant, and a little sad. The way it always does when he's talking about Nana. Toshinori seems to blink the memory away, smiling at the three of them as he lets his fingers slip away from Izuku's shoulder. He turns back toward Izuku, eyes taking on that ponderous look again. It is the makings of a true hero, to understand such a responsibility. Toshinori pauses for a long moment, still looking at Izuku. And then he gives a slight bow of his head and begins turning away from them. Forgive me for my interruption, young ones. Please enjoy the rest of your meal. Hi. Tenya and Ochako both give matching responses toward Toshinori's retreating back, bowing their heads respectfully toward the number one hero. Izuku watches Toshinori go. His shoulder feels chillingly cold. The ocean is wild and angry tonight. Izuku floats above the rolling waves, his cape whipping out violently behind him. He stares up at Tartarus, the fortress standing sturdy and tall amidst the sea. But Izuku is aware of how easy these walls are to break through, how inconsequential this prison truly is. Izuku takes in a deep breath and calls upon his quirks. Izuku lets Fa gene build in his muscles, one for all coursing through his veins, float keeping his body suspended in the air. And then, with a burst of power and speed, he shoots forward. The explosion of wind that follows him is immediate. The clap of thunderous sound comes a moment later. Water parts beneath his feet, leaving a trail of mist and crashing waves behind him. Izuku reaches the outer wall within seconds, and right before he crashes through it, he activates 3 more quirks. Tartarus is a state-of-the-art facility, built in a way that makes escape virtually impossible. Equipped with a myriad of top-of-the-line weapons, both defensive and offensive. The best security system in the country. Quirk detectors and suppressants throughout the prison. And highly trained personnel to man it all. It is a place that no one is ever meant to leave. But Izuku doesn't plan on letting any of these prisoners out, he is simply letting himself in. Izuku pulls Glitch tightly around himself, as compact of a radius as he can manage, so he'll disrupt only the electronics in his direct vicinity. Permeation lets him slip seamlessly through the barrier, and Double Take will conceal him from the guards down below. With the activation of these quirks, Izuku doesn't hesitate even as the wall quickly approaches. He shoots through, a buzz of an electrical current whining in his ears. But Izuku is moving at a speed even All Might in his prime would have trouble keeping up with, a blur of movement there and gone. By the time they are aware of the breach, Izuku is already inside. An alarm begins to blare as every door in the facility slams down and locks into place. Izuku can feel the thrum of activity around him, from the people scrambling to find him, to the hum of quirk-canceling technology in the walls. But none of that can reach him when he's like this, unseeable, undetectable, untouchable. Izuku makes it to subfloor 65, section 66, and stops. Izuku draws Glitch tightly around himself, until he can feel the buzzing of it in his molars. He can't afford to let any of the quirk suppressant technology touch him, but he doesn't want to inadvertently let any of the prisoners out either, which means he has to have rigid control over the quirk. Izuku walks down the long hallway, letting wisps of smokescreen and black whip trail from him. He's aware of the cameras trained on his every move, knows that this footage will be given straight to the Hero Commission. And in time, perhaps All for One will get his hands on it too. Izuku makes a show of taking his time, his footsteps languid and unbothered, even as he hears running footsteps and enraged shouting outside the corridor. Izuku's cape trails behind him as he walks, slithering over the floor and disrupting the purple smoke and black tendrils eking from him. Izuku knows the sight he makes, a phantom, walking the halls of this prison. Come out of the dark once again, only to disappear back into the night. Izuku stops outside of cell and then, he lets his firm grasp on Glitch slacken for just a moment, only a second. Their security system won't be affected by the surge in any significant way, and to the cameras, it will be a flash of static, an untimely blink in the footage, and what they will find later, to be outside interference. But a second is all Izuku needs, and then he is slipping into cell. The room is dark, cast into shadows except for the blinking of the 4 cameras hanging in each corner. The lone figure on the bed stiffens, their back is to him, face toward the wall. But they still go rigid as Izuku silently steps into the room, sensing him before seeing him. Lady Nagant, Izuku says, voice garbled through the respirator. Hello. Nagant sits up leisurely, purposefully fluid. The sheets pool at her waist, revealing the orange jumpsuit she's in. Nagant turns slowly, until she is facing Izuku head-on. She scans Izuku up and down, eyes narrowed and face set into impassivity. She does not speak. Izuku didn't expect her to. Izuku doesn't move from his place at the door, even as alarms begin to blare and the cameras in the room all train themselves on him. Danger senses a low buzz at the base of his skull, but it hasn't become painful yet. He still has time. "I've come to talk," Izuku says, letting his cape drape over him. Lady Nagant folds her legs beneath herself, shifting to lean her back against the wall. She crosses her arms over her chest, watching Izuku, face blank and eyes hard. "And what makes you think I'll listen?" Izuku hears frantic shouts and harsh pounding from somewhere above, the prison personnel trying desperately to get to them. But their own shields are working against them now. It will take time for them to overwrite and break into the system, and Izuku only needs a few minutes. The Hero Public Safety Commission, Izuku starts. "I plan to take them down. To dismantle them in a way that they can't recover." Nagant scoffs, hand coming up as if to brush her hair back. But it only hangs just above her ears, likely having been recently shorn. She lets her hand drop, glaring. "You may have the power to get into a place like this. But you're delusional if you think the Safety Commission will be the same. They are an uncurable cancer, wrapped around the sinew and bone of today's society. You cannot rid the body of the sickness without killing them both." The pounding in the halls has gotten closer. Izuku can sense a dozen quirk factors on each side of the cell block. Likely there is someone out there who has a strength enhancement quirk or some sort of battering ram mutation. He ignores it, taking a step closer to Nagant. "I'm aware," Izuku says, watching as Lady Nagant twitches in surprise. Today's society is a fragile farce, built upon deceit and lies. Once the truth comes out, society will be left in chaos. Izuku crouches down, so he is balanced only on his toes, sitting on his heels. He drapes his arms over his knees, staring at Lady Nagant across the room. "I want to strike before that can happen." Nagant closes her eyes and rolls her head against the wall, her face canted toward the ceiling. "If you think this society is worth saving, then you have come to the wrong place." "I don't want to save this society," Izuku answers. "I want to create a new one." Nagant cracks her eyes open, staring listlessly at Izuku. "It cannot be done," she says. "Not without bloodshed. And I refuse to be anyone else's executioner." Izuku shifts on his heels, a rather ruckus bang vibrating through the cell's walls as they finally seem to break into the outer hallway. "I don't plan on doing something so messy," Izuku says, hardly discernible over the noise. He raises his voice to be heard. "I'll say it simply, my being here talking to you should be enough to rattle the Safety Commission. I've already hacked into their database. They are aware of my interest in them. My appearance here today will only cause more chaos in their ranks." This catches Nagant's attention. She stares straight at Izuku. "I have mission reports, files upon files, documents signed and approved by the president of the HPSC. Proof of their bloodshed going back decades," Izuku tells her. "When the time is right, I simply need your corroboration." Nagant leans away from the wall, staring down at Izuku with something burning in her eyes. "My word means nothing," she tells him. "No one trusts the voice of a fallen hero. And the commission will simply discredit any statement made, even if there is documented proof." Izuku uses his trump card. Not if Hawks also confirms the truth. Nagant places her feet on the ground in sudden interest, more invested than she has been this entire conversation. "My replacement, huh?" she asks. "And how do you plan on getting his cooperation?" "The same way I plan to get yours, I suppose," Izuku says, before pulling the wrappings and glove from his right arm. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, pulling on a quirk he has never really used. He hears Lady Nagant's harsh intake of breath as the rifle forms from Izuku's elbow. Izuku opens his eyes as she stands, her own identical rifle pointed at Izuku's head, right between his eyes. "Who are you?" she demands, voice angry and shaken. "My name is Deku," Izuku tells her, staring down the barrel of her gun. "And I am from the future." Izuku wraps his fingers around the ball of his feet, running through a few cool-down stretches as Hitoshi dumps the last of his water over his own head. Hitoshi is red in the face from exertion, the purple bags beneath his eyes standing out starkly in contrast. The fringe of his hair is plastered to his forehead, dripping with water and sweat. I still don't understand you, Hitoshi says suddenly, interrupting the quiet air of the gym. Izuku sits up fully, looking up at Hitoshi. What? I don't understand you, Hitoshi says again, coming over to slump down onto the mat, across from Izuku. Your motivations. I don't understand them. You must be reaching for the top, just like the rest of us. So why bother helping me? From where you're standing, one less classmate is one less person to compete against. Izuku lets his hands fall to his lap, scanning Hitoshi for a long moment. Taking in the tired slump of his shoulders, the uncomfortable scrunch of his brow, and the confused twist of his mouth. To be a hero is to race for the top, Izuku starts, voice soft. He catches Hitoshi's eyes with his own. That's what people always say, right? Hitoshi gives Izuku a narrow-eyed look. Izuku answers it with a sad twist of a smile. The world treats it like a competition a lot of the time, Izuku continues, letting his eyes drop to his lap. But it isn't. Or at least, it shouldn't be. Izuku sees the way that Hitoshi gives a full-bodied twitch at Izuku's words, but he doesn't say anything, just waits patiently for Izuku to keep going. If a person's only motivation is to simply be in the number 1 slot, then they aren't really a hero at all, Izuku says, twisting at his own fingers. To be a hero is to be the best. And my classmates or colleagues or friends, they help me to be the very best I can be. The same way I hope I can help them to be the very best they can be. Izuku finally looks up from his lap, catching Hitoshi's eyes as he tries to get his meaning across. It's a hard thing to do, trying to encompass what it truly means to be a hero in just a few short sentences. If I can help someone else reach their goals. If I can help them to be the very best person they can be. Izuku pauses, staring at the young face of his past friend. Then I'm going to do everything I can to help them. To do anything else would mean I've already fallen behind. I'm so happy to be able to host this study session, Momo says, her hands fluttering up near her chest, an aborted clap or waving of her hands. She clasps them together instead, rocking on her tippy toes. My mother and father are at a work event for the time being, so it'll just be the servants and Yuba-chan for now, she says as they approach the gates to the Yayorozu estate. But everyone, please, feel free to make yourselves at home. Momo had proposed her idea of bi-weekly study sessions to the rest of Class 1A, along with the possibility of training together on the corresponding weekends, since Aizawa-sensei had already agreed. Izuku had backed up her idea as class president. He'd even roped Tenya into being a third tutor. Tenya, of course, had been honored just to be asked. It's smart to get a jump on things while you still can, Izuku had told the class, making sure to catch Denki, Mina, Aoyama, and Siro's eyes. He hadn't been in the same class as the latter 3 in the previous timeline, had hardly got to know Aoyama at all before he disappeared, but Izuku could still see that the 4 of them could use some help. Midterms aren't that far away, and neither are finals, he told them, trying to think of what Tenya might have said. And studying with friends, working as a team, will help us all in the long run. Not just academically, but in our hero work too. So please consider joining when you can. And then, because Izuku knew how to entice this group of people. Also, Yayorozu-san has promised tea and pastries for anyone who attends. So here they are, on a Saturday afternoon, Momo, Kyoka, Tenya, Tsu, Eijiro, Mina, and Izuku. Following along as Momo excitedly leads them through the grounds and toward the mansion ahead. Tsu puts a finger to her chin as they wander down the paved pathway, looking around with wide eyes, her tongue poking out slightly. This place is beautiful, Momo-chan, she says, and Izuku can't help but agree. He's never actually been to the Yayorozu estate before, hadn't really gotten a chance to. He and Momo only got closer after the war had already started, when everyone was forced to shed their old skins and become new people altogether. By the time Izuku really got to know Momo, the world had already fallen apart. Maybe as the summer approaches we could have some of our study sessions outside, Karo, Tsu suggests, looking up at the blooming cherry trees and the cloudless blue sky. Momo brightens at the idea, nodding, her hands clasped behind her back as she leads them forward. That's a wonderful idea, Tsu-san, she says, smiling. I'll make preparations for a picnic for our next session, Assuming the weather permits, of course. It goes like that for a while, everyone quietly fawning over Momo's luxurious home and unfathomable amounts of wealth, gasping at the embroidered ceilings and dripping chandelier, mooning at the marbled floors and winding staircase. And while Izuku does understand the charm of a place like this, he can't help but notice the vastness of it. The way the pillars at each corner of the room dwarf them in size, and how their voices echo and bounce off the high ceilings. The way the white expanse of the foyer seems to eat up all the warmth he'd felt while outside, leaving Izuku feeling cold. How easy must it have been for Momo to get lost in this place? Izuku already feels swallowed by it. I've grown to hate that word, Momo had told them once, shoulders slumped, mouth pursed into a thin frown. Princess? Setsuna had asked, sounding curiously confused. It is a word that holds a lot of meaning to me, Momo had said, hands cupped around her mug of tea, slumped on the couch with Kyoka beside her. When I was young, it was my father's nickname for me, a term of endearment. But once I began primary school, it became an insult. When I did well on a test, when I came in with treats for the class, when I did anything the other children didn't like, I was the spoiled princess. Kyoka had reached out then, placing her hand on Momo's shoulder. I'm sorry, she'd started, but Momo had shaken her head, interrupting softly. It only increased as I aged, my father's associates, my mother's friends. It was always implied that any of my own accomplishments or achievements were not my own. Everything I did was not because of my own hard work or merit. It was simply because I was my mother and father's daughter. Momo's voice was steady, but she wouldn't meet any of their eyes as she spoke, staring down at her tea. I had read stories about princesses when I was a little girl, Momo told them. There always seemed to be two versions of the tale. There's the first type of princess. The kind of princess that lives in a wondrous castle, full of servants and treasures. The kind of princess who always gets what she wants, who has the entire world at her fingertips. Momo had taken a shaky breath then, the first crack in her careful facade, before she spoke again. Then there is the second type of princess. The princess who is sealed away in an impenetrable tower. Who lives in seclusion, the world just out of her reach, waiting quietly for someone to come rescue her. There had been a long, grief-stricken pause, where no one dared to speak, all of their attention on Momo. I was 9 when I first realized, Momo whispered. I wasn't the first kind of princess, I was the second. Momo had messily swiped at her eyes, her tea shaking in her other hand. I looked around my bedroom and realized I had not picked a single thing out for myself. My mother hired someone to decorate my bedroom, and she carefully picked my wardrobe herself. My father hand-selected my tutors and chose what subjects I was to take. When I was 7 and I asked to study martial arts, I found myself in a finishing school for girls instead. When I was 11 and showed an interest in baking and how an increased calorie intake could affect my quirk, I was suddenly put on a strict, unnegotiable diet. When I was 14 and I showed them my proposed hero costume, and they rejected my ideas and submitted their own instead. Izuku remembers the gut punch feeling of that moment, how shocked and disheartened he'd felt. He remembers the way Shoto had reached out to him, taken his hand, and squeezed for dear life, like Shoto desperately needed something, anything to hold on to. That's why I decided I wanted to be a hero, Momo said, tears in her eyes and determination set in the contours of her face. She finally looked up at all of them. I would earn a name for myself, through my own hard work. And I would not sit idly by, a damsel in distress, waiting to be rescued. I'd save myself, and I'd do it my way. Midoriya-chan. Tsuyu pokes Izuku's cheek and he jolts at the contact, head whipping over to her as he takes a surprised step backward. Are you all right? Tsuyu asks, her head tilting to the side as she stares at him. Oh yes, Izuku says, rubbing at the back of his head and ducking his face slightly, trying to give off an air of awkward embarrassment. I was just taking it all in, I guess. He gives Tsuyu one of his smiles. It's just the two of them left in the foyer. The rest of their group can be heard in the next room, excitedly chatting with one another as Momo leads them further into the winding, cavernous halls of this impenetrable castle. Where do you go? Tsuyu asks, the question catching Izuku off guard. What? he asks, glancing back to Tsuyu. I've noticed it before, Tsuyu continues, blinking slowly at Izuku. At first, I thought perhaps you were simply zoning out or thinking rather intensely. But that's not it, is it? She croaks, giving a rib bit of sound that almost sounds sad. You go somewhere far away, don't you? Izuku's throat has gone unbearably dry. He swallows convulsively against the feeling of it, blinking stupidly at Tsuyu. He didn't think anyone had noticed, and he wasn't prepared for Tsuyu's straightforward type of bluntness. He remembers her saying something about speaking her mind, though he isn't sure if that was in this timeline or the one before. But those words, no matter when they were spoken, seemed to ring true. Izuku wouldn't say that he has been avoiding Tsuyu, but he hasn't exactly been seeking her out either. It's hard to look at her sometimes. This girl, with her big round eyes and calm disposition. This girl, who possesses a magnificent quirk and the level-headedness and maturity to go along with it. This girl, who speaks fondly of her younger siblings, and bounces when she's excited. This girl, who fits so well within their class, and who seems to have already earned Ochako's friendship. Ajuitiu. It hurts, sometimes, to look at her and see all those things. Because Izuku had never gotten the chance to see them before. It makes the loss of her hit all that much deeper. Seeing the way things could have been, if she'd survived that first encounter with the League, if Izuku had managed to save her. Sometimes, when Izuku looks at Tsuyu for too long, the urge to apologize clogs up his throat and leaves him floundering, drowning beneath the feeling of it. Grasping for words, gasping for air, unable to breathe. What do you say to a person you've already failed? Midoriya-chan. Tsuyu starts, poking Izuku in the cheek once again, more teasing this time. You're doing it again. Izuku blinks back to himself, and this time, when he smiles it is soft and perhaps a little sad. Sorry about that, he says. We should catch up to the others. Tsuyu tilts her head questioningly, but gestures toward the grand archway anyway, leading the way forward. But just as they're about to walk through, Tsuyu stops in front of Izuku, her back toward him. I won't ask again if you don't want me to, Midoriya-chan, she tells him, voice hushed and gentle. But wherever you go, it doesn't seem like a nice place to be. So please take care of yourself and ask for the help you need. Izuku isn't sure how she's been able to discern that much, how she could possibly have noticed him in such a profound way. They hardly know each other after all, but that doesn't seem to matter in the face of Tsuyu's observant nature and empathetic personality. It's those traits that will push her forward, that will make her succeed and strive as a hero. To recognize when someone is in need. To see when someone could use help. To know when to step in and lend a hand. You're going to be a great hero, Tsu-san, Izuku tells her. Because it's true, because Izuku can see it, because he is so incredibly thankful that this time around, Azui Tsuyu will be by their side. Tsu turns to him, her smile soft and closed-mouthed. You too, Izuku-chan. Oh, Magna Kuz, dodging out of the way of Izuku's fist and flipping through the air, her magnet slamming into the ground and sending Izuku skidding backward. Are you that cute little thing that's been causing so much trouble? Izuku doesn't answer, planting his feet firmly beneath himself. They're out in public, near civilians and in broad daylight. Which means Izuku has to be conservative with what quirks he uses. The public thinks he has some sort of air manipulation or energy distribution quirk, so Izuku has to carefully fit into that category. He's allowed himself to use quirks more indulgently when it comes to intimidating and threatening the Safety Commission, but that's because Izuku knows a show of power is the only way to truly get their attention. And the Commission won't be sharing any of that information with any outsiders, let alone the public themselves. They'll want to handle the situation as quietly as possible, which leaves Izuku with more leeway when dealing with them. None of that helps Izuku in a situation like this, however. There had been talk, rumors of a heist taking place around this area. So Izuku had skulked near this side of town, hanging between the shopping center and the bank a few blocks away, waiting patiently for danger sense to alert him to anything amiss. The attack had been twofold, while Magna and 3 others split up and targeted the mall and the civilians inside. 2 other villains had been dispatched to the bank, where the actual robbery would be taking place. It hadn't given Izuku much time to change into his vigilante gear, Not if he wanted to apprehend the 3 groups of villains before they could cause too much damage. So here Izuku is, utility belt clipped over his jeans. Arms bare except for his gloves. Cape thrown over a Miruko t-shirt. Red tennis shoes on full display. Mask and respirator securely covering his face. Missing most of his armor, unable to use the majority of his quirks. Izuku should feel at a disadvantage. He doesn't. Magna sends Izuku flying backward, and he lets her. Using the momentum from Magna propelling him, Izuku shoots for the fire user she's working with. The man spits fire from his mouth, likely hoping to engulf Izuku in the flames. But Izuku tucks his limbs under the safety of his cape and barrels through the wave of fire, bursting through in a plum of smoldering steam. The move seems to catch the fire user off guard, and it gives Izuku the opening he was looking for. He slams into the man, and brings his knee colliding with his chin, knocking him out instantly. 5 down, 1 to go. Danger sense pings at the back of Izuku's brain, and he pauses over the unconscious criminal, his heckles rising and the skin on the back of his neck tingling. Izuku pauses, glancing over his shoulder, where he left Magna a moment ago. She's holding a man by the back of his neck, her magnet poised threateningly at the side of his head. Izuku turns slowly, letting his cape drape over him, covering his civilian wear and leaving him as the dreaded and feared vigilante that has been haunting Japan's streets and terrorizing the underground, Deku. "One more step and I'll turn this man's head to pulp," Magna says, a smile curling her lips. Izuku doesn't move, doesn't speak. "Ah," Magna starts, wrinkling her nose toward Izuku. "You hero types are all the same, always so hung up on the lives of the innocent." She sniffs against the broken nose Izuku gave her, continuing. "Now see, this is what I don't understand. What would a rabid little thing like you want with a gal like me? I was under the impression that you kept your sights on bigger, badder fish than the likes of us." Izuku still doesn't move, grabbing onto 2 of his quirks and waiting for the right moment. "You hurt and murder without remorse, is that not enough?" he answers, eyeing the magnet and the trembling man in Magna's grip. Magna chuffs, sneering toward Izuku. "Not even the so-called heroes have hunted us down the way you are. But no one can figure out your game." She squeezes the man's neck, rattling him against her magnet until he nearly falls. "A vendetta, little hero? Or are you trying to eliminate the competition?" Izuku has to be careful to time this just right, needs to make sure Magna doesn't notice the deception until it's too late. Izuku does not use Mirage very often, but it comes to him just as easily as any other quirk he possesses. Izuku closes his eyes and tugs a duplicate of himself outward, a chill shivering down his spine as he does. Izuku carefully shifts backward as the image of himself shifts forward, and then Izuku is breaking away from his duplicate and activating double take. To Magna, it will simply look like Izuku has shifted beneath his cape. But really, as Magna stares down the illusion, Izuku uses double take and permeation to slip through the ground unnoticed. It only takes a moment, and then Izuku is sprouting out of the ground right behind Magna, launching himself up and kneeing her in the back of the head. Magna goes down hard, falling to the ground as her magnet skitters away from her. "I suppose you're right, in a way," Izuku answers as he pins her arms behind her back, securing her wrists together as she thrashes beneath him. "If this were a game, I'd be carefully eliminating all other players on the board, because anything less than a complete victory is a loss. How would you feel about some other students joining us?" Izuku asks once he and Hitoshi have called it quits for the day. Izuku is distractedly going through some cool-down stretches, his fingers reaching for his toes. Hitoshi is doing a stretch of his own, sprawled out on the ground, limbs thrown out to starfish across the mat. His hair is plastered to his forehead, his breath still coming out harsh and deep. Hitoshi throws Izuku an assessing look with some barely concealed suspicion hidden beneath. Izuku might have been offended by Hitoshi's obvious mistrust of him. But well, Izuku knows Hitoshi, and he knows that Hitoshi has had to learn how to survive and cope with the way the world treats him. Having a villainous quirk isn't looked down on nearly as harshly as having no quirk at all, but it is a close second. When Hitoshi doesn't say anything, Izuku goes on, not letting the silence deter him. "Just 2 of my friends. They want to practice quirkless sparring as well. And I thought it might be good to have more than one sparring partner. Izuku sits up from his toe touch, throwing Hitoshi a grimacing sort of smile. It's fine if you say no. But the option is there. And well, you are aiming for the open spot in 1A. Which means they'll be your classmates soon enough. Hitoshi looks skeptical for a moment, sitting up and running his fingers through his hair, trying and failing to get it into some semblance of order. I guess, he says, not sounding particularly enthused by the idea. Izuku tosses Hitoshi a water bottle, coming over to sit down next to the other boy. Uraraka is fierce and quick on her feet, so she may have you beat. But Ida is still learning not to rely so heavily on his quirk. Izuku throws Hitoshi a sly look, glancing at him from the corner of his eye. Don't tell him I said this, but I'd bet money that you'll beat him more times than not. Hitoshi pauses with the water bottle at his lips, his lilac eyes snapping over to Izuku's viridian green. Really? He says. Izuku takes a gulp of water, shrugging. Ida is still learning that there aren't rules when it comes to fighting. Not real fights, and he still thinks that everyone is playing with the same set of rules and guidelines. I'm pretty sure you don't have that problem. Hitoshi looks away from Izuku, glancing out at the far wall of the gym. He says, non-committal, but it isn't an outright no. Izuku smiles into his drink. Are you okay, Midoriya-kun? Mina asks, jolting Izuku back to the present. What? Izuku asks, rubbing at his eyes to wake himself up. His head feels stuffed with cotton, his ears giving off a high-pitched ringing that only he can hear. He'd spent most of his night in the shadier parts of town, fighting and running and gathering information, until the soft light of the sun poking above the buildings signaled another night passed without any rest at all. The lack of sleep weighs down on Izuku like a woven blanket. Fingers catching on the strands, tangling amidst the yarn. Toes poking through the holes, tripping Izuku up every other step. Izuku blinks hard, forcing himself to concentrate. They're in the middle of a training exercise. This is not the time to space out or lose focus. Even if it is something as simple as capture the flag. It's just, you seem more distracted lately, Mina hedges, shrugging against the cramped space of their hiding place. I was just checking if you're doing okay? Izuku blinks over at Mina, surprised that she noticed anything at all. They aren't as close as Ochako and Tenya, and Mina isn't as observant as Tsuyu. But he supposes the whole class saw him sidelined at the USJ when his sleepless night started. And while concealer can cover the bags beneath his eyes, nothing can fix the redness of them or the way Izuku stutters in and out of awareness. Izuku reassesses, realizes that he isn't covering his tracks nearly as well as he should be. He'd been working under the assumption that Class 1A wouldn't notice the slight deviation in Izuku's behavior. They've only known him for a matter of weeks, and it isn't like insomnia is unheard of. Both Aizawa-sensei and Hitoshi walk around with the same bloodshot eyes and lethargic stare as Izuku's. It shouldn't be any different. But he supposes the difference is that Aizawa-sensei is their teacher, and Hitoshi-kun isn't their classmate yet. Of course it would be different for Izuku, one of their peers, their class president, and their teammate. He should have realized that. I'm fine, but thanks for asking, Izuku says, aware that Aizawa and Kiyama-sensei will be able to hear everything they say over the cameras. I just didn't get much sleep last night. Izuku shoots Mina a quick, reassuring smile, shifting himself until he can uncoil from his taut position. Izuku forces the tension and stress to bleed out of his shoulders. If this is going to work, if Izuku is going to pull off these next few weeks, then he needs to keep the divisions in place. If he is here at Yui, then he needs to be here. Izuku turns away from the maze, an idea forming. I think I have a plan, Izuku says, glancing back at Mina. But we're gonna need to grab a few things first. The city is hushed and calm around him. Izuku is well aware of what that means. In society, people depend on alarms and sirens to warn them of incoming danger. Every home comes equipped with smoke detectors, and every person in the modern world has heard police sirens. There are burglar alarms for houses and vehicles, and emergency sirens in every city and town. Here in Japan, it isn't uncommon to get earthquake alerts on their phones. Because of this, most people equate noise and chaos with danger. In the wild, it is the opposite. It's when the forest grows quiet and still that you have to worry the most. When you can no longer hear the birds chirping overhead and the trees themselves whisper. When all the animals disappear from sight, and all you can hear is the rasp of your own breath and the pounding of your heart between your ears. In the wild, there is no alarm louder than silence itself. Even without danger sense to warn him, Izuku is still aware of the threat lurking around him. The hairs on the back of his neck prickle and his pulse speeds up in response. He crouches low on a rooftop, keeping double take and glitch snugly wrapped around himself. Izuku scans the streets below and the sky above. A predator is near. People have been ruling the world for millennia, they have adapted and evolved and grown and learned over time, and they would like to think that because of all those things, they are different. But when it truly comes down to the dirty truth of it, humans are just animals too. And animals do not rely on alarms or sirens to tell them when danger is coming. Because in the wild, by the time the warning comes, it's already too late. There is a reason all animals are hardwired with survival instincts. Which is why Izuku realizes he is being trailed long before he should. Before he is even fully aware of the change around him, before danger sense spikes at the back of his brain. Before he catches sight of curved wings in the sky, and before he spots a single red feather floating over the wind. It seems the commission has finally set their bird on him. Izuku hums beneath his mask, watching as Hawks flies above, making a show of gliding through the sky and flipping through the air. To anyone else, it will look like the hero is winding down after patrol, stretching his wings before he turns in for the night. But Izuku sees the feathers Hawks is sending out and dropping behind himself, sees the way he is circling around this neighborhood, that range slowly shrinking in size as Hawks carefully scopes out the area. It seems Izuku's display at Tartarus has finally caught the Safety Commission's attention enough to make them act. The Commission, as always, will think they have the upper hand, seeing themselves at the top of the food chain. They, a proud and arrogant lion, will not realize that they are being baited into a trap until it's too late. It's easy to underestimate the animals around you when you consider yourself the ruler of them all. But it is desperate and cornered animals that bite the hardest. Izuku would know, he's been one for years.